Tigers 3 of a crest. Opens. Keep middle of a jump. 40, find right. Extra long. Tigers 4. 30.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to round 5 of the Moza Endurance Championship. We are at the 6 Hours of Monza. My name is Paul Glover, and joining me in the studio booth this time around, it's Cami Sturch. Cami, welcome aboard.
Thank you for having me, Paul. How are you? Great to be here, by the way, for this, what's going to be a monumentous event, 6 hours at the Temple of Speed.
Indeed, and we are at the Monza circuit. As I say, the Autodromo Nacional de Monza opened back in 1922. So, you know, many series have been coming here for just over 100 years now, and it's just a formidable circuit, known for its speed, also known for some tricky points, shall we say, Cami. But as you say, 6 hours of this humongously great circuit.
It's a favourite for sim racers, isn't it? And yeah, Rettifilo, the first corner, the first chicane, infamous in sim racing circles for the calamities and the dramas that can happen there, as so many cars get funneled into such a small point and they try and work their way round. So it'll be interesting to see how these top-rated drivers make their way through the Rettifilo on the opening lap. But of course, at the moment, the drivers are just out in qualifying.
They are indeed, and we'll be taking a look at that very, very shortly, and bringing you all the action. And they've just over around about 6 minutes of qualifying to go. But I think it's time we probably take a look at the championship standings so far. And I'm sure they'll be put up on our screen momentarily. But Parabolica, one of my favourite corners in sim racing, down to the start, finish straight as well, Cami. If you get that right, you can get potentially a move into the first chicane.
Yeah, it's all about getting that set up. It's all about the entry at what they renamed the Alboreto Parabolica, named after, of course, the F1 driver Michele Alboreto. It's all about getting your entry right. And if you're right behind somebody, it's very easy to lose a bit of downforce. But if you can pin down your entry and launch it out, you can get a great run up to the first chicane. And yeah, the success of that overtake into the first corner all comes down to your setup sort of a mile back further down the road.
Indeed, as you can see on your screens now is the overall standings. So Tariq Adam leading the way with a total points of 884 and a half, and then very closely followed by Luke Addison with the same as well, and Cody Sherritt. Then we got Rino Kutz, Dimitri Topizpenko with 728 and a half. I love these half points. Just Parak in P6, didn't score any in America, might not have been here for the round, I can't quite recall. And he's on 576 and a half points. Then we got the one and only Sir Smoggy in P7, tied with Gilliam Hamlin on 558. Two drivers I know particularly well. Oleg Zolorov on 416, Mikhail Bykov also on 416, and Daniel Tillich again on 416, and then all the way down we've got Jamie Nuttall and others below them on the point. I'm not going to read them all out because I think I'll be here all day. But we've seen some absolutely great racing up until now, and there's still points to be won. There are also prizes to be won for some of the teams, but also for the spectators today as well.
That's it. It's a chance for the spectators to get involved in the Twitch chat. I'm not sure how many we've got viewing at the moment. I'm watching the feed through the pit wall live timing, so it's not actually giving me the chat. But yeah, they get the chance to win some Moza racing gear for their sim racing setup. I've entered in the past. I've not been lucky enough to win. I don't think I'll enter today, but yeah, you can get involved whilst you're watching. A prompt will come up in the chat of what you need to do to enter, and you can pick up some sweet Moza racing gear.
Indeed. And for those of you who aren't aware, we do have two splits running today. We are broadcasting only split 1. Split 2 is also running. And today in split 1 we have live stewarding taking part, so if the game picks up any kind of contact, will be viewed by our live stewards, who are headed up by Mark Benson, and they'll be giving out penalties as they see fit. But don't despair. If a team disagrees with a penalty that's been given, they can of course protest that. And also sometimes the game doesn't always see everything, so if a team does see somebody crossing the white line on the pit entry or pit exit, which they're not supposed to do, or potentially does a poor re-entry as well, the teams can, of course, submit a protest and give the stewards even more work, which, it's what they're here for, and they love doing it. So thank you to everybody who's here today, stewarding, all the teams taking part, myself and Cabby, and then we got Dan behind the scenes who's doing the broadcast for us today. We are here for that 6 hours. We're expecting some great racing, and of course, Cabby, laps 1 or 2. The first couple here tend to be rather interesting. We can't step away from the infamous first chicane, and it's talked about every time we go to Monza, because it generally throws up something a little bit interesting from time to time.
It does. There is the escape road on the left, which a few drivers may be tempted to take, given it is a 6-hour endurance race. It's a marathon, not a sprint. Some drivers may think it's just going to be easier to bail out onto that escape road, take the off-track warning, take it carefully around the bollards, and just manage to get away without having the car damaged. Because if the car gets damaged in the opening lap, they've got to carry that damage for the best part of an hour until the first round of pit stops come in, and you can lose so much time. If your downforce, the air of the car is affected with the damage, you will lose bags of time, and you'll have to make an early pit stop, and it just throws your pit strategy out of the window and can really throw away valuable points at this point in the championship.
Yeah, of course. The aero is so important here as as you approach the parabolica, then you come out the parabolica, the start-finish straight, and being able to sort of stay within the toe of a car ahead might give you a couple of attempts as well. But it also got some punishing, as we see one of the cars out the parabolica sort of running a little bit wide there, invalidating that lap. But it also got some nasty sausage curves in places as well, which the teams will want to avoid. There are sections where the barriers are closed, but there's also sections where there is particular runoff. So it's important that the drivers, obey the green flags. Contentious issues always around any circuit is when the blue flags are being waved. People seem to expect it's like Formula 1 and the cars just need to get out of the way as quickly as possible. It's not necessarily like that in GT racing, so we don't expect our drivers just to sort of make it too easy, but we're also not expecting them to battle them as a faster car is is coming through. So I'm sure we'll see some challenges around that today, as we always do. But yeah, you touched on the hour. So the stint time is 65 minutes, Cammy. So, it doesn't necessarily have to swap driver at that particular time, but they have to be in the pits before the stint timer comes to an end.
I mean, I dare say their fuel will run out before that point anyway. This is going to be one of the most fuel-thirsty circuits on the calendar. I think a good 70% or more of the lap is spent at full throttle. It's very hard on the brakes, down from 180 miles an hour almost down to 30 into the first chicane. It's very hard on the brakes. Then you've got your foot down again, accelerating out of those slow chicanes, a lot of fuel being used. And yet you're trying to, as you alluded to earlier, the sausage curbs, you're trying to get the best line you can, avoiding the sausage curbs, which I was really hoping that maybe with one of the Assetto Corsa Competizione updates, some sausage curbs would be removed. If you recall, the sausage curb on the outside of the Parabolica, which you'll see on your screen just in a moment, was of course the one that Alexander Peroni had his infamous accident in Formula 3 about 4 years ago, where his car was actually, in real life, launched into the catch fencing. So even in sim racing, your race can go badly wrong if you get one of those sausage curbs wrong.
Oh yeah, it can, but as you say, it's kind of that win or bin it, really, isn't it? In some cases, and you can take more risk during qualifying, of course, but yeah, you want to avoid as many pitch visits as possible during an endurance race, because that's where you lose a heck of a lot of time, especially if you end up speeding in the pit lane as well. You could be given a drive-through, or even worse, a stop-go 30, depending on how fast you are travelling over into the pits as you cross that white line as you make your entry. So we might see some of that today. We have seen it in previous rounds, and then people's heads start to go. But, these guys and girls should be in teams of 2 to 3. I think it's 3 drivers as a minimum for this particular event. So it's a team game as well. So you've got people sort of there to support you, Cammy, and they help during these stints, trying to sort of, they're your eyes while you can focus on the apexes and the braking points.
Yeah, unlike real teams that have got, a huge team of mechanics and driver coaches and your spotters, it's likely just going to be the 3-4 drivers together, just helping each other out. When one's not driving, they're going to be looking out for the other one, giving tips, advice, letting them know what their rivals are doing, and being their eyes, checking in terms of spotting. But each team will generally they'll have their fast driver who they know can put in the hot laps. One of the drivers they might call on for, we don't need some hot laps now, we just need some consistency and some clean driving where we know we won't have an accident. Yeah, every driver will have their strengths, so it's all about getting the right driver in the car at the right time to take advantage of the ever-evolving situation on the track.
Yeah, indeed. You'll probably notice there are quite a number of McLarens for this round.
I have noticed, yeah.
Unfortunately, there are some other cars amongst the grid. There is a Mercedes. I can see Ipek is still in the BMW. There are a couple of Lamborghinis in 16th and 17th, followed by a Porsche, or as I like to call it, a Porca, and then, excuse me, we have a couple of Ferraris as well. So the countdown is on. The cars are lining up on the grid, and we'll give you those the order ever so slightly shortly. If you were in a team today, what's your plan? Do you just do the every hour you go in, or do you go off strategy? Do you try and do something a little bit different, or do you just do the same old as what everybody else you're expecting to do?
I think it's going to be very much dependent on where the team sits in the championship. I think if you're Genesis Esports, you're just going to try and carry that consistency. Maybe the pressure's off them a little bit because they've had such a strong season, and they might feel we've done the hard work at the opening of the season. We can hang back a little bit now, as there we see Tariq Adam on pole position for Genesis Esports. But some of the teams further back, they might feel they want to switch it up a little bit, try something new, gamble a little bit, and see if it pays off.
Indeed, as we look at Reno Coots there, currently in P2 for MIT Racing, you're not going to miss that gold livery Mercedes. in the dark or in the bright sunlight.
Just being
Definitely
the
knowing.
Mercedes, we're not going to miss it. So it seems to be the only one, or one of two.
Indeed. And then we got Mariano Rodriguez for Gomez Sim Racing, starting for P3. I must say, I really like that livery. I think that's really, really nice. I'm going to critique every single livery now. I've done that. So I am a big fan of a lot of the liveries in this particular championship. Here's one, Vladimir Dulupov. Sorry if I butcher some of the names. For the next level play racing, I like the kind of gives a sense of speed, doesn't it? That one.
Yeah, I think this is like Formula Student, where we critique and grade them
Yes.
on their, on these design elements that
indeed
real teams would be looking for.
Discu there in P5 for the VRT by Sim Accessories Racing, number 576. Then we've got the second Genesis Esports, currently driven by Henry Mayer. So you'll notice the South African flags on both those cars. Rain Lauper for the new Kids Turbo in P7. And then we've got Muscolonio in P8. I've completely absolutely ruined that, I can tell that.
I have a go. Alberto Moscolino.
Yeah, there we go. P9 for Volkan Aziek. Was Ipek in the car previously. And then Ismail Gunusu for Sensible Racing. And then we're moving to P11. We're underway, so there we go. We're not going to go through that. I'll take you through the rest of the grid. We've got Use in 11, P11. Then we've got Jace Jones, in P12. Daniel Ibanez in P13. James Holder in P14. Stephen Bay in 15th. Ben Brown there for Onid Racing in P16. Martin Hoyer, Christian Holzer, John Betton, Mark Pocock, Carmack Quinn, Gresk Prescott, Adam Foster, Matt Pryor, Angela Scott, and John McAdam. So some easier pronouncing names for me there. So the formation that is underway, it's so easy to get a little bit carried away into T1. You know, the heart's racing, your palms are sweating a little bit, Cammy. But I think you touched on something. Strategy is going to be really important depending where you are. As well, and you might just want to cover off one of the teams that may challenge you today.
Yeah, and the trickiest bit about rolling starts at Monza is if you're the slightest fraction of a second slower than the cars around you on green, then that could cost you like a dozen yards of track when you get to that first chicane, and you could find yourself quickly swamped by people who reacted just slightly quicker behind you. So that is going to be the challenge for a lot of the midfield, I suspect, especially drivers like Ismail Gunyesu in 10th position in the Dayglow orange and black McLaren. These drivers need to make sure that they react right, the whole tennis ball catching thing that the F1 drivers do. Yeah. Hopefully these drivers have been practicing that, because their reaction times need to be on it. And yeah, the speed differential when they get down to the first corner will be massive if they're in the wrong gear, if they just miss the green light by 1/10 of a second or so. But it'll be interesting. There's a lot of McLarens out there. We've got the one Mercedes up there. We've got Asisiek in the BMW there, and then a couple Lamborghinis. And I thought the Lamborghinis would be a bit of a hot favourite, because when ACC released their recent update with the Ferrari 296 and the Lamborghini and the Porsche, the Lambo was seen as fastest in a straight line, but the new McLaren 720S Evo seems to be faster, and unlike its predecessor, seems to handle the curbs and sausage curbs really well.
Yeah, I think the Lamborghini is still particularly fast in a straight line, but I think where it sometimes struggles is giving you a stable platform. So I think the McLaren's a bit more of a steady ship, shall we say, a little bit more predictable in some areas, and as you quite rightly point out, the newer one is able to handle curbs, as where the previous McLaren, you didn't want to go anywhere near them. So as they're coming round now to the infamous Parabolica, nice little camera shot there, just showing you all the cars starting to line up side by side, and trying to get as much heat and warmth into those tyres and brakes. It's just going to be interesting to see where the problem is when you're at Monza, you're in the middle of the pack. You just want somebody just to sort of give you that room, and you can go side by side into T1, but it needs both drivers to respect each other's space, and remember that you can't just drive through another car. So we slowly but surely creep up to the start-finish line, and we will hear the message over the radio when it goes green, green, green. And here we go. There's a drive-through already for Holder, so out of position, and the game's already giving him a penalty, and they're already in P14, so that's going to hurt for them today. As Tariq Adam there is being slowly chased down by the Mercedes Arena Coots. He's looked outside, there's collision in the background, and there's a car spinning back onto the track. That's not going to be good. And everybody up ahead sort of makes it relatively clear. There's a couple of cars sort of taking evasive action.
They look like one of the Onid cars cutting across to avoid the carnage, and also sort of going into the plastic barrier bollards that are there. Yeah, it looks like there was a bit of a miscommunication. I don't know if there was a bit of contact which swung one of the cars round, and you've got no space side to side. If you spin out, you're immediately hitting that steel barrier, and then it just fires you back onto the circuit.
Yeah, unfortunately, as we just sort of see the live timing sorting itself out, and we've got a slow-moving Alberto by the looks of it, or he's just getting out of the way, or maybe he's got a little bit of damage, but already Tariq Adam is trying to stretch the gap for the lead. It's already closely approaching a second, and then that Rodriguez is being challenged from behind by Dulipov, very closely behind. And we see a move there further back down the field. So Alberto Muscolini for VRT Sim Racing Accessories is, look at that, right in the curve. And the Lexus behind, sort of running the world, are coming side by side as we come under the bridge, heading towards the Parabolica. Now the Aston Martin's got the better line there, and that's where you want to be on the inside. It'll be a break. McLaren's got straight pass. So maybe the straight line speed of the McLaren is stronger than I had predicted.
Yeah, that
looks like you were wrong. But we got two McLarens side by side into the first chicane. With another McLaren just slightly ahead as well. So who's gonna go latest on the brakes? I think when you've got a car ahead of you, it makes your life a little bit more challenging to be able to outbrake the challenging car. Oh, there's been contact up ahead. I think that's IPEC in the BMW. Well, it wasn't. Well, it was driven by IPEC previously. Sorry, but it's no longer. It looked like it was a BMW caught up in that mayhem, Cammy.
That would have been a G-check, wouldn't it? They looked like they were facing the wrong way, and before they had a chance to correct it, there was oncoming traffic coming into them. As we're just looking at a replay, this is the Genesis Academy car.
Oh.
Yeah, not their fault. They were caught by the other McLaren, weren't they?
Yeah.
And then you're a pin in a bowling alley.
Yeah, not really much they could do. I'm not sure about the re-entry there from the Genesis Esports either. The stewards might want to might have a dim view of that. But James Holder has, even though he's got a drive-through penalty, has made some progress. He's now up into the top 10. I think he's might have been in the bright liveried car that we saw hit the stationary spun around McLaren as well. Yeah, he is. I've just taken another look on my other screen that I've got here. So he already has some damage on their car, which with a drive-through as well. We're not going to be able to repair it during that, unfortunately, for Mr. Holder. But again, Tariq Adam, he's just storming away as Holder has a little bit of a look, and now he's under pressure from the BMW behind that we saw get caught up in that mayhem into the first chicane, and now they're potentially vulnerable from Hoyer behind in the 502 Lamborghini. And you can see that the Lamborghini is right in the slipstream of the BMW as we're looking at James Holder down into T1, and the BMW's got the inside line. We've just got that in the background. I think it's just about going to be able to defend off the Lamborghini. I can see there's a bit of a battle developing for P3 at the moment, and there's also a battle for P6 slightly further up ahead as well, with Lauper under pressure from, would you believe it, a McLaren.
What's going on? As a sim racer myself, I'm looking at James Holder and thinking, why aren't you coming in to serve your drive-through? Get your drive-through done now, whilst the whole field are holding each other up, trying to fight with each other. Because once that field spreads out, and there's half a second between each car, they will be at full racing speed, and you will lose more time and places in a drive-through. They are going to be easier to catch up after your drive-through if they're all bunched up and fighting each other. So it's almost meaningless that Holder is defending and fighting Zalecki for that 10th place when he's got to serve a drive-through.
Yeah, I think that's a really good observation, because you got 3 laps to serve any kind of in-game penalties that are given, any time penalties which the stewards are giving out to any driver or team today, as we see the battle continues with this bunch of McLarens, as we see a move on the inside there by Jones, goes up into P8, but he's also going to be successful now because the McLaren behind, he's just overtaken the 83, as you can see, is right in the slipstream. And as we're looking at Jonas, you can see there's a battle ahead as well. I can see that Discu's just got up into P3. And
Holder is in.
Holder is gone to clear, yeah. So the number 3 car there just sort of has really lost out, unfortunately for them. And this is just great side-by-side action at the moment. Yeah, so here we go. So this is the 576. So currently driven by Discu, who was in P4, down into T1. Late on the brakes, and I think also is given the room as well, which I always say, Cammy, it takes 2 to tango, and that was a representation of that.
Yeah, he had the cooperation there of Dudapov, so it was a textbook move and the way it should be, because if you're in that position, it's not realistic that you're going to hold it around the outside and be on the inside for the second part of the Rettifilio, and more often than not, you're just going to tangle and have a spin, because these are big, fat, wide cars, and the Rettifilio is a thin piece of circuit, as we watch Ishmael trying to go for Jones, but Jones holding the inside line. He's going to try and get the cutback, but he's just got a fat McLaren in his way and just has to follow through Ascari, and maybe he can pick up the toe. And I'd always recommend holding back going into the Parabolica to set up an overtake into the Rettifilio, but yeah, he's looking again, but now he's having to defend from Zalecki.
Yeah, I can see there was a yellow flag out for Ibanez in the 178, and has fallen down the order quite some way as well. So something's happened there. We might get to have a look and see what. There we go. Yeah, loses it. Oh, it doesn't just lose it, absolutely flies in the air. A little bit of contact with the barrier as well, and lost a number of positions because of that. So, there's a concertina effect there. That's a little bit unlucky. So the 83 of Ishmael is round and back underway, as we see one of the only cars go. And there's contact behind as well. So let's have a little look at a replay. So we're looking at the 83 who was chasing down in the slipstream. There's just cars just trying to find just aerodynamic kind of...
He's just turned into the 98, and then Zalecki's gone into the back of Guniesu, as he's had to slow down for Jones in front of them, and they've concertinaed up.
Yeah, but you just see the cars are swerving, just trying to find that little bit of aero advantage, aren't they? Just trying to get into the slipstream. But these moves and where they're turning each other around is going to increase the gaps in the field, and actually is probably going to hurt them more. So they just like, you just want to be a little bit less risky, really, don't you?
Yeah, I just caught a mistake there at the end.
So I just lost Cammy ever so slightly. I don't know what's happened there, but we're looking at the race leader, Genesis Esports. Have they had a moment? This looks like a replay to me. Yes, they have. They've nearly done exactly the same thing as we saw a moment ago of Ibanez in the 178. So the race leader then is now, Coots is only half a second behind. That gap's come down because of that mistake. As we now look at the Mercedes of Reno Coates, and had some really great outings during the series, and it's commendable that they've stuck with the Mercedes throughout the series, and there isn't an extra, I think, points awarded to teams who do remain with the same car for the Moza Endurance Championship, hosted by simracing.gp. Cammy, you back with us?
I hope so.
Yes, there you go. You started talking and then you sort of disappeared on us. So
that sounds about right for Virgin Broadband, doesn't it?
Yeah, that explains your issues. Yes, it does. Anyway, yes. I don't know if you saw the replay of that mistake there from the race leader, but it just shows you that, again, the sausage curbs doing what we know sausage curbs do.
Yeah, that's a strange thing. I could see and hear everything that was going on, just you weren't able to hear me. But it does give Coots the opportunity to bring the fight to Genesis Esports, and I know we're only 10 minutes in, but they'll obviously want to deny Genesis Esports a win here at Monza, as a few of the cars dipping their right-hand wheels into the gravel on the exit of Ascari there. And you want to avoid doing that, because that's going to cost them speed all the way down to the Parabolica, as we were riding on board the rear wing of Asisek. The rounds of Parabolica, and the cars have spread out a little bit now. I'm hoping we're going to see a little bit less contact, and it's all generally been happening at the Rettifilo, hasn't it?
Yes, it really has, and it's because I think people, as I touch on, the heart starts racing. You get a little bit of momentum, as we see here, the battle continuing for P5, and Eunice thinks better of it. Don't think had enough of a kind of momentum to really make that move, as we see here. We've got a battle again for P7, so we've got Jones, Rodriguez, and Aichid. How do you say it? How did you pronounce his name?
Let's call him Vulcan.
Vulcan, that's probably easy, isn't it?
I think it's Asisek, because I think a C with a little tail hanging off the bottom is an S sound. So right. I would say Asisek.
Asisek, okay. So Vulcan there in the BMW. It's good to see a BMW. It is a good car in some people's hands, and not going too badly. Back up into P9, because they did have that moment into the chicane where McLaren spun in front of them. So not down to their own fault. We can see here Kevin Dehaan. There I think he's been in the wars a little bit, judging by the livery on that left-hand side of that McLaren.
I mean, it might be easier to name the cars that haven't been in the wars already, and saying there's a McLaren really isn't helping the viewers out, is it?
No, the bright orange McLaren. I think we'll call it orange. I don't think it's quite the same, but nicely black. And if you were talking to a McLaren fan, that wouldn't necessarily be orange, but we're gonna stick with it. Kind of nicely two-toned look, and they've got the Genesis second car from the Genesis Motorsports behind them as well, after that initial spin that we saw earlier on. And Ishmael here from Sensible Racing, and the number 83 car is under pressure from Muscolino. He's applying pressure. Sorry, Janisu is applying pressure. Ishmael is applying pressure, so it's the way around. On the Ferrari of Young, just gives him a little bit of a flash. Just say, "Oi, I'm here. Get out of my way."
Young defensive into turn one. Ishmael's probably thinking, I was ahead of you earlier, I just want to get back past you, I'm faster than you, why fight this? But Young has every right to fight this and hold on to that 14th position as the highest running Ferrari. Although, I thought he was about to lose it, but Ishmael's being careful. He certainly doesn't want to trip up again as we jump back to the Moza Racing Papaya and Black McLaren. On the outside of the Onid Racing is that Dave Zalecki, round the outside, then the inside for the second part. Nicely done as the Genesis Academy car closes up behind them.
Yeah, so Kevin Dehaan there, nice little move, and then we're back to the move here of trying to get past the Ferrari. You can see that the straight line speed of that McLaren is strong, but I don't think it's strong enough. The Ferrari's got the inside line. You're sure you're not going to go side by side here that Ferrari has to take really deep on the sausage curves, which is taking out its momentum, and it's slowed both of them down now because you've got the Genesis Motorsports second car sort of weaving behind trying to make the move, and I think we're going to see one of them losing a position to the Genesis, because I think the Genesis is on the right hand side. Yep, it's got to have the inside of Ishmael, and there's contact between the two as well, so it's not the Genesis car, apologies. That's the number 7, that's Muscolino in that car. It just sort of taking the opportunity there, and all for it, and Ishmael's flashing away, but I don't think they've done anything wrong there.
No, Gunyesu lost bags of time behind the Ferrari, and Muscolino, who hadn't been applying pressure, was able to close right up and just sneak on by, whilst Ishmael was so focused on his headlight button. Muscolino was able to go, well, I'm going to focus on driving, and I'm just going to go up the inside because you've opened that door right up, and I'm going to follow the Ferrari and sneak on by. And again, Muscolino, this is absolutely their position to defend, and they're on home territory, so they want a good result here, and they're running the lucky 7 as well. So they're not doing anything wrong. It's been clean defending, and it's up to the McLarens to find a way past. That is racing, and that is why we're watching.
Indeed, though, questionable that he probably should have left a little bit more room on the inside. Like I say, these cars are ghost-like. They are there, and you have to give each other room and avoid needless contact, because there is more than plenty of tarmac for both of them. As the gap between P1 and P2 is starting to open up again, nearly 2 seconds as we continue to look at this battle. Oh, I think the number 7 got a little bit out of shape there. I can see there's some yellow flags for Rodriguez and Zalecki, and now Hearn as well. As we could see that up ahead, I think we just caught the ends of that. So a little bit of weave-in with the BMW.
That's a massive incident. A massive incident. That's Young, who's just been flung off into the shadow realm, to coin a phrase. Yeah, had 2 yellow flags out at one point, because it looked the spilled into 2 separate incidents.
Yeah, so Muscolino, as we see here, is in the middle of this group, and then up ahead there's clearly been some contact as we just sort of cut away from that. So, and I think unfortunately for them, I think they might have been involved. As Young is now in the pit, so the fact that it happened at the Parabolica means that you haven't got to do a whole lap to get round to the pit. So I'd imagine they'll be there for a considerable amount of time, and look at the damage on that car. That is rather extensive. And for those of you who weren't here at the beginning of the broadcast, we're here for a 6-hour around Monza for the Moza Racing Endurance Championship. We do have live stewarding today, so the invisible mechanics are now working on that car. We'll repair it. Maybe, I don't know if you really want to put new tyres on it quite yet, but you might well if you've just spun it round. But stick with the same driver, I'd imagine, as well, because you'll then be out of sync. But it could also turn into a strategy towards the latter stages of this race, as we look at the race leader Tariq Adam in the Genesis Esports number 33 car. I wonder, we haven't seen what really caused that incident, have we? So we don't know how the stewards are going to view that one, Cammy.
No, they're going to be watching back through the footage very carefully. We didn't quite catch it. We were following the battle behind, but down the straight is usually the safest part of a circuit, because it was about here. They hadn't reached the braking zone for the Parabolica yet. So I'm quite...
Could be aggressive weaving, couldn't it, to try and break the toe or get into the toe, and couldn't it?
And if there was slower traffic, I don't think there was a lapped car or anything, but if there was a case with like with Muscolino, who was a slower car but defending their position, if there was another car in that similar situation, and that's caused a couple other cars to bunch up behind, and then there's been a bit of a miscommunication between them, then yeah, it's very possible. And one of the Onid cars was involved in that. I'm trying to figure out whether it was Mandas there, just ahead in the number 17, or the other Onid car, who's Zalecki.
So, Alberto Muscolino, and continue to having some really good battles in the opening stages of this race. Oh, it just gets both the Onid and the 7 get out a little bit out of shape there. And again, there is the right car, the Genesis esports car that we saw with having the spin after a couple of laps. As we ride on board with Manders on the Onid Simhound Rookies car, under pressure, but it's going to have the inside line coming into the next set of corners. So this is brave. Well, okay, backs out, but then that really affects the Genesis esports car, doesn't it, behind as well? So had to really scrub off the speed there, and now look at the gap that's developed.
Yeah, I think they really wanted to hold on to that outside position, but I think they needed to have realised a couple hundred yards before that they weren't going to pull that off, and just pulled back in behind the Onid car in such a way where they didn't quite lose so much momentum, because it might take them a lap or two to just rebuild that momentum and close back up, because there's a couple car lengths have opened up between them. But this is Asitek and Jones fighting over 7th place, and that BMW is fighting valiantly amongst the McLarens to hold on to that position, but he's giving chase, and it looks like he's going to have him down at the Della Roggia. The BMW goes defensive. He's not going to try and make a move around the outside, but it can be a tactic to just sit behind and gently apply the pressure and just wait for your rival ahead of you to make an unforced error.
Did you say chase him down on purpose there, Cammy?
I did the trade.
Very nicely done. Very nicely done. So Chase Jones there in the Team GHR car, in a simple liveried car compared to a lot of the others out there, but has done something nice with the splitters on the front. Actually, I quite like that little touch. Richard Gasson there in the GDSR 190, another Mercedes. Good to see. Got a lot of power down the straights. Trying to make a move there on one of the Onid cars, who's currently in P11. That's the number 18 McLaren.
They're certainly taking a lot more care in their overtaking attempts now, aren't they? They're thinking twice before launching their cars sort of into overtaking situations that might not work out. That might be fine in a sprint race, but not so much in a 6 hour.
Indeed, and here we have the replay then of the other Onid car is being challenged by the number 7, driven by Muscolino. This is the replay that we saw. No, it's a different one actually. Sorry. No, and they've made the move stick this time, but they did push the Onid car wide. That was quite an aggressive move. That. What are your thoughts?
It was a bit of a touring car move, wasn't it? I know Dan behind the scenes is watching that, thinking, yeah, that was a touring car move, but I think, the track is narrow at points and these cars are very wide, and I think it was fair. You just had to get your elbows out a bit, and they may think that Niek Manders didn't give them enough space. So they'll both be pointing the finger at each other as the Genesis Esports Academy car now is chasing Manders.
Yeah, indeed. And we've also, as you can see, slowly one of the only Porsche in the race currently driven by Holzer as well, the 486. Good to see some a Porker in action this time around. And we're looking now at Matt Pryor in the Aston Martin, chased down by the Lexus of Arnecki. And I think that's the only Lexus taking part today. So we have 2 Ferraris, 1 Lexus, 1 Porsche, 2 Lamborghinis and 2 BMWs, and many McLarens this time.
1 Aston Martin.
1 Aston Martin, yeah. That used to be my go-to car, the Aston Martin.
Same.
So yeah. It's a stable platform to learn from. So here we are with Rain Lauper then, the New Kids Turbo. Always makes me think of New Kids on the Block. For those of you who weren't born, before the 2000s, they were a boy band back in the day. They had been
with Mark Wahlberg in it.
No.
I'm thinking of something else, aren't I? I know Mark.
No,
Wahlberg
you are thinking of something else. Yeah, I didn't really know the group that he was in, but New Kids on the Block have been They were. No, I'm thinking of Backstreet Boys as well. So they've been back on the scene. I don't think New Kids on the Block have ever reunited, but recently, changed. NSYNC are back on the scene. So Justin Timberlake is back with his NSYNC colleagues. Anyway, back to some racing. We go the Porsche, the 486, driven by Christoph Holzer, Alpha Simsport. Just watching from afar what's going on with the two cars ahead, one of them being one of the only car. The only car makes a switcheroo in the Ferrari. Well, no, it's not an only car, sorry. Oh, there's contact. Oh, the Genesis Esports car gets a bit of a nudge there. Oh, God. I thought it was an Oni car, but it's not because it hasn't got the Oni livery on the side. So I thought it was the purple McLaren. I find sometimes it's hard to see the difference between the McLaren and the Ferrari, but maybe I need to go back to the opticians. But look at the damage now on the front of that car. That's going to hurt.
Very frustrated. And Paul, New Kids on the Block. Mark Wahlberg was in that band.
Oh, he was he? Oh, was. Right, okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
Before he went to Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch.
Oh, there we go. Look at that. Learn something new every day.
Trivia I've never gotten right.
Mark Wahlberg owns has many fingers in many pies. There was a documentary series about all of his ventures and whatnot. So if you've not watched it, I recommend. It's good viewing. Right. So Wayne Lauper then, New Kids Turbo, currently in P5. I think the stewards are going to give the Ferrari that we saw having that contact a penalty. I think that was the 987 driven by Biagio. Yeah, I'm not going to put on an Italian accent. I'm not even going to. My friend Davide would probably text me and give me abuse if I tried. So he's full on Italian. He bleeds Ferrari. That lad. So as many Italians will do. But here we go, battle for P4, hotting up at the moment. We've seen some moves go spectacularly wrong down here. Give each other just enough room. Oh, there's a little bit of contact. Don't touch the rear quarter. Oh, he's hit the sausage curb. Oh, I was more concerned about him touching the rear quarter of the car that he was challenging, because I thought they would spin both of them round. But unfortunately, they've then got over the sausage curb and up in the air. So here's a replay. The 296 then is being challenged on the inside, and they both tried to stick it out. It was always going to go wrong if you tried to stick it out here, because he couldn't move over at that point, because if he did, he just would have made contact with the rear right.
Will Dulapov feel like they got pushed out by Lauper? It's
that's
going to be
what
one
we saw before, though, didn't we, as well, with the overtake move that we called a touring car move. So very similar, but they didn't get away with this one.
Again, it's just something. It's the sausage curbs do sort of restrict the close racing we can have, because as soon as they get one wheel over the white line, they risk hitting the sausage curb and the car being flung up into no man's land and just being destroyed. And talking of destroyed cars, there's Genesis Esports Academy car looking decidedly second hand, as to coin a phrase. As we jump back to we're jumping back to Holder, who they served a drive-through at the start of the race.
They did.
They are in the pits now, 2 laps down.
Yes, they are.
Retirement.
We're only half an hour in. I'd be surprised if they decided to retire the 169. I can see that there are a number of instances which have been reviewed and are still being reviewed. There are a couple of penalties incoming for some cars. So they've had 28 registered, and they're nearly through them all. They're up to number 22. They haven't applied any penalties as of yet, but there are also going to be some warnings. There's a numbers of no further action. There are a number of warnings to be given as well. So after a number of warnings, you do end up being given a penalty. So expect to see those popping up on your screen, I would imagine, in the next sort of few minutes. and for those of you who don't know, if you are given a time penalty, that time is added to the pit stop. And if at the end of the race they have a penalty outstanding, it's just added into their total time. So they might, lose a position if the car behind is within a certain distance. So here we go. Alberto Muscolino making another move in the number 7 car. And now up into P14. Dehan there in the 28. Slips back into the slipstream, but is unable to make a challenge back. And we can see the field has definitely spread out a lot in the last 30 minutes, hasn't it, Cammy?
Yeah, there's not really a portion of the circuit that's free of cars. I think the largest gap on the circuit is between cars 213 and I think that's 35. But yeah, pretty evenly spread out now, as you say. So it's going to make, and of course Tariq Adams going to start lapping cars. So that's going to make their life a little bit harder because obviously they've had the joy of an open, empty circuit in front of them. But no such luck for Ismail Gunyesu in 12th place, who's had to look at the back of the Onid McLaren, and everybody's been trying to pick a fight going into Ascari. I know it's a popular place to try and make a move, but with all those sausage curbs, it's just not coming off successfully for drivers today, is it? And I'm wondering if it's worth just holding back and trying to make your move at either the Parabolica or the Rettifilo.
Yeah, I've been very surprised by the number of moves that drivers are willing to make into Ascari, because it is tight. It's not exactly, and as you rightly point out, there are sausage curbs there which we've already seen teams hit. Some of them have come away unscathed, others not so much, as we see Vladimir Dudapov there. Oh, he's going to get contact from behind. Oh, the McLaren took evasive action to not hit the McLaren ahead. I think that was, we're looking at Peter, so that was Jones, I think, in the 98 behind us, where we're chasing down the 224 BMW as we ride on board, and now we're looking at the rear wing of the BMW. Like I say, I'm a big fan of the 296 livery. I think it looks good. Apparently, Mr. Holder had to return to garage for the damage. Still 2 minutes repair going. So something's happened there. I'm guessing there was some kind of contact. Perf has just put that in the Twitch chat.
I think that's a few minutes old. They are back out the pits. That's that message is about 5 minutes old. They are back out on the track. There they are. Yes,
they are, but so they are about 3 laps down on the race leader now. They're not the kind of team to sort of give up the ghost. So they're 2 laps down on the car ahead of them currently at the moment as well. So it's kind of head down. The problem is you're trying to make progress, but if you've got a faster car behind you, the problem you find now, Cammy, right, being that far back, is you might be faster than the cars ahead of you, and you want to unlap yourself, but the team or the driver in the car isn't necessarily intelligent to do that. Do you know what I mean? And then you just sort of get a frustrated James Holder, who may then have to start taking risks to try and unlap himself, which may end up in some contact.
Yeah, it's a sort of opposite to a blue flag situation, isn't it? Because he could be faster and wanting to unlap himself. And unfortunately, in sim racing, we haven't progressed to a point in sim racing where there could be red flags, race stoppages, or safety cars to bunch the pack up again after serious accidents, because you just hit escape and return to the garage. So we don't need safety cars in that respect. But what it means for cars who are a few laps down is they don't ever get a chance to really unlap themselves, besides driving at twice the speed of everybody else. And when you push extra hard, and that was Gasson and Zalecki went deep into the chicane, had to be really careful just to get over the sausage curbs. Gasson's just going to go around the outside at Lesmo 1. I think Zalecki rather let him go through there, because he's going to be aware that he had an advantage of holding onto that position by crossing over, say, cutting the chicane. as we jump to the two Lamborghinis, Hearn and Hoyer, in 9th and 10th place respectively. Lamborghini's having a good... Oh, he's gone wide there into the gravel. That's going to give Hoyer a great opportunity to get a run down into the Parabolica. But yeah, despite the amount of McLarens out on track, it's been an impressive outing from the Mercedes, BMW and these two Lamborghinis.
Yeah, I think a number of McLarens got caught up and some chaos, which has kind of opened the door. And it just shows you sometimes that, being consistent, as I touch on this on many, the only car they're making the move back on the Mercedes.
A little bit.
Yeah, I think they lost a couple of places there, Gasson as well, unfortunately for them. Down 2 places down into P14 as we go back to the two Lamborghinis. I can see that the stewards are going through the spreadsheet and now sort of getting prepared to start applying some penalties. We'll see them start popping up soon, I'm sure, prior hopefully to the first round of pit stop, because if people are then going to be held back a little bit longer in their pit stops, that's going to change the outlook of their races. I must say that the only cars do keep us entertained with, having little offs, spins, contacts, everything else. They tend to always be in the wars, both the Oni cars that we've seen throughout this series, as we just nicely cut to Zalecki there, who I think not able just to get past the slower moving McLaren ahead. I think sort of had a poor exit in the previous corner, so lost all momentum, but was unable to take full advantage of that. But yeah, they do seem to be in the wars a lot, these Oni cars, and it makes for entertainment, because you can always count on them for a spin or two.
Well, with my close working relationship with Onid Racing, I couldn't possibly comment or speculate on that.
I
still want to be invited to their Christmas dinner.
I'm completely impartial on all comments, so that I make. I have no affiliations with any of these teams, so I'll critique how I see fit. But a good battle nevertheless, and up into P15. I'm just going to have a look and see how they started this race. So they are currently in P15. So they started in P15, so they haven't gained all that and they haven't lost.
There you go. They're having a perfectly cromulent day.
They are, yes. The biggest losers so far are the 85 car driven by Rodriguez. They've lost 19 positions during the first stint. James Holder, as we've seen, had a drive-through right at the beginning, and they also had to do a return to garage as well. So they're down 12 positions. Deploy, who's coming in P25, has lost 20 positions to start. The biggest winner of the race so far is Kevin Dehan, who's currently in P14, up 8 places since the start of the race. So having a good outing there as well. And so we've done a lot of talking already for the nearly what has been 40 minutes of this race, and I could do with a little bit of break while I just sort of consume some water. So we'll just have a little bit of an ad break for you. We'll be right back. And welcome back to the Moza Endurance Championship. My name is Paul Glover. Joining me in the studio booth for the virtual booth, shall we say, is Cami Stutch. Cami, as we spot the Oni car spinning.
I've just been bigging up Onid and saying they're a perfectly cromulent team, and I couldn't possibly say anything bad about them, and then I have to watch them spinning.
It's like I know what I'm talking about half the time, isn't it?
Well, there is another Onid car. It's not in purple, and it's being piloted by Mr. Hearn, in the Lamborghini just in front of Hoyer. There
Yeah.
we go. And
They're up. I mean, to be fair, they're up 7 places, so that's genuinely a good stint. And I was just saying to you while we were doing the advert, I do like the liveries of the Onid cars. But yeah, Hearn up 7 positions. So currently sitting in P9 as we ride on board, looking back at Hoyer in also a Lamborghini as well, sort of keeping each other company. Yeah, we're Tariq Adam with the fastest lap of the race, best lap of a 1:47.067. The next fastest, I think, is Coots with a 1 minute 47.4. So 4 attempts back on the fastest time. I think they're just putting a gap like they have done before, aren't they, Cammy?
yeah, around Monza, and they're out on their own. Really, it's not surprising that Adam's the fastest and Coots is the second fastest. They're just in their own world and being undisturbed by everybody else. But the 2 Lamborghinis taking the fight into turn 1. Hearn being as late on the brakes as he can to keep Hoyer behind. He manages. Hoyer's going to try and get the switch back, try and get a faster launch out of the Rettifilio, but Hearn keeps him at bay as they round the Curva Grande up towards the Variante della Roggia. I hope Alex Goldschmidt's listening. He'd be proud of my pronunciation.
Sure. Well, they do better than me. Don't worry.
Yeah, I've learned from the best when it comes to the pronunciations of this Italian circuit.
The Italian accent to go with it. I don't want to be a bearer of bad news, but Selecki had another spin. Yeah, he'd fallen back to P21. So I had another moment. I think it was in Ascari. I'm not entirely sure, but I'm sure we'll get a replay of that at some point just to delight everybody. Variante Ascari's proving rather challenging for a number of the drivers today, which we called it out very early on, didn't we, with the sausage curbs there, and it's so easy to do because we've all done it. And then at the exit as well, if you just run that little bit too wide, you're in the gravel trap, and then you hurt your momentum. But at this point as well, because a conversation for me is when you're at the Parabolica here, do you just wait to get down the start-finish straight before you make your move? Because if you make the move into the Parabolica, surely you're just giving the car you've overtaken the opportunity to get you back.
Yes. Yep. Yes, you answered your own question. You are absolutely right. That is what, as a driver, I would hold back at the Parabolica completely to get a good launch and throw it up the inside of the Rettifilio, because it is much easier to defend around the Curva Grande and into the Della Roggia than it is to defend down the start-finish straight.
Yeah, indeed. Right, I can see that. I'm just going to do a James Holder watch, because I feel 2 laps down and they're still going, and that is just commendable. So many people throw in the towel when something goes wrong, whether it be a sprint race or endurance race. But he's in the 1:47, so he is faster than the likes of Alan Christensen and others around. So he's ever so slightly faster than some of the cars ahead. And I think Christian Deploy is on similar pace to James Holder as well, and he's currently down in P25. So I expect they will, if he remains in the car for another stint, I'd imagine they will make some moves. And you can see that James Holder's been in the pits twice, Christian Deploy's been into the pits once, and so has Brian Young. And one of those for James Holder would have been his drive through. As we look at the Daniel Ibanez there, the HRT endurance team just gets things a little bit wrong there into the second Variante. That's always a tricky corner for me, that one, because again, like, you try and brake as late as possible to carry as much speed as possible, but it's so easy to get that wrong. And I think that's the thing about this track, is its speed, it's sort of interrupted by rather technical corners here.
It just comes down to practice and discipline of braking on your braking point and nailing it, and not sort of thinking in the short term. As we watch Hoyer up the inside, round the outside, and then he's going to have the inside for the Curva Grande. I don't think Hearn's going to be able to fight this off, but he will, if he can hold it round the outside, he will have the inside for the Variante della Roggia. He's just got to run it round the outside first, though, and make sure that Hoyer can't get a car length ahead and cut him off. As they come up side by side to the chicane, Hearn's going to try, but no, he's lost out. He is down into 10th place now as the number 502. I keep seeing FA and I keep thinking, oh, Fernando Alonso. But I very much doubt it's his team. So that is Hoyer up into 9th place. And in 8th place, it is Mr. Chase Jones for Team GHR. As we jump back to this battle between, this is Young and Deploy, I think. This is Brian Young in 25th place. And Deploy in the Genesis Esports Academy car. So we've kind of got a bit of a Genesis Esports sandwich. One with at the top of the field and one at the bottom end of the field. As they're going to try and fight it out. Bit of a nudge there from Genesis. Did you feel that was a little bit naughty?
Maybe that's a bit of a racing incident for me, but again, it's so hard when you're on the outside of the car. You need to see it from both. That's the thing, is when the stewards will review that, if there's contact, they'll look at kind of the footage from both cars. But yeah, you could argue maybe more room needs to be given by the Genesis Esports car, but it's so hard side by side. You have to really slow down to make it work. It can be done, but then you hinder each other so much that, especially if you've got another car behind, you leave yourselves susceptible to the challenge. And that's the thing as well. Like, if you go and I've touched on this many times before, as we
and Hearn losing out. Oh no! For a minute I thought he lost another position, but
no. At one point I thought that was a replay, but it's not. They got round that quick since we've been talking. Kevin Dahan there making the move, or trying to make defence. Though he's made the move on Gasson, the 190. Nicely made. Getting themselves back up the leaderboards. Zalecki is now in the pits. I can see, for the Onid team, so a little bit earlier than you would think, because that's it is a 65-minute timer. So, but maybe they have been in the wars just a little bit, so maybe got some repairs to do. So we'll keep an eye on the pit stop times. But yeah, Christian Deploy is now up into P24, but has clearly got the pace of the cars ahead, as I suspect James Holder has as well. As we look at Tariq Adam, the Genesis car leading the way for today. Reno Coots currently in P2 and is 9.5 seconds back. Dushku in P3, Lorpa in P4, Juice in P5. Struggle with this one. Isaiah in P6, Dilipov in P7, Jones in P8, Hoyer P9, and Hearn P10. So, and there's still some close battles out on track, Camille. We don't know what damage people are carrying, and also what we don't know, which I think I touched on at the end of the last round, and then suddenly we started seeing all these drive-throughs come in because people were hitting their track limit. So you're allowed 3, and on the 4th one you get given a drive-through. So we might see some of that today, because it's very easily done here.
Yeah, and that's based on the car entry, not drivers. So if a driver clocks up 3 off-track warnings and then they have a driver swap, the next driver has to make sure they don't go off the track at all. And can you imagine if we had both splits racing together here? What mayhem would that be?
Yeah, it would be absolute carnage. So there is another split of about another 23 teams. I think I saw join the server in the end. I think there were 26 registered on both. So, if we had more teams, I think. And the thing is that I think in split 2 you've got more rookie-based teams, some that have never done endurance race, before. So we'll see what unfolds on in the second split, but they don't have any live stewarding, so any penalties will be done post race, and we have a tracker running, sort of keep an eye on things. There's James Holder there, mixing it with the faster cars while he's trying to get himself back up the order, and we can see the battle is still going on between these two Lamborghinis. having, that must be really nice, sort of, because it is rewarding when you're constantly battling with someone. They're kind of, doesn't matter where you finish. Sometimes it's kind of like, have I had an enjoyable race? And I think if you took these, if the race ended now, I think you'd probably say these two are having a spectacular battle.
And yeah, they're going to take away gold and silver in the sort of Lamborghini group of this race for sure. But they do need to be working together a little bit just to close up that gap to Chase Jones. And they've got Holder in front of them, and hats off to Holder. It is a thankless task driving a car around the track driving around in circles when you're 3 laps down and none of the cars around you are battles for positions. It can feel a bit of a drag, but hats off to him. He's keeping at it. And can you imagine if everyone just quit because they are out of contention for the win? We wouldn't have events, would we?
No, we wouldn't. No, but unfortunately, that's how some teams and drivers certainly do react. Just have a little look to see if there's any kind of chat from drivers as to what's been happening. So one of the teams reported they ran out of fuel. I don't know which split that is, but that might be split 2. I don't think we've seen any of that.
They must have underfueled, because I don't think, if you've got a full tank, you wouldn't have run out yet.
Well, yeah, maybe. Again, like I said, I think that's in split 2, but I'd imagine that's because that's somebody that hasn't done it before. Like it's like you have to understand the nuances of each game that you're racing in, right? Whether that be sprint racing or endurance racing, and the likes of Reno Coots and Tariq Adam and others in this race today have got many hours behind the wheel in ACC and have learned the little nuances, the little quirks, the little tips and tidbits of information from others as well. So and that helps you perform better. As we look at Disco is currently in P3 in the 575. Would you believe it? A McLaren. Not that we've seen many of those today.
What I think they would have done they would have taken qualifying fuel out into the race.
I've done it. I've made that mistake.
We've all done that, and we've driven the first couple laps going, wow, I've got really good pay. Oh, I'm out of fuel. We've all done it. I saw somebody on iRacing do it, and they'd been waiting for weeks for a certain race, and once they hit race, they realised what they'd done. They just pulled off to the side, and that was their race done, because they were going to be a lap down by the time they pitted. And
I've done it where you just forget to load the setup. Maybe I've had to go get out the rig briefly just to go quickly, just sort of relieve myself, and then I get back in the rig, put my gloves back on or whatever, get myself ready, and then I push start. I'm like, oh damn it, I forgot to load my setup. So James Holder now being blue flagged by the 2 racing Lamborghinis, and this is the challenge, isn't it? It's you want to progress. He doesn't necessarily have to give way as long as he's not holding them up too badly, but Mr. Holder might have something to say with regards to the battle of the 2 Lambos.
Hearn won't mind. He's having a look. He knows that Hoyer's being held up now, and this is Hearn's opportunity to strike. Yeah,
indeed. And both getting slipstream now down the start-finish straight as we go and look at Vladimir Dulpov. In the next level play racing, chasing down the BMW. Here we go into T1. Oh,
they're still holding on to that spot.
Oh, he's got a bad exit there, Holder, as well, so he might want to get out of the way, which he does, to allow the 2. Is he going to allow both of them through? Hopefully he does. No, I get it, right? You want to get back up into the action, but at the same time, you don't want to be somebody that sort of interrupts a battle that's going on as well, because you'll only potentially just sort of get someone a little bit irate. So it wasn't too bad by any stretch. I've seen a lot worse. As we ride on board with Daniel Hearn there for the Only Cam Sport team. Runs a little bit wide there, probably just hurts his momentum a little bit coming out of the second corner. But these two have just been running very close together for a number of laps now. We're 55 minutes into this, Cammy, so we're slowly but surely approaching the first pit window of the race. Now, I'm the kind of person that thinks right, I can do a lap round here in a 1:48, 1:49, let's just say. Not that I think I'd be anywhere near the faster guys, but if I've only got 2 minutes left on the timer to get in, I'm probably pitting in before that 2 minutes, just in case I have a moment somewhere out on track, or somebody else has a moment in front of me, and then I get involved in that action. So, but some will push it right to the limit.
Oh yeah, there are only drivers for sure. I think Ben Brown might be one of those drivers who will push it right until the last moment, but he's not. I don't think he's in the car yet, as Daniel Hearn's got Holder closing right up again, but I'd advise Holder not to make a overtaking move. But the gap between
I think we've got a lost Cammy again there on the audio. So I think I don't know what she was about to say, but she did note that James Holder got very close to the back of Hearn. As you can see, he's had a little bit of wobble in the background there. It's clear that he's got pace to be keeping up with the guys battling for P10.
Am I back?
You are back now, yes?
Yeah, it's hard to judge because it's all working on my end, so it's hard to judge what's happening to the internet every now and then.
No, that's fine. We've got, as I say, we've got 5 hours and 4 minutes left. This battle's been going on what feels like an age, doesn't it? And it's just one of those things where I was saying it yesterday in another broadcast I was involved in, that it's one thing to catch up with a car, but as they always say, it's a different thing entirely to actually make a move. Especially when you've got two cars like this, two Lamborghinis, which are going to, well, they've got the same engine and the same bodywork, etc. But we don't know how their setups, of course, are set up. Is one sort of got slightly higher drag than the other, as we continue to watch Daniel Hearn in the only Cam Sport car. But do you start thinking about undercutting? Do you think? Because near an hour into the first stint, the tyres are going to be a little bit worn. Is it potentially? Do you know what? I'll go on the attack and I'll go and pit first in the hope that I can get past the car ahead.
No, I think in a 6-hour endurance race, there's just lots of time for anything to happen, and it would be setting your goals a bit short if you were just focusing on passing that one car ahead of you. What they need to be focusing on is the fact that Chase Jones is pulling away from the two Lamborghinis. And I'd like to think now that they could try to start working together. They're both in the same car. They have almost identical pace to each other. They need to be working together to chase down Chase Jones. That one was unintentional, actually. But they need to chase down Chase Jones, because otherwise they're only going to be fighting with each other.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think they need to work together, especially the fact that they've got a very fast James Holder, even though he's a couple of laps down behind. You don't want him sort of interrupting your race too much. And maybe it is, let's work together. But then that's going to need Daniel just to sort of sit behind and not go on the attack of Daniel Hearn. And maybe, you don't know what damage if any of these cars have got. Maybe one will just be sitting in the pits a little bit longer than the other just to repair any damage. They're both looking rather clean to me on the damage front. Also, as we touched on before, we don't know what track limits each of them has got or anything like that as well. So, but Daniel looked like he was getting pretty close there. As we go back and look into the battle for P25, we're looking at Brian Young. Actually, I think, is he being lapped by by P2? Yep, he is. Daniel Hearn then trying to make the move. Now got the inside. Oh, there's contact between the 444 and our P2 Coots. What's happened there?
We had a replay lined up and then we've just cut away from it, haven't we? So Coots is trying to go up the inside. No, that would be the outside line. Into the chicane.
No, I think
it happened out of Lesmo 1.
Okay, so
here we go. Coots is going to try and go up the inside, and I don't think the Ferrari's seen it coming.
He's giving him room. Oh, do you know what? I think Coots has slightly drifted out into him there. That's really hard to judge, actually. I mean, you could argue that maybe Brian didn't make it particularly easy, but oh, here we go. We're looking at the replay of the two Lamborghinis, and Hoyer then has a little look on the inside. Oh, there's contact between the two of them, and then James Holder now gets alongside the Onid Cam Sport car, but then pulls back and stops behind. But they've also now got Genesu behind as well, haven't they? Very closely behind those two.
They're fighting amongst themselves, and now they were. So when I first talked about the gap to Chase Jones, it was 2.7 seconds. When I mentioned it a couple laps ago, it was 3.8, then 4 seconds. Now they're 5.7 seconds behind Chase Jones, all because they are squabbling over 9th and 10th place as Reno Coots into the pits. Probably has a few seconds worth of damage on the front of that Mercedes. Just as well that happened just before the pit window, rather than happening just afterwards.
Yes, no, agreed. And I can see some of the cars out there are flying pretty well. A lot of them in the 148s. And you're right, like you got Chase Jones in the last lap was a 148.5, and then the likes of Hoyer and Hearn are in the 150s. So they lost 2 seconds in that lap, and they are hurting each other. But yeah, I mean, look, I get it, right? You want to make a move on another car, but it's so hard around here to make that move unless you've got a really good amount of overdrive. And that's generally not going to be when you're in the similar car to your competitor. So you maybe have to think, maybe the strategy is we have to try and make that move in the pit stops. I get that it's not fun for everybody else. Tariq Adam, the race leader, enters the pits. So I'm just looking now. So where is... So I think Reno Coots is out of that car now.
There's a penalty.
There is. So that's for Lauper. The car number 3 just popped up onto our screens. Now that was given for an incident on lap 2. And that was with contact what looks like car number 213. So that was the car that's currently being driven by Deploy. So that, as I say, was on lap 2.
And
Kevin Dehaan with a drive-through.
That could be speeding in the pit lane?
Kevin Dehaan, let me have a look.
I don't know if they've pitted yet.
No, I'm just going to have a look on my list. Where are they? They're on P17. Yes, they had been in.
So I wonder if,
yes,
a little bit of speeding in the pit lane. It's tricky because it's a fast pit lane entry. One of the fastest circuits on the ACC calendar, or the SRO Motorsports calendar. We have a new leader at the moment, Vladimir Dulipov, in the McLaren with the number 296. Don't let it fool you, it's not a Ferrari. Leading at Monza, and here is Luke Addison, who has taken over for Genesis Esports from Tariq Adam. And that graphic on the left hand side, it does update just as I say that, so thank you very much.
Yeah, it has to go across the first timing line for it to have a sort of update on the tower there on the left hand side, but when you view a car, it does show you in the bottom right hand side. So Luke Addison then for Genesis Esports, as you say, is in the car now. So race leader, currently in P5, also got the fastest lap. Luke Addison has got an amazing amount of pace. So I'm expecting them to obviously resume the race lead and also to sort of set the world alight as well. Track temperature of 22 degrees. It will get a little bit cooler as we're heading, a little bit warmer as we're at 20 to 8. On the track time there, so it's currently 22 with an air temperature of 22, and there's no rain about whatsoever as well. We can see that the 987 has been given a 15-second penalty. That's just popped up on the screen there. That is for an accumulation of 2 warnings. So if you don't listen to the stewards, you will be punished. As Daniel Hearn now in the 900 owned Cam Sport car enters the pits. And I can see there's some other 15-second penalties will be coming inbound for a couple of cars, which, you know, they won't. If the penalty's not added before they pit now, they will have to serve that on their next pit stop, Cammy.
It will, yeah. And the whole dynamic of the two Lamborghinis that were racing each other is possibly going to change now if there's a driver change from Hoyer and Hearn. So these two were able to keep pace with each other very nicely, but the drivers coming in, although it looks like Hearn is staying in the car. And where's Hoyer? Hoyer hasn't come out of the pits yet. Hoyer's still stationary. Hearn's taken the place. And they are bunched up. Are those cars ghosting through each other in the pit lane there?
Yeah, they will do in the pits. So they need to unghost by the time that they get out onto the pit stop. Otherwise, they'll have a collision. So, Hearn, there you go. So, you know, kind of what I predicted a little bit. I can see that now Mark Pocock, is in the 444. So they've had a change of driver there. Luke Allison is already back into the race leaders. The other teams, we've got Pocock there with an SG30 for speeding in the pit lane. But Luke Allison is now your race leader. And P2 in the Mercedes is 20 seconds behind. That's quite a gap there, isn't it? We can see another 15-second penalty has just popped up for 486. So Holzer has got to serve, well, the team will have to serve a 15-second penalty in their next pit stop.
You know who's grinning through all this? It's the man behind this Porsche, James Holder. He's going to be loving the fact that a lot of drivers now are picking up time penalties and stop-go penalties, because it's going to mean he's going to start making some headway and catching them if they're sitting stationary in a pit lane.
He will. He is now only one lap down on the race leader, which is good. But that will reset a little bit when he comes in, and he comes in to either stay in the car or swap to another driver. So I think theoretically, there may be still a couple of laps down on the race. But as you say, seeing those penalties pop up there on the leaderboard will probably put a smile in his face. But they did serve a rather large one, being a drive-through at one point as well. So, hopefully he can make some progress up the order. I think they're not too far behind Mark Pocock in the 444 now as well, and they've obviously got an SG30, so maybe that'll give James Holder P25, but we shall see. As I can see, the 444 is currently stationary in the pits, so this will mark their third visit to the pit lane. They've already had two prior to this. I can see that Adam Foster, or the team that he's driving for, the car 28, has also been in the pits twice. Everybody else has only had one visit so far. One visit only.
It looks like Hearn wanting to quickly find a way past Karpov in front in the McLaren. Hearn certainly has the pace at the moment, but not able to find a way past Karpov. And try to see Acosta, who has taken over the drive in the number 502, is a few places down. Gunyesu's managed to jump him through the pit stops. And yeah, it looks like Kirill Karpov is struggling a little bit just to keep pace and stay ahead of Hearn. I think Hearn's going to be passed in the not too distant future, and Freight just close behind, just waiting to see if they come to blows with each other.
Yeah, had a really good pit window there, haven't they? The only Cam Sport guys. They've done really, really well as he takes a slight tighter line there on the exit. Now pulls into the slipstream of Karpov. And isn't really making any headway there, is he? Just shows you how quick that McLaren is, how slippery it is in a straight line. Just starts now just sort of encroaching on the back of the McLaren. I think you're going to have to try and sort of stay as close as possible. But as we know, the closer you are to the car ahead, that really can affect the drag as you follow through. I know these GT cars aren't the same aero level of Formula One, but they still get affected by if you're following a car closely behind like this. But so it can be tricky. But with new tyres on, because they've all just done their pit stops. Oh God, that's close. That's really close. As we see, there's dust up ahead there. Somebody's gone a little bit wide. Was that the car ahead?
Yeah,
that kicked that up.
I think that is Curacao. And another McLaren as Hearn's having a look at the Lesmo too.
Oh, tell you what, that would have been a bold move if he made that. But I think he thought better of it as we slot in behind the McLaren once again. But it's clear he's got some pace, all around the circuit. But what he doesn't have is some real overdrive on the McLaren, and it's kind of one of those things where. A sense of frustration might start to set in as I think he's going to get under pressure from behind now.
Now, I noticed, looking at his dashboard, I noticed his brake bias is at 52, which is it's a bit further back. It's a bit more of a central position for your brake bias to be. But I wonder if he'd be tempted to start moving it even more forward a little bit, just to get a bit more braking power at the front wheels and attempt to really try and outbrake that McLaren.
Yeah, so I don't think the onboard when you're spectating shows you any. Yeah, fortunately it doesn't show you anything. Like a lot of things, just to try and not give any kind of information to your competitors. But Hearn there, nicely making the move on the McLaren there, makes it stick. Because that was timely for him. As I can see that somebody's gone through the runoff there and put the kind of furniture onto the racetrack, But that was important for her because I felt like he was about to have pressure from behind as well from the number 7. As we can see, Francesco now is going to try and sort of battle away with Karpov in the 296 as we're looking at Manolo Garcia in the 178 for the HRT Endurance team. And again, a livery I must say that I'm a fan of. I like the fact they've got a racing driver on the roof. Have you spotted that?
No, I've always spotted the fact that they've got their race number designed into their livery, though, as Prescott slots in behind. You see they've got the 178 on the side of the car rather than using sort of the little white box that everybody else does. And General Scrub in the chat is just saying they've been driving on a T150 wheel, which is a very basic steering wheel you can get out there. It's not a direct drive. It's like closer to a toy than a sim
It's more
racing
like
wheel,
it's like a G27, isn't it? I think in the
it's a bit more basic than that. Yeah.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, it's one you pick up. I had one once. I picked it up from a toy shop. That says everything.
Yeah. Well, it's not your tools, as it always shows, but having a direct drive wheel does help from a feedback. I can see that the 18 of Bain in the Oni car has been given a a 15-second penalty or contact somewhere. If I go and look at the steward's sheet,
You see the driver you were talking about.
Yes. There we go. Look at that on the top of that. Look. I think it's
something.
That is something, isn't it? I'd never spotted that before until today.
Yeah, racing team.
That's I really like the lines on it. I just like it, makes it look like it's moving fast. As we see Francesco, they're making the move then on Karpov. So Karpov unfortunately falling down the order. I can see that a yellow flag's out for Bain in the 18, falling down the order, coming down now into P22. Has just lost 2 places. So something's obviously happened there. But fortunately for them, the other Oni car is performing rather well, coming up into P8, which is good to see. The gap between P1 and P... Oh, Prescott's now caused the yellow flag. The number 17 car is now lost a couple of places as well.
Onid. That's the Onid Simhound rookies. Let's see what happened. You come down the start-finish straight. They've got the Ferrari 296 behind them. I can't see. The Ferrari is catching. Oh no, has the Ferrari... Oh, that's a bit of a late lunge.
Yeah, I think they did that to try and avoid hitting them, to be fair to them. I don't think they were really trying to make the move. I think they were just trying to avoid contact, which unfortunately, inevitably, because they went to the right rather than to the left, wasn't really gonna happen. So
I'm inclined to agree. A sort of accidental overtaking
yes,
Yuval.
I mean, I think the stewards will still give out a penalty for that, but yeah, Deploy's also got a 15-second penalty. The 213 as well. Yes, I can see that they're slowly but surely coming in. It looks like that. Yeah, the contact between 17 and 987's on the sheet to be looked at, so the stewards will review that. But yeah, I just wondered there whether they were going, oh no, oh, here we go. Here's a spin as well. Is that the 18? Yes, it is.
It's the replay.
It is, yeah. I think it was the one I spotted off camera. So that was Bain having a bit of a little bit of a pirouette round. You know, the purple only cars doing what the purple only cars do, like they have in the previous rounds. But the gold liveried Lamborghini flying the Onid flag very, very high, and they've got 7 seconds to the next car ahead, which is a car which is the one you noted before, didn't you, when they were battling away, and you said that gap really opened up. So now it's up to Hearn to see whether he can close that gap back up.
Yeah, Hearn doesn't have the other Lamborghini now to hold him up at all, so he's got no excuses. Chase Jones is another place ahead, but let's see if he can chase the car of Akar in front as we jump back to Francesco Ferretti fighting for 8th place with Pirasar in the McLaren number 3 as we ride on board, watching the rear spoiler with the McLaren branding. As the McLaren gets closer and closer, they're going to go side by side as they go down towards the Rettifilio chicane. Karpov wants to get involved as well. Now they need to work together. Karpov is going to just have to let this one go. He does. He eases off.
He's got
too much. And he's let the other one go as well.
Oh, unbelievable.
That's Gunyesu who's gone through.
Unbelievable. Yeah, that's... just kind of sort of eased off a little bit too much there, and then, lost two positions in the space of just a few metres. So... Pirazar then, the new kid's turbo car, goes a little bit deep. That's going to leave him vulnerable on the exit.
Yeah, that Gunyesu doesn't need a second invitation. Going to go for that.
Oh, it's been left the room. Yeah, being lit. Yeah. I mean, look, don't get me wrong, right? It's not great losing a position, but if you don't leave the door open and then you have contact, you lose a lot more.
I think they saw down the start finish straight that Pirazar jumps out the way for you. So everyone's thinking, I'm going to just stick it out the inside because I know Pirazar will leap out the way. Maybe
that's it. Maybe that's a mental game thing that people have seen. Yeah. I must say, the front of that car where they've got their logo, it keeps making me think of Williams F1. Very Williams-esque.
Let's have a look. Yeah,
for me, anyway.
It's time for a cease and desist. Williams are watching, yeah, you might want to get a cease and desist in there. Yeah, that made us think of Williams, but it's a Will Power sort of sponsor on the side, isn't it? Have a look when they come round.
Yes, Will Power. So Hearn is gaining on P6 ever so slightly. So that gap has come down a little bit. So we might have a battle there starting to hot up. I'm just having a look at the leaderboard to see if there's anybody that's kind of out of position. So James Holder is still over a minute behind P25, but he is approximately 2 to 3 seconds a lap quicker than Pocock, currently in the 444. So I can see there's a battle for P20 out there at the moment as well, and then we've got this battle here for P10 at the moment. It's Mario Pirazar's trying to put under pressure. Here we go, Emiliano Gigi I'm going with, battling away there with Foster. So would you believe it, McLaren versus McLaren. So Emiliano then has a little look, but slots in behind as they go through the parabola. Takes a slightly different line. I'm wondering if his drivers are doing that just to get out of the dirty air and then try and slot in behind down the start-finish straight. But he's not looking for the slipstream, which is absolute madness. And now he decides, oh, yeah, I know I need the slipstream.
I think they're just trying to get a tighter line because the tighter line means, less mileage driven. Essentially, it's a shorter line.
Yes.
So they're hoping that the shorter line will sort of cancel out and be more beneficial than taking a wider line with a slipstream.
Were you surprised how slow they were to get back into the slipstream, though?
a little bit. When it's all happening for you, it's all happening so quickly when you're driving. But for us, it looks much calmer looking from the outside than it is on the inside. So when you're thinking and processing everything, it was only a couple seconds, but in that time they've driven a couple 100 yards in that time.
Yes, indeed they have. So Luke Allison still remains your race leader then, and he's opening up the gap to Dimitri, who's currently Sabenko, who's in P2 in the Mercedes, and then we've got Biagio Cotral in P3. That's your podium positions for the moment. Biagio is approximately 13 seconds back from the P2 car, so we'll keep an eye on that, but looks like they're on relatively similar pace at the moment, so I'm not expecting that gap to really widen or come together. I can see that car 18 has now got 30 seconds worth of penalty, so that's Bain in the car currently. So when they come into their next pit stop, they will serve a 30-second penalty. James Holder is currently last in the race, is now into the pits. Let's see if we get a change of driver. But they are four laps down on the race leader. They were within a minute, just over a minute behind P25. There we go, the Cracked Racing guys. You can never miss the cracked liveries, can you? They're pretty bright.
Yeah, you don't need headlights. You spot that in the dark. Motorway workers could wear sort of colours like that, and they'd be seen instantly. We're still seeing bits of circuit furniture on the track.
Yeah.
And the Stephen Bain running around with 30 seconds worth of penalties. Ishmael Gunyesu for Sensible Racing running very well in 10th place and catching Karpov. And this is Greg Prescott, who has had a couple of moments, we'll call them, but is very close to the back of Yadaboy's Aston Martin. And the Aston Martin is a very comfortable, stable platform to drive, but I think it's going to fall prey quite quickly to the McLaren 720S GT3 Evo.
Yes, they will, unless Stephen has other ideas and decides that he's going to ride the curbs or do something, and then finding that he's facing the wrong way yet again.
Or Greg.
Or Greg even, yeah.
It's an owned car.
I get confused between because their liveries are so similar. Okay, so I was just looking at so I was getting my timings wrong. So Simmons is now in the 169. So James Holder's handed over the car, but he's 30 seconds back from P25 now. I thought there was a minute, but he's actually a minute behind the race leader. I was looking at the wrong column. So not doing too bad. Let's see how Dan Simmons sets in that car and see what he can do. And it looks like there's about to be a big penalty incoming for car number 83. Who's 83?
What has he done?
So looks like that was the contact we saw with 444. I think we saw that on stream, didn't we? So they're about to be awarded a rather hefty penalty, but I'll wait for it to pop up on screen before I confirm what it is. But I'm looking at the steward sheet and I can see them working on it today. So for those of you who have just joined us, this is the Moza Racing Endurance Championship, and we have live stewarding today. This is round 5 of 6. We don't know what the final track's going to be as of yet. We're still waiting that announcement, as we're looking at a replay here of
I know what it is.
83.
It'll be final round be Rainbow Road.
Oh, would you imagine? That'd be great, wouldn't it? Mario Kart, lovely. And could you imagine the sim racing community if they did that? There'd be uproar. Oh, the 83 goes a little bit too deep and manages to avoid contact there. So and gave
They're
that position back.
How dare you pass me whilst I have an incident with myself? As Samuel Acosta, who went up the inside of Pirasar at turn 1, I think that was another case of Pirasar just not really fighting it. Just, oh, I guess I'm getting past again and falling out of the top 10.
Yeah.
Well, they had been. They're down into 12th now.
Yeah, but they're also keeping their nose clean, aren't they? And maybe they're thinking of the long game.
They are, and that's a very fair point to make. They're keeping their nose clean rather than getting caught up in battles for these midfield positions. And that's an owned car. I mean, it's an owned car, so it's probably their fault, isn't it? According to you, Paul.
That's Prescott. That's Prescott. We'll get. I don't quite know what because I was listening to you rather than focusing on what was happening. I didn't really see. We didn't really see, and sometimes the cameras at Monza aren't the best either.
That was the black and yellow Moza Racing McLaren just outbraking itself, and here we go, riding on board with it.
Oh, he tried to take evasive action though. To be fair, but again, that's going to be a penalty, and that's going to cause quite a bit of damage to both of those cars as well.
We need a wee bowling strike animation, I think.
Yeah, strike. That's a bit unfortunate, isn't it? You were
somebody in the chat has said there is a fun Assetto Corsa Rainbow Road mod.
That's our one and only Stefan, who's been organising the event this week. So thank you, Stefan, for the information. Hearn continues to close up that gap to P6. Very slowly, sort of chipping away at it. You know, we're not looking at half a second or a second faster than the car ahead, but he is closing that down. He's bringing the number 7 McLaren behind him with him as well. And then actually you've got Karpov, and then you've got the man that's in P10 that's about to be given a rather hefty penalty as well. And I can also see the 987. Yes, we've got a couple of penalties up on the screen, which I think we talked about. Not sure if we announced the 987 one where they've got 30 seconds worth of penalties there. So look, the stewards don't take any rubbish here. But of course, you know, if the teams see fit, they can protest any decisions that are made by the stewards, but they have to provide video evidence. So you can't just protest it. You have to provide the evidence, take time. So that's why, you know, you get one of your teammates to do that. As we look at Daniel Hearn, who is continuing, as I say, to generally close they matched each other's lap time last time around, though. Bang on was exactly the same. We got a yellow flag out for the Smith in the BMW in the 666 out on track somewhere. So, and still the yellow flag is out. Don't quite know where out on track that is. But there are a couple of laps down on the race leader at the moment. Here we go. Going to get a replay. Oh,
very tail happy. That's quite unusual for a BMW. That's something I'm more used to seeing with cars like Porsche 911 that have a very tail happy sort of attitude.
I've just seen there's a yellow flag out for the 987 as well, and lost a couple of places. So Deploy is now up into P17. They were down in P24 at one point. So I think we're looking at that now, the 987. And in the second part here, what's happened there, I wonder? I didn't really see anything.
No, I didn't spot, unless the replay had come a bit too late and
yeah, maybe. Yeah, but like I say, lost a couple of places. So here's Dylan Smith, we saw a moment ago, having a moment in the 666. Oh, here we go.
Oh, there we go. Oh, that really reminds me of Nigel Mansell's spin in the Ferrari 640 at the San Marino Grand Prix. He did a perfect 360 spin just like that.
There you go, and carried on as well. So yeah, quite something that. So Gigi is up into P19. Your bad boy. I can't imagine that's their real name. Johnny, your bad boy.
Went into the back of them a little bit there.
Yeah. So they've now fallen down into P20. Somebody might want to take a look at that name. Because that can't be somebody's real name, you bad boy, unless they've gone to depot and had that changed, or anywhere else. It might be similar. Yeah, under quite a bit of pressure at the moment, as the only car of Bain looks to make a move. Oh, here we go. No, thinks better of it. Well done, well done. Right decision. That is the right decision. We're just spacing out a little bit at the moment. Yeah, this is like you tend to find this after pit stops, don't we? That things sort of settle down in these longer endurance races, and then they all sort of the pit stops all kind of mix it up again a little bit. Still waiting to see the penalty come up for the 83 car, and also I can see there's a penalty incoming for P2 as well. So that's really going to mix things up. Okay, so we'll continue to look at this battle as the positions gained there by Bade from the Onid car. Oh, and there's contact there. That's Ismail, he's round. The 83 car. So I think that might have been Karpov, the 296, that he's had contact with. So that's just in the Parabolica. So that's most unfortunate. And as we see some side-by-side out, yeah, look at that, just slots in behind and sort of gives him a little tap in the rear and sends him round, unfortunately.
Yeah, it wasn't a hard tap, was it?
No, it wasn't. No, it was just a
one. I think my internet was out for a while, by the way. I've just managed to.
I had noticed because I stopped talking. You didn't come in. I was like, oh, Carrie's having internet issues again. So yeah, that's absolutely fine. Not a problem. Yeah.
But I was saying, wouldn't you feel bad if Johnny here that is their last name and it's from a different part of the world? And as Yabadbu or something.
Yeah, maybe. Or... Yeah, it could well be, Cammy. You could be bang on, and I could be made to look a fool, not for the first time. So,
although can't say the same of General Scrub. I'm pretty sure that's not their name.
Yes, indeed. Right, deploys into the pits. So they're out of sync with everything that's gone on. But they have some genuine pace in the Genesis Esports second car. So they'll fall back down the order a little bit. I can see that Simmons is catching up with the 444. That's now down to 20 seconds. So good on them for keeping going. Hearn is slowly but surely catching up P6. He's opened up the gap to Francesco Frat in P8 a little bit as well, and then Kirill Karpov, who's currently in P9, has also dropped a little bit back from them as well. But I can see Samuel Acosta is hunting down Karpov a little bit at the moment. He's going well by the looks of it. He was 4 attempts nearly quicker than Karpov last time round, so we might see a battle for P9 starting to come to us as well. Bain's just gained a position. He's moved up into P18. Just spotted that as well. If we look at Dmitry Shabenko. Dimitri's team, I think I've got a penalty incoming. So the stewards haven't applied that yet, Cammy. But with the other car only 15 seconds behind, that's really going to spice things up a little bit for us.
Yeah, with 4.5 hours to go, there's plenty of time for all sorts of spices to be dropped onto this race and spicing things up. That was a terrible analogy, really, wasn't it? But Addison and Tibenko, they're just out in front having a really calm, easy race at the moment. They don't seem to really be making any mistakes, and they just make it look effortless.
Except the contact with the 444 for Tibenko. So
apart from that.
Yeah, but they're about to get a penalty for that, so it's not all plain sailing for them. But yeah, I get the gist. but yeah, it's
General pace-wise.
and I also genuinely would feel that penalty would be a little bit harsh on them, but also you have to argue that if you are the car that's making the overtake, the onus is on you. So here we go. We've got a replay here. We're looking at the 98 car, so that's just Jones going down the start-finish straight. He's right on the back of Ojemets. I'm not quite sure. So that's Ramo Ojemets. Is there contact with the Onid car? Oh, there is. Oh, gives them a bit of a whack and then makes the move on them. Or that's a back marker, I think, actually, the Onid car. So, yeah, that's... I think the stewards might give a warning for that.
The Onid cars really getting in the wars today, aren't they? And it's got to be something to do with that purple, because all we've got is that's not another Onid off the road, is it? No, that's the Ferrari 290.
The Ferrari, yeah, yeah.
I think the cam sport element that's working with Onid for the number 900, that's obviously a good influence. Cam sport's been a very good influence, because Hearn in number 900 is having a great race, up in 7th place, and still reeling in the 224 of Akar, just slowly but surely. And here's Chase Jones in 5th. Again, they're having a great race, but they haven't got Onid branding, so that might be a benefit of them.
Yeah, Hearn's just chipping away ever so slowly. He's not setting the world alight, but he's doing a solid job in bringing that gap down. So it will only be maybe another 10 minutes or so, and then I think he'll be right on the tail. But it might even be sooner than that. But we'll jump to it, I'm sure, when the time comes. But Jones then chasing down P4 for Team GHR, kind of slow, just sort of quietly going about their job, aren't they, Jones?
Yeah, it's
up 7 places.
Yeah, if they're having a good race and nobody's, we're not really paying too much attention to them because they're having an uneventful race. We've talked about cars catching them and chasing them, but Jones has been having a great race and doing everything they need.
Yeah. Both running a little bit wide there, kicking up a bit of dust. And
under the bridge of the Banks Oval Circuit. That is such a shame we don't get to try that. But yeah, Chase just slowly putting the pressure on Ojemets, number 21 in front as the was that Cutrali? No, that's not Cutrali. That's the Moza Racing McLaren that kicked up a bit of dust there.
Yeah, McLaren versus McLaren. We've seen this story before.
Several times today.
Yeah.
Yep, it feels a lot like Woking out here in Monza, doesn't it?
It does indeed, yes.
You can often get those two places mixed up.
Often said. Yeah.
Yeah, Monza is the Woking of Italy.
Yeah. I've heard that said many a time during my lifetime.
It's going to be an offended Italian in the Twitch chat any moment now.
Yeah, there'll be someone kind of like, shaking their fist at you.
Yeah, it's a proving look. But that's Acosta getting past the Ferrari of, is that Beggiato, who's going to be a couple laps down?
Is that the 444 perhaps, because that's a black Ferrari?
Yeah, I think you're on the money there. As we're watching Genesis Esports on a replay here, I'm going to guess this is a
yellow flag.
Deploy.
Yeah, I've just seen it. Deploy. Yeah, this is the rookie team, isn't it?
Coming under the bridge of the Bank Circuit, coming up towards Ascari, and I'm going to assume they've just had an incident all by themselves. They've just had a little bit of a crisis, maybe?
Oh, they've hit that sausage curve that we saw somebody else hit earlier on.
That's a nasty one. Again, I really want these sausage curves to be ripped up, because especially in sim racing, there's just no benefit of them, really. I think any track limits can be enforced by just, wheels over the line, wheels not over the line, and these sausages just make it so difficult to push hard. Absolutely tragic, and destroyed the Genesis Esports Academy car.
Yeah, her now under 3 seconds to a car in front. I'm not saying a car in front, I'm saying a car because that's his name, just not to be confused. Yeah, I still haven't seen the penalty coming for the 83 yet. It hasn't been applied yet. It's been up on the steward sheet for a little bit of time, so I don't know what the delay is in regards to that being applied. And also the 777 penalty hasn't been applied either. So that's an interesting point. But yeah, here we go. Jones then. Is that the? Yeah, that's the 28 behind these two. So that's a slower car. Foster in the background. Last time around he did a 151. Jones did a 149, and Uyemets did a 149.3. So you know, slowly. Yeah. I've checked up with the pronunciation, so it's Oyemets is the pronunciation. Yeah. Multitasking, Cammy, multitasking.
I'll let you do the name pronunciation.
Sometimes I can do that. Sometimes I can't. Depends on what kind of mood I'm in. Yeah. So this. I mean, look. I mean, it's not out of the question that Oyemets could get on the podium. Oh, Emiliano, he's off the track. Oh, he's come straight back on as well. In front, is that the Ferrari, which isn't an Oni car, because even though it's purple, and in front of the BMW as well. That is Bain. Is it Bain? He's just got
No, that was a Ferrari. Bain's in a McLaren. That was a Ferrari. That could be Beggiarto.
Yeah, I'm seeing, but Bain did gain a position on my screen at the same time, so that's what confused me. So he's up into P17 now. Is Bain, but yeah, the battle for P4 continues. Is second already a lap down? No, 30 seconds back. I can just see the question asked in chat. They're 30 seconds back from the leader at the moment. As we continue to watch this battle for P4. It's one of the more simpler designs on the McLaren there, the 98 of Jones, but I also quite like that as well because it's just simple, it's understated. But as a designer yourself, Cammy, put you under pressure here, which is your favourite livery? And you can't say Onid.
Goodness. Well, you're going to have to give me a moment to think now.
Okay.
As a designer, yeah, I am a designer, and my brand, Go For The Gap, is plastered on the Onid cars, so when you get a shot of the rear spoiler of them...
We did a moment ago, yeah, we did earlier on, I did spot it, yeah. But have a think during this race and let us know before because I'm only here for the first 4 hours today.
It was the car you pointed at on the grid, and they've got a nice simple logo, a little G logo on the side. I'm trying to think if it's the car ahead of Chase Jones. No, it's not. It is a McLaren, but there's so many McLarens, I'm not sure which one it was. I think they started in 10th place.
Okay.
And I thought it was very smart. It was a sort of dark blue and red. That's why I thought it was Oyemets' car, but it's very similar to Oyemets' car. But that was one I quite liked, and I'm always a fan of a.
Was that the? It might be the 80. Might be the 83. They started in P10.
I don't think it was Guniesu's.
Okay.
The name doesn't.
Well, hopefully we'll spot it.
It might be, but yeah, I'm always a fan of one of Ben Brown's designs.
So here we go. Chase Jones there, trying to doesn't think about having a look. Dips in behind. Fair. I don't know if they're both. I mean, Uyemets was a little bit slower last time around. Kutrali, who's currently in P3, is in the low 148s. Was actually last time around quicker than our P2 man, as things stand. But these two now are really, you can see the defensive line there being taken by Uyemets. So we're seeing what we saw before with the Lamborghinis, aren't we? They're slowing each other down now.
Yeah, once you're starting to do the defensive lines, which if it was the closing stages of a race, I might understand it a little bit more. But I mean, they've got a similar pace. But if you're really having to go defensive, then it's only a matter of time until you're going to be passed. And if you keep doing defensive lines, then you're just going to hold both of you up.
Or yellow flag
another
out.
driver
Yellow
catch
flag out
you.
for the 444. Unfortunately for them. They're back underway now, I think. So that yellow flag's disappeared.
They are nose to tail down the back straight, aren't they?
They are.
Jones Colt pulls out to have a look. They are going to be side by side. Is he going to move up the inside? He is. This is.
You want to stay side by side as long as possible, so not give the other car the slipstream. So let's see. He takes the shorter line as well, doesn't he? He remains on the inside line. So Uyamet's into the slipstream. Yeah, I think he might have the opportunity to. There he goes. Gets the overdrive. Is it enough though? We shall see as we head down into T1. No. Jones has got it, I think. Nicely positions the car as well. And a nice move. I honestly didn't think that was going to come at any point.
I mean, great driving by the pair of them. It's easy to ignore Uyamet's there because they're the driver being passed, but there is a skill in being passed. How to,
yes.
It's about knowing which battles to fight, and if to win the war essentially. And if a battle's not going your way, you need to know when to pull out of it before you do yourself some damage or wreck your own long-term chances. So Uyamet's thinking about the long term, thinking about the long game, and he's still in a really great position. That team running in 5th place. If they finish 5th, that is a fantastic result for the team. Nothing to be ashamed of at all, as Chase Jones gets a little bit squirrely out of Lesmo too. But now Uyamet can follow Jones, and he might be able to pick up a thing or two. He might gain a little bit of time just staying in the slipstream, and he'll be concentrating on just making sure that gap to a car behind doesn't start to shrink.
Yeah, agreed. It's very easy now also when you're not following another car. You suddenly got all this extra speed and you start pushing the limits. And as we talked about, we don't know what track limit warnings these teams have got. We don't know what fuel each car's got. Though we suspect most of them are going to run a fuel tank every time between, we've got a sync time of 65 minutes. We don't know what damage each car's got. But we'll try our best to kind of guesstimate these things at times, as I think that's one of the only cars kind of getting out of the way of this battle here. So this is the battle for P9. Acosta then, the chasing car. Francesco Fratt in the car ahead in the 7 McLaren. So the Lamborghini of Acosta looking to go round the outside. That's going to be tough.
Cuts across.
Yeah. Joe, I thought there was going to be. I don't know about you. Sometimes that camera angle was misleading, but I thought there was going to be contact there.
I'm firmly in the same camp as you on that one. I thought there was going to be a bit of contact. The camera angle kind of foreshortens it, doesn't it?
Yes.
Great move, really professional to come around the outside, but to have that confidence in your rival to cut across. Frate! I have to say that was a clumsy effort to take the position back at the Variante della Roggia. That was a bit of maybe a quickly, because he was just overtaken and maybe just thought, I want to quickly get this back.
Yeah.
And I feel like we've done a bit of a Lance Stroll at Monaco thing of cutting away to somebody else at the worst possible moment, unfortunately. But this is Stephen Bain try and make a move on Arnett in the sole Lexus in the race for 16th place.
Yeah, so I think you're right. Francesco there probably should have just sort of remained calm, really, rather than trying to quickly get the position back. How quick is the leader's laps? Well, low 148s. Just their last was a 148. Sorry, their quickest is a 147.067. But they're currently approximately nearly a second slower than that at the moment, but still decent pace in comparison to the cars following them. They're around about 3 to 4 tenths quicker than P2 as things stand. So hopefully that answers your question. In chat, you are most welcome.
Uyamet is going to fall into the hands of Akar at some point because Uyamet is doing low 149s, whereas Akar is doing mid 148s.
Yes, as we look at the battle here between Bain and Arnecki. And I can see Hearn is really getting on the back of the BMW now as well. It's 1.2 seconds. So expecting that battle to heat up. As I say, it's one thing to catch a car, another thing entirely, Cammy, to make a move itself.
Is that what you say? That's your saying.
Well, I think a lot of people say it. I'm just repeating, I'm just regurgitating what a lot of commentators say, really.
We just all pinch it off Murray Walker,
We can, yeah.
the late
Yeah,
great.
he wouldn't mind.
No, I think he had such a love for every form of motorsport, and he'd be happy. I think, yeah, imagine if he could see all the sim racing boom that's happened.
Oh, yeah, I think he'd be blown away. I think he'd be being in his element.
Yeah.
And, as we look at the battle between the owning car and the Lexus there. So Arnecki currently losing out, and there's another car sort of joining the mix as well. So that is Emilio Gigi, I believe, who's trying to get a look in. Oh, I tell you what,
Three wide.
it's going to be tricky. Where does the Audi car go? Because you've got the Lexus on the right hand side. I think there's going to be contact though from the car behind. Oh, the 987 there nearly causing absolute carnage. The Lexus gets a really bad exit, and that gives Stephen Bain P16.
I think that was an accident from Beggiarto. I think that was, I've missed my braking point again, because that wouldn't be the first time they've done that. But this time it turned into a happy accident where they actually got the place as Christian Duploy in the pits again. Yeah, that could be their fifth time in the pit lane. They're just getting homesick for the pit lane and want to keep visiting it. But Stephen Bain's now pulled out a little gap on the Lexus of...
Oh, the Lexus has got a yellow flag behind.
What's happened? Yeah, Lesmo won. Have they been pushed wide? They're back on the track.
Here we go. We're cutting back to that now. So have they had contact with the Ferrari? Let's see. I think there is, isn't there? No? I'll take that back.
No, it happened at Lesmo 1, didn't it? So here we go. Pulls out. Tucks back in.
Oh.
I think the Lexus just braked more than they anticipated. Well done for Arnec for holding that. That could have easily spun into a 180 and had them facing the wrong way, but they did the right thing. Just absolutely put the anchors on. You're going to flat spot your tyres a little bit, but you're going to stop the car facing the wrong way.
So Daniel Hearn then, as we've been talking about him a lot, he's got the gap to, he hasn't really moved any further. It's still about 1.3. Stephen Bain now into the pits. Had an eventful hour. Well, not even an hour, really.
Driver. I've raced alongside Stephen Bain. He is a great driver. I mean, maybe I'm not saying too much about my own skills, but Stephen's a great driver, and we've been fighting at the front end of many an owned event.
So Stephen there got 30 seconds worth of penalties to serve as well in that pit stop. As we continue to look at Daniel Hearn trying to chase down the BMW, he has closed up the gap a little bit. They're both, Uyamet and Hearn, are not as quick as Jones currently is at the moment, but they're not. But Jones isn't that far up the road, so if Daniel Hearn can make this move as quickly as possible on the BMW, and I suspect he will be able to, because in a straight line the BMW isn't particularly strong. Well, it's not as strong as the Lamborghini. It will still be quicker than my car, but if he can, he wants to make this move quick so he can now try to reel in Jones, who's currently in P4.
And I'm curious to keep an eye out on the gap between Cutrari and Jones. It's 18.5 seconds at the moment. Jones is going to be pushing because they know a podium is absolutely on the cards. As that was the number 178 of Garcia into the pits. They're having a driver swap. Don't think they had any time penalties to serve there, did they?
I don't think so. No,
many drivers do, so I'm just sort of erring.
Not that I can remember. No, 178. Let me have a look.
Right up behind the car now.
They haven't been given any penalties, no, 178, so they're clear. They've had contact with other cars, but nothing that's resulted in a penalty so far.
Hearn, who's also having a pretty clean race of it at the moment. That was a 1 second gap on the last lap. Now it's 0.4, but you can see on screen it's less than the length of a car. It is Akar and Hearn who are going to be starting the battle for 6th place as we come up to the 2-hour mark into this 6-hour race at Monza. Is Akar going to defend for his life and sort of be the Ministry of Defence for Italy, or is he just going to let Hearn breeze on?
I would let him go. It's clearly got a lot.
A race driver.
got a lot more pace. Yeah, but I like endurance events, and these are my kind of favourite events to do.
I know what you mean.
Me personally.
I would do the same.
And I think you and I had very similar conversations when we did commentary before. I'm getting a sense of deja vu, in the sense that I just want to focus on what I'm able to do, and I'd rather just sort of have a clip. Oh, we've got quite a bit of traffic here as we look at Ismail Ganesu.
I believe this is what they call a gaggle.
Yeah, Guneso, sorry, even. Got to pronounce his name right. And as I say, I suspect they've got a penalty on this car coming, but it hasn't been applied yet. It's been sat there a little while as well, so I wonder if the stewards are waiting for the next round of pit stops to complete. I'm not really sure.
I like to imagine the stewards are like a mystical high council of race drivers, all with cloaks and their helmets on, discussing.
What I can tell you is they take it very, very seriously. Something must have happened to the 169 because they're now a minute and a half behind P24 at some point. That was down to 30 seconds. So I don't know, Mr. Herf.
And that's Daniel Simmons, isn't it? The 169.
Yeah, I don't know if Herf's able to tell me what's happened there because he's part of the cracked team in a sense or another. He basically runs the joint these days. Doesn't run without him. So as Ibanez makes some move, I see he's just popped up into P19, got past Prescott. That's one of the only cars, isn't it? Oh, look at that! That's a bold move by Hearn. Oh,
I hope we get a replay of that. Maybe an onboard or something.
That's past one of the back markers, isn't it? The Lexus. So
was that not a car?
No. Well, it is a car, but it's not.
You're right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. That was the Lexus. And
yeah.
When you're lapping, you just need to get it done as soon as possible because otherwise you'll.
And again, it takes the lap car to be.
Here we go. It's a bit of a late lunge, but
I mean, personally, I wouldn't do that. But
I think it was because a car got past, and Hearn thought, I need to come through on the same corner, otherwise I'll lose so much time if I've got to sit behind through the chicane and possibly Lesmo 1 and 2.
Yeah, I do. I get it, but I've been very lucky, I think, with the fact that the Lexus driver had an awareness there. Not all drivers would have that, so it's risky. It's high on that scale. I mean, he has already lost time anyway. I think just a little bit. That gap has come up, but if I was Hearn, I'd be like, I've got this guy because he's clearly got the pace. So. Yeah. But I get it's different when you're sat in the seat. It's very easy to be objective when you're outside of the seat. So Herf is telling me he's got no clue what happened. But they were only 30 seconds, right? At one point, I'm not going crazy. So they've lost about a minute on P24. I am correct about that, right?
I have to take your word on that one. I'm not.
I'm also asking chat, so I can see that only from Onid's in there as well, and Herf's in there. So I'm hoping one of them will respond to me. So, because they were doing really well to close that back up, I'm a little bit disappointed to see that. So, yeah, hopefully someone will be able to give me the information with what's gone on with the cracked car. But yeah, Dan Hearn, no clue. Maybe Dan just had an oopsie. Okay. Someone saying it. Mercy caller saying, "Come on, all the Oni cars."
They need the encouragement.
Yeah. Just got here as Dan sent the Lexus. Right, I see. Yeah. What Johnny's saying. So yeah, bold move from Dan there. Not one that I would potentially do. There we go. P2's got their 15-second penalty. Also, I can see there's a 30-second penalty now up for Gunesu. So he's got his as well. That's the gap back to P3 is 19 seconds. So that's going to... They've got the pace of P3 at the moment. P3 last time around were half a second slower. So, and there's not long to go of this stint timer, is there, Cammy? But it will hopefully bring us a bit of a battle. We don't know who's going to be in the cars after the next round of pit stops.
No, that's it. So about a dozen minutes ago, I let you all know that Chase Jones was 18.5 seconds behind Cucciarelli. And until a minute ago, he was 18.5 seconds back, but he's just lost half a second. Could be with traffic. But it just shows the pace. They are at the top of their game, and they can't get any more out of their cars. They are pushing so hard that they're basically matching each other in pace now, and Chase isn't able to make any further progress catching the last of the podium positions. He has pulled away a little bit from Oyemets, who's 3 seconds back, as we are following Adam Foster in the sort of papaya and black Moza Racing McLaren, and he's running in 18th place, just a second back from Yabad Boy in 17th place. In the sole Aston Martin. This is 27 versus 28.
Yeah, that Aston Martin is up 7 places. That's good going. Arnecki is up 9 places in the Lexus. Foster, which we're currently looking at, is up 4 places since the beginning of the race. That's decent. Hearn, who's currently out, so P2 is now into the pits. So they're going to have to serve that 15-second penalty. So Benko there, going to serve that 15-second penalty, so they'll be stationary for an additional 15 seconds. So if you're Charlie, what do? Do you stay out or do you come straight in?
These drivers, they're going to be running relatively low on fuel now, so you might as well just run out the car as much fuel as you can, get the car as light as possible, get the laps as fast as possible, and come in at the last possible moment. The cars behind, they're also just going to be watching, and I'll just do what the car in front does.
You think so, though? That's really going to hurt them, isn't it? 30 seconds. You've got the car behind, which is Pirasar. They're only 2.3 back. Then you've got McLeod, who's currently in the 190. They're 25 seconds back. So, I mean, they're going to fall back to potentially P13 when they serve their pit stop. Yeah, we haven't really seen much of the 190 with McLeod in it, actually. Just thinking about it, because I think that was being driven by... it's being driven by Richard Gasson earlier on. So we saw it having a number of battles, but since Mick's got in the car, it's kind of stayed out of trouble. So, not had any real battles to watch. Hearn is now half a second back from a car who's currently in P5. I'm not saying it's a car, that is his name, just so we're clear. So that's Atakan, a car. And look at this is a battle there. So Lamborghini versus BMW. And Uyemets is only 3.3 seconds up the road now. Has that gap come down a little bit? I think it has, hasn't it?
I think it has, and Hearn's going to feel on a real charge now. When you've got this momentum, you've seen the hair that you're chasing get bigger and bigger in your view. It's just a great feeling when you know you're making that progress. It's visible. And it can sort of unnerve the driver ahead when they've seen the split and the gap come down and down and down, as Atacana cars now got the Lamborghini starting to make some moves, starting to have a look and poke their nose in, see where they can get by as they round the Parabolica.
Here we go.
For the 67th time.
They're close. That Lamborghini's got amazing straight line speed. So here we go down the start-finish straight. We're on the rear wing of the BMW of Atacana car. We're looking back at the Lamborghini. Is it getting closer? Is it getting closer? He has a little look to sort of show just to sort of make movements in the rear view mirror, but he's not close enough for this time. But I've got to say, I've actually been really impressed with these guys in this Lamborghini. They've really made some good progress, and they're flying the Onid flag for their community. And showing some genuine pace here today. I thought the BMW would have just gone backwards down the start-finish straight, but again, you don't know what the rear wing or the front splitter settings are for these cars. Okay, McLeod is into the pits in the 190, so that is a car maybe a driver swap, or maybe Mick will stay in the car. We'll shortly find out. The P2 car has found themselves back in P12 now. So Suspenco is still in the car. Of course, the cars ahead still need to do their second pit stop. So that will sort itself out all in good time. But for the moment, Cutrali there is up into P2. Well, I don't know if they're going to stay there, but it'll be close. So here we go. Talking of the devil, and the devil will arrive. Cutrali is into the pits.
Ben 22 Racing, who's designed a lot of liveries, as I say, for Onid and the wider sim racing community, says the BMW is a missile. And Ben has a lot of ACC experience. He's driven the BMW plenty of times. He's pretty certain that the BMW is quick in a straight line. It's a big machine, and it does punch a big hole in the air for cars to slipstream through, but it's holding its own as they go down the start-finish straight now, past these cars that are just pitting. We've got a driver coming out of the pits.
Well, that'll make things interesting for these guys, won't it? If we've got a driver leaving the pits. Uyamets then is also just moving after completing their pit. I think it's Uyamets is still in the car, but we'll see when it goes across the first timing line, if that remains the case.
Akar is holding Hearn back, not letting him pass yet. He's doing well. He's had the Lamborghini really close behind for a few laps now. How long can he withstand the pressure? Will he be able to hold on to that position until the pit stops?
Foster, your bad boy. Prescott all in as well. Pirasar, Uyamets, Jones also in the pits too. So, Addison, race leader, also enters the pits to complete their second pit stop. They're currently not yet stationary. Oh, yes, they are. There we go for Genesis Esports. So here's the battle now. Currently it's for P3, but this is why we're going through the pit stops. So I wonder if a car pits, I wonder if Hearn's just going to follow.
I wonder if they'll have much. Oh, if they've got the choice. It will depend how much fuel they're running on board.
True, it will. Yeah, it will indeed. That's a very good point. But yeah, it's all going to kind of mix itself up a little bit now as we're going around, but we'll continue to watch this battle. Into the Parabolica we go for the 68th time.
Which of these two cars is going to peel off to the right? Atakar goes in. Hearn stays out. Looks like Hearn can at least get one more lap in with his fuel load. Moves up to second place. I think Addison has come out the pits
already.
Time to hold on to that lead. Yeah, so Hearn's not going to be able to brag that he was able to lead the 6 Hour of Monza for a time. But up into second place now, and he hasn't picked up any penalties. We don't know how many off-track warnings Onid Cam Sport have at the moment, but it's a great outing for them, and Akar just needs to hope. Oh, there's been speeding in the pit lane. Was that Guniesu?
No, he had a 30-second
was that
penalty
Akar
already.
then?
It's no, the hand down in P21's got a stop-go 30. So you tend to either get a drive-through or a stop-go. For any kind of infringement in the pits. You generally don't get a time penalty. So Ganusu already had a 30-second penalty from our stewards, which is being served now. So we'll see them fall down the order. But yes, Kevin Dahan, unfortunately for them and his fellow teammates in the 28 McLaren, they do have a stop-go 30. What you said before is so easily done here because you're coming in such a speed, as we see Tariq Adam going rather wide there and deciding he wants to go to the beach, where it's so easy to overspeed on entry because you're coming out the Parabolica and carrying a lot of momentum.
Yeah, exactly right. And yeah, Tariq Adam back in the car, taking over from where he left off essentially, reassuming that lead, and Genesis Esports, you know, they're going to be a bit of the Red Bull of this series, aren't they? They're just out in front, they're not making any mistakes, and yeah, thank goodness they don't have an Adrian Newey designing their car, otherwise we'd never see them again. They'd just be off down the road. But
here we go.
and here we go. Yeah, Hearn comes into the pits. Make sure you hit the speed limiter button. Don't want to pick up any penalties now. It would undo a lot of hard work. You see the graphical detail, all the LED lights on the front of the Lambo. But here is Levent Ipek, and this is the BMW to watch, to see, because this car was in front of Hearn before it came into the pits. So this has got to be a very quick lap to reassume that position.
Yeah, so EPEC then will be hoping that they can gain their position back. But Hearn, up until that point, before he got stuck behind the 224 BMW, was quicker. I mean, it was only tenths. It wasn't, a second. But also, I don't know how long they were stationary in the pits for. If I have a look, their total time was 66.4 seconds in the pits. Hearn is currently still stationary.
Just waiting it to move. It's going.
They're moving. Here we go then. So we got a total time of, they're going to be a little bit slower, I think, in the pit stops. They are, yes. So EPEC, I think, might get put back past. They will. They'll have the full momentum as well, and their tyres will be a little bit warmer. So do not cross the white line. This will be interesting as well, because they've got a McLaren just on the outside as well. Oh, no, there's a McLaren on the inside. Oh, do you know what? I thought there was going to be contact there between them and Hearn.
That would be horrific for Hearn, wouldn't it?
That would have been really horrific for
Scott taking over.
Yeah, so they lost a little bit of time in the pits. So their overall pit stop was 69.5 seconds, as where EPEX was 66.4. So they lost 5 seconds in that pit stop. Now that could have been because of repair. That could have been because being a bit more cautionary on the entry. It's so easy to lose seconds if you're not willing to push it to the limit on that pit entry. But let's see. He remains in the car then, I think.
No, Matt Scott has taken over. Oh
yes, you're right. So there we go. 2 different drivers. Let's see. Let the battle commence and see who's got the faster car.
It's crazy how rivalries and battles change, because an hour ago we were talking about the 2 Lambos fighting with each other, but look at the gap now between the number 900 and this car, the 502. One's in 6th place and Louis Velez is in 11th place, and these cars were nose to tail an hour ago.
They were. Yeah, not even that, was it really? It was more like 40 minutes ago, wasn't it? I think.
Yeah, I mean, time flies.
It does, especially when you're having fun. So we got a couple of battles now. We got battle for P4. So we got IPEC sort of chasing down Imoya. I'll double check the pronunciations of that one. We've also got this one here. So we're currently looking at Nathan Smith Adams, who's behind Good Gear Scott. And also in the mix we've got Dulapov. So 3-way happening as well. So two McLarens and 1 Lamborghini just to mix things up.
I think we've also got a battle for P2 hotting up between Subenko and Ghirarelli. It was 2 seconds, now it's 1.8 seconds, and that's between the Mercedes 777 and the McLaren, beg my pardon, of number 576, and sort of being a fight for second on the podium. Yeah, that's still 1.8 seconds. That might be a battle that's about to hot up.
Yeah, that
I know
penalty...
it certainly got attention in the chat from Herfalem.
Yeah, that penalty for the 777 is really hurting them now. But we're not quite sure what whether this pace will stay as it is. But let's hope it does, because we love a battle out on track. As we look at the battle now, IPEC trying to get on to the back of the McLaren in P4, the cut number 21. And it's good. I can see a number of battles just out there now. We'll see where the only car in P6, see what kind of pace they've got with their first kind of proper laps. It's coming out from the pits, whether they've got the pace to mix it up in the front.
Yeah, they've got just over 5.5 seconds to catch back up with the BMW. Yeah, that's 5.7 now.
Yeah, there were 4 attempts down that last lap as IPEC goes to make the move. Nicely done. Up into P4. There's a shout out there for the number 85 car in chat, which is currently being driven by Stefano. We've got just over 3 hours and 45 minutes to go for this race. I'm here for the first 4 hours. You're here for the full duration. Is that right, Cammy?
Yep, I'm here for the whole journey from lights to flag.
Good stuff. I don't think my voice could take the whole 6 hours today. So
Well, I've had an assistant bring me a fresh cup of tea, so that was really appreciated.
it is really appreciated. I don't have one of those. I should get myself one. Yeah.
This was my favourite liveried car, by the way.
Oh, this one. Oh, okay.
With the G logo.
I can understand why as well, because it's simple in design. Yeah.
I like
That's the Gomez Sim Racing
palette.
team.
Yeah, I like the colour palette. I think the G logo is a very simple, elegant design. If you just quickly catch it there with the sort of hexagonal, which makes you think of like a nut on a wheel. The motoring. I don't know if it's a logo of a sponsor or the team-specific logo, but it does make me think of like a nut for a wheel. And it's those simple little elements of design that I really appreciate as we're checking out. Nathan Smith Adams really catching with another driver with a double-barrel surname. These are posh drivers, Matt Guja Scott.
Yeah, Guja Scott. Then I'm going to be feeling the pressure a little bit. Hot under the collar, ever so slightly. Hasn't quite got the same pace as Hearn at the moment. I don't know if that's because he's just finding his rhythm. But goes on the defensive. Smith Adams there. Oh, look at the car behind. Woo. That's Dulipov. He's looked like he was about to outbrake himself, but managed to slow it down.
Track's warmed up a little bit.
It has 1 degree, hasn't it? It was 22 degrees earlier on.
It was 21 when we started.
Right, so it's warmed up 2 in total.
Can make a little bit of a difference to tyre degradation, the pressures they run at, and just how the car feels. Because if you're running right on the limit, then the smallest changes can just change where those limits are and can throw you off. And somebody in the chat was asking what the fastest lap was, and Rhonda kindly letting them know it's 1:47.07.
Good old Gareth, one of the stewards for today.
067.
Yeah. So we've got the Moza podcast in approximately an hour's time. There's also a giveaway during that as well. I believe we've got Alex Goldschmidt joining us today to do the podcast with Cammy. But we also have a guest today by the name of Diego. I believe he's one of the modders that did the student mod, I think. So he'll be.
If you want to know about Formula Student, it'd be a podcast worth listening to.
Yeah, a great mod in a Assetto Corsa. Anyway, enough of hearing our voices for a little bit. Let's quickly go to an ad break, and we'll be right back. And welcome back after our quick ad break, able to hydrate a little bit. And here we go. We're still looking at Smith Adams in the 98 McLaren, Team GHR, applying some pressure on the main owning car. Has had a really good race up until now. Hearn was in the car previously, Cammy. I don't think he's quite got the pace of his compatriot, though, has he, at the moment?
I don't want to sound so critical and so cruel so soon. It could take Guja Scott, a little while to get settled in, to find your rhythm, and it's difficult. It's very different when you're being chased, whereas Hearn was chasing the BMW, and you can get in a real great rhythm of chasing somebody, and you find so much more speed. But when you're on the defensive, it's a totally different ball game, and this is where it's gonna come into Nathan Smith-Adams' hands, because it's, all you got to do is just try and brake a little bit later than the car in front. And is he going to? No, he's staying behind. I thought he was going to try and make a move, but the number 98 staying behind the Lamborghini at the moment. Dulipov still 2 seconds back, hasn't closed up on this battle, as I think both of us thought he was going to close up on this fight, but still 2 seconds back. But Guja Scott is definitely losing touch with Limoges and IPEC up ahead, but he's still having a strong race. His pace isn't too far off that of his teammates, and I wonder if we'll hear from Dan Hearn in the Twitch chat. It'd be sort of interesting to hear his reflection on how his first...
Yeah, I mean, Dan was quite consistently in the 148s, just sort of looking back. Matt's not got close to that as of yet. Always he gets a little bit of a tank, like a little bit of a tank slap out and coming out of that corner there. So managed to gain control of the car. But yeah, I completely get it. Like it is different where you can focus and chase someone else down, and as Nathan goes to have a look there, but thinks better of it. Sensible idea, but then has lost a little bit of momentum there as well. What you got to think about is the 296 is not far behind either, and neither is the 3 or the 7. To be honest, they're all on the same stretch of track. So if anything happens here, they'll be ready for some scraps.
Yeah, that Lambo's gone very wide. They've understeered wildly, really on the outside of the circuit. Smith-Adams just breezes on past. Dulipov's been catching just under half a second in that last lap. And the Lambo of Guja Scott has lost out to Smith-Adams. He's going to try and come back, though. He's got the slipstream. He's going to jump to the outside, but I don't think he's going to get that position back. They're side by side. He's going to try and do it round the outside. Has he got the position back? They're still side by side. Smith-Adams is trying to fight it back, but that's a great bit of driving from Guja Scott. He might not have outright pace, but he's got the craft. He's got the racecraft for sure. As Ben Brown was just saying, neither Ben Brown nor Guja Scott have the pace that Dan Hearn has. But fantastic. And Smith-Adams coming back again. Is he going to be as brave as Guja Scott was? No. So Dulipov now about half a second back from this fight, and it's now going to be a freeway battle.
Could be a 4-5-way battle if these guys keep slowing each other up and bringing the others into it. But yeah, I tell you what, absolutely brilliant bit of driving from Guja Scott there. Honestly, commendable. I didn't see that coming back, but yeah, it's clear that he hasn't quite got the pace of his colleagues. But yeah, brilliant manoeuvre. And look at this. Guadalajara, he's on the back of our P2 man, Sebenko, and this is unbelievable. He's going to make a move he's going to try and make it into T1, thinks better of it, pulls back in behind the Mercedes, the gold liveried Mercedes, and Gabriel, the VRT by Sim Racing Accessories Racing team are looking to try and grab P2, Cammy. I did not see this coming.
No, they're looking very potent out there, aren't they? Looking very menacing. Zubenko having to go on the defensive. Is that Mercedes gold, or is that looking a bit more decidedly bronze? Because it looks like they could be down into P3 very quickly, as Guidarelli in the 576 McLaren is looking very speedy. And it was great clean driving through turn 1 and 2 at the Rettifilo. Very easy to get a bit over-eager and make contact, but he's biding his time. He knows he's got the pace, and he's going to be able to get past Zubenko. And when you've had a driver in front of you who's had a penalty through track cut warnings, there is that thought in the back of your head that, okay, maybe this team is a little bit prone to that. So either they've got more of those track cut warnings, or they're just going to be driving more carefully now so as not to pick up more. Either way, I'm feeling quicker than they are. As Guja Scott goes off, I think he went over the sausage curbs, and once your car's in the air, it's quite difficult to handle an airborne car.
It is. You've got no grip at that point, have you?
No, I don't recommend it.
Yeah. So we're riding on board now with a replay to see exactly what happened to Matt Goodyear Scott. Unfortunately for him, he's now down into P9. Yeah, he hit both of them for good measure. He wasn't happy with just munching one sausage. He had to munch the second one. And here we go. Gabriel looking on the inside of Sebenko. And there we go, making the move stick this time around. He's up into P2. But can the Mercedes get into the slipstream and get the position back? He's trying to go around the outside. I don't think he's got enough momentum, unfortunately. And Gabriel Dimitri's going to have a look again. Looks like he might be a little bit more alongside this time. And they're going to go side by side. They are, and they're giving each other plenty of room. And look at that, cuts back. Oh, no!
Contact!
Oh, what?
Drama.
Yeah, Gabriel lost it. And then fortunately for the 777, the contact didn't do anything to him. But let's have a little replay at this. So here we go down. We're riding on board with the McLaren driver. He'll see the Mercedes coming on the inside on the left-hand side. They give each other plenty of room. Manages to avoid the sausage curb. No, he doesn't. He hits it, and then that spins the car round as he comes out of the exit there, and unfortunately makes the contact. But for Shibenko, that could have gone a lot worse, couldn't it? He escaped there, really, if you think about it.
Yeah, I wonder if that was just a bit of a racing incident. I mean, it was very clever that Zubenko was trying to get the switch back round through the chicane, but I don't know if it was sort of 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, whether it was Guidarelli trying to get the wheels out of the, dipping the wheels in the gravel and just getting back onto the racing line and turning into the Mercedes, or whether the Mercedes had turned left into them. But yeah,
got a replay here as well of the number 7. Again.
It's cool.
Oh, look at that sausage curb. People have got to sort out their appetites. Can't keep eating the sausage curbs. So, yeah, that was a really poor attempt at a joke. Anyway, here we go. We got a battle here as well. I can see Junipov is all over the back of Smith Adams. We saw him sort of catch. We were looking at the battle between him and Matt Goodyear Scott. We saw Junipov sort of making moves. That is there. Matt Goodyear Scott is only 2.5 seconds back, so he'll be trying to kind of mentally get back in the zone, because it takes you a few laps after making a mistake, kind of talking to yourself, getting some encouragement from your teammates and refocusing, because you're going to be kicking yourself a little bit, aren't you, at that point, right? You've just thrown a few positions away. You're your own critique, aren't you, really?
Well, the danger is when you make a mistake, you try to overdrive to make up the deficit, and when you're overdriving beyond your limit, then you're more prone to more mistakes, and the effect snowballs. Then you're further back and you make another mistake, so you think, okay, I've got to drive quicker to make up more time, and it gets worse and worse. So you just have to settle down and remind yourself to just drive at the pace you're comfortable with. Don't outdrive yourself and just try and carry on with your race. Guidarelli is 8.3 seconds back from Zubenko, so I'm keen to keep an eye out on that split and see if Guidarelli can catch Dimitri back up.
Yeah, you're right. It's so easy to kind of just sort of start pushing the limits a little bit too much. But yeah, Julipov then riding on board on the rear wing there momentarily. He's under pressure from Wenzel. And falling a little bit back now from Smith Adams. So Smith Adams got a little bit of breathing space. See, there's some traffic behind being lapped as well. I can see that the Holder watch. Holder's now back in the car for the 169. He's got that gap down to under 20 seconds to P24. They're still going. Commendable from the Crack Racing team. Many people wouldn't. But as we look back at what looks like a Williams but isn't. And Vladimir then not gone defensive. He hasn't made a move. He's probably not enough for Martin Wenzel to really make that move. And we're looking now at Sam Grant. He's in the Onid Simhound Rookies team, currently down in 21st position. Has been given a 15-second penalty. Salaki as well in P17 has also got a 15-second penalty. I see Beton as both two of the Oni cars have got penalties, and then you've got Beton who's John, I've seen racing many races, has also got a 30-second penalty. I did see they have 15 seconds earlier on as well. Here we go. This is the battle that we were just watching a moment ago. Has another look. He's having a look. I wouldn't make the move there, Cammy. We've seen too many people trying to make the move there, and then it just all goes horribly wrong.
Yeah, I just try and gently apply the pressure, and sort of sell a little dummy. Maybe try and fake it. Just scare your rival into making a mistake, into thinking that you're going to launch it up the inside. But Wenzel might have a chance here. He's got half a car length alongside. He's got a whole car alongside. He's got his car ahead. I'd say that move is that stamp is licked, sealed, and delivered.
Yeah, very well done. Nice little move there. Yeah, it's kind of spaced out a little bit in places. Matt who's currently in P9, will be watching that battle from afar. He's got Muscolino, as we're looking at now, very closely behind, but Nathan Smith-Adams there in P6. Ilmoya, I think that's how you pronounce it. I'm not entirely sure. I've tried to work it out, but I'm not sure how you pronounce the name, so apologies if I'm getting that wrong. But he's currently in P5, and Nathan's trying to close down that gap, and nicely doing so as well. Taking slightly different lines there. It's always interesting. They got the, I think that's the 444 ahead of them as well. So traffic will hopefully get out of the way at some point soon. The Ferrari, because that's not the other Ferrari, which is the 987, totally different colour. There we go. The 444 nicely gets out of the way there. That will allow James Holder to also close the gap up a little bit more. As Nathan trying to continue to apply the pressures. Both cars not being too greedy with the curbs on the exit though. You can be a little bit more aggressive there, but don't run too wide, otherwise you'll find the gravel. And down as we go once more to the Parabolica. So the race leader's done 82 laps already. So with 2.5 hours gone, so it's going to be a decent amount of laps today, Cammy. Many more still to go. We've got 3.5 hours still, just under on the clock remaining. Anything can happen. Anybody can get a penalty. Anybody can get a track cut. Anybody can get a drive through for speed in the pit lane. Just got to try and keep it all together for the rest of the race, right?
Yeah, what I imagine is something dramatic is going to happen whilst we're on the podcast. I imagine when we come back off the podcast, it's all going to have changed around, and something dramatic like Genesis Esports lose the lead or something, something really that flips the race upside down, and we're going to be having to quickly catch up and find out what's happened whilst we've been talking to our special podcast guest.
Yeah, and for those of you who don't know, during the podcast, the racing will continue, but the focus will be on the podcast for that hour, while we have, Cammy and Alex will talk to this week's guest, Dimitri, about, the Formula student and the mod and the community and everything else. So very much looking forward to that. But we've got 27 or so minutes now until we're heading towards the third round of the pit stops. So some of the cars already have made multiple trips to the pit lane already for a number of reasons. James Holder's now got that gap down to Condron in the 444, down to just over 8 seconds. So it won't be long until they're no longer plumb last, but they are 5 laps down on the race leader from what I can see in front of me. Alberto Muscolino then in the number 7, trying to place a bit of pressure on the 900 Oni car. We've seen Matt already do some amazing defensive driving, but he unfortunately had an off not long ago, Cammy, which has put him down into to P9. He'll be wanting to try and get himself together to not have another one of those, but he's also got to be alert now because he's just being challenged down into T1.
Remember earlier I was saying the gap that had grown between the two Lamborghinis? Well, now they're 10th and 11th. So the Lamborghinis have, like a feel-good story. They have been reunited with each other on the track. There is 17, 18 seconds between them, but on the driver ladder, they have been reunited.
Yeah, it's funny how things kind of swings around back, doesn't it? So I'm just having a look to see if I can. So our P3 car is still in P3, doing a sterling job after that contact and the battle they had with Sabenko in P2. I don't know if the stewards are going to make any decisions on that, but I kind of have a feeling that because the 576, lost out, it wasn't really a contact. It was probably due to more just to riding the curbs more than anything. So I'm not expecting any penalty for either car on that one. But I can see there are some incoming penalties by looks of it. I don't think they've been dished out yet. Oh no, they have. So the 17, the 18, and the 987, all with 15-second penalties, I believe. They're on. I think they're all on the screen now. Fortunately for the 987, they already had a 15-second penalty, which has now increased their overall penalty to 30. As we look at Nathan Smith-Adams then, trying to make the move on Imoya. I'm not quite. Do you know how to pronounce that one? Do you think, Cammy?
I would have said it was Imoja.
Imoya. Yeah.
Not entirely sure. I'm just trying to check which of the Genesis Esports cars that is ahead, whether it is Terry Cadam lapping them or the Academy car. I'm not sure which. Just try to look at the windscreen.
I can tell you, it is the race leader. That is the race leader ahead of this gaggle of cars.
So yeah, they cleared that gaggle, and Dulipov just trying to fend off Muscolino in the number 7 McLaren there. Or is it? Not sure if that was them. Not sure. And Guja Scott just in the back of the frame there, holding on to that 10th place, managing to stay in the top 10, but it's a shame they've fallen back because they were threatening the BMW, which is up in 4th place.
Dulapov's going to make a move here on the inside. Manages to do so, and
jumps through as well.
Two places lost for the 21 car there. In one corner, I think they were a little bit too cautious, unfortunately for them. Well, then that's put Muscolino on the back of Dulipov. Yeah, as they go through the Parabolica. Yeah, that was unfortunately for the 21. That's 2 places lost in the blink of an eye there. It just shows you a little bit. The problem is, it's kind of like it's such a thin line between being aggressive and then the opposite of being too overcautious, and then something like that happens to you.
Yeah, it just depends where you ease off the gas, where you are being careful, because you can end up losing momentum that affects you not just where you are now, but also down the end of the straight, because you've been slower out of the corner, and you can lose much more than you realise in the moment. As Vladimir Dulipov is still holding off Muscolino. So
I'm seeing in chat 900 apparently hit the wall, had a moment in Parabolica.
900, so that's good, your Scott, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. So the gap between Velez and him is now under 14 seconds. We've just been informed in chat. So maybe we'll get a replay of that from our broadcaster Dan. I'm sure he'll go hunting for that.
Dan's good like that.
He is indeed. So here we go. Vensel's just got past Smith-Adams by looks of it as well. For P5. Yeah, there we go. Nicely done. As they came out of Ascari. Now down into the Parabolica. Coming round to complete another lap. They're currently on lap 85, I believe. The race leader's now on 86, a little bit ahead up the road. But that gap between P1 and P2 is now, what, 66 seconds. I mean, just Tariq Adam just absolutely nailing it. Luke Addison absolutely nailing it when he was in the car as well in the last stint. Don't think anybody's got the pace really to keep up to them. It's whether when they're navigating the back markers, you know, something goes wrong, or they have a technical hitch or just a momentary lapse. But it's not something we did see them go through Ascari at the start of the race and had a bit of a moment. But for them, it could have been a lot worse. But they've just, other than that, they've been absolutely solid today.
Yeah, whatever happens, if something goes wrong for them, it's going to be something that's out of their control, as you said, like a technical issue with their computer or an internet connection, or another car on track causing a collision, because I don't think Genesis Esports have got anything to worry about in terms of their own drivers' capabilities, as Tariq Adams comes under the bridge with the old oval into Ascari. And yeah, they've just got that consistency. They've got a brilliant looking car, brilliant drivers that are doing everything they need to win here at Monza, the 6-hour endurance race. Looks like it could be in the bag for them, but we're not even at half distance yet. Now I could be counting chickens before they've hatched.
Yeah, as we know, anything can and sometimes will happen. As we're back looking at the battle for P7. So Vladimir Dudapov in the car ahead, being charged down by Alberto Muscolino. And Dudapov then still holding on to P7 currently. McLaren versus McLaren, but there are a number of McLarens in today's event at Monza. This is the Monza Racing Endurance Championship, round 5. 6 hours of Monza. My name is Paul Glover. You're joining myself and Cammy Stutch in the commentary booth this time round. Cammy will be doing the whole 6 hours day. I'm here for 4, and we'll be joined by Alex Goldschmidt in approximately 40 half an hour, 40 minutes, something like that. I think the podcast is in about 40 minutes. So, and I'll be leaving you to go and have a lay down. I've not been feeling too rosy this weekend, so that was unfortunate. A little bit of contact there.
That could really hurt Dulapov's rear splitter.
Yeah, but also Alberto's front splitter as well, couldn't it? So, quite sure what happened there, really.
Well, Dulapov just looked like he had a slow exit, and Muscolino just
didn't read it.
Just ploughed into the back of him, not really reading the situation, not expecting it. You know, you get in such a rhythm of going around the circuit that something like that's very out of the ordinary. But I do hope that Dulapov's car has survived. We'll find out if he's able to carry the same speed through Ascari and the Parabolica without having a slide. But, I mean, depends what the speed differential was. Looks like they've gotten away with it. We'll see now as they're coming up to the Parabolica now. All these fans, their arms must be getting tired because they've been waving those flags non-stop for almost 3 hours. I think Dulapov...
That's endurance in itself, isn't it?
That would be, yeah. My arm would fall off if I was... It's like the Indian gentlemen who hold their arm up all their life, and it just... Have you seen that?
No.
Yeah, I don't know why they do it. I need to research, but they just hold one arm up until it essentially wastes away and just becomes almost bone-like.
Oh. I've not seen that. Here we go.
I'm sure there's some religious symbolism to it.
Muscolino then makes the move then.
Does indeed. Yeah, really nice move. Really just textbook. And I'm still wondering if Dulapov is suffering any damage or if he's just not got the pace to hold Muscolino back.
Yeah, well, I'd imagine both cars probably got a little bit of damage from that contact that we saw. Just Crack D Racing Watch. James Holder's now up into P24, so no longer the last car on the circuit. They're no longer in last place, so they've got a couple of laps to make up to get up to P23 now, which is a big ask, but you never know. As we look at Daniel Ibanez in the 178, that's the HRT endurance car, currently in P14, 1.3, well, about 1 to 1.3 seconds back from Quinn, who's currently in the 190 AMG. And potentially going to start feeling a little bit of pressure. That's Cormac Quinn in the 190. That gap is slowly but surely continuing to come down.
Talking of gaps coming down, Velez is only 10 seconds back, 10.5 seconds back now from Goodyear Scott. That was 14 seconds a while back, and
it was.
Yeah, so those Lamborghinis are going to be nose to tail again, I suspect, in about half an hour's time.
Yeah, I'm also conscious. I think Akyol, who's in the 83 McLaren, might also go onto the back of Velez. We'll keep an eye on that as well. So potentially another three-way battle going to develop here. But we'll focus on this one for the moment. The battle for P13. So Daniel Ibanez, the car following. There was a brief yellow flag for the 21 just popped up, and that's now gone. So I think a brief excursion for Imoya around a section of the track. I'm not sure where they were at the time.
Yeah, sometimes the yellow flags can be a bit easily triggered, a bit over-ego, the marshals with their flags.
They can, yeah. They're standing there all day. They've got to be doing something, haven't they? So,
that's it.
Bit like the fans, you know. So they got to do something, and they're flag waving like crazy. So and doing a good job too. But Jimenez then in the slipstream of the Mercedes pulls out a little bit to say, hey, I'm here. Yeah, not quite. I reckon next time round they might better make that. They're definitely a lot closer than what they were the last time we went through the chicane.
Yeah, it looks like they've got the momentum. Whether Quinn's going to be able to hold back that McLaren on a charge. And actually, I really want to check with Dan Hyde on that, whether these two cars have the same engine. Or Dan Hyde might not be sure, but it looks like that Ibanez is going to get the move done now. Yeah, Quinn made a mistake at the Delle Roggia.
Yeah.
And through Ibanez goes up into 13th place. That's half the battle with endurance racing, is just having a clean race and taking advantage of other people's mistakes.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's just being there at the right time. Sometimes you do need a little bit of luck. I think that's the P2 of Chipenko behind as well, coming across those two. So coming right to lap them. But they're over a minute behind the race leader as well. So that's quite some gap between P1 and P2. We've still over 3 hours of the race remaining. But yeah, we've seen some good. We've seen some good, some bad, and some of the ugly today, haven't we?
Yeah, to coin an old Western, yeah, we certainly have. But who has been the good, who has been the bad, and who has been the ugly, Paul?
Well, I'll let our viewers decide who's the ugly and who's the bad and who's the good. But we've seen a mixture of. We're going to see. Oh, do you know what? I thought that was going to be a rear end on the back of Velez there, who's, you were pointing out a moment ago is catching Goodyear Scott ahead, but then I also spotted that Akyol is also making headways on Velez as well, and whilst the gap does continue to come down to Goodyear Scott, so these guys are currently faster than he ahead, but if they battle too much, they might slow each other down, and that gap that might give Goodyear Scott some breathing room. But nevertheless, a battle out on track is good for us to keep an eye on and see who's got the outright pace at the moment. And I'll be honest, Akyol last time around was a second faster than Velez. But as we've seen time and time again, Cammy, and I'll say it again for the 100th time, one thing to catch a car, another thing entirely to get past.
Indeed. Which is another thing that I know you've said 1,000 times.
Yes.
I know. Every commentator, we all do it. We all have our words that we
do.
Back on.
Yes.
I say obviously a lot.
Yeah, I used to do that a lot, and
obviously we've got Matt Goodyear Scott. Obviously, because you're looking at it. That's why I keep saying.
Wow, where's that come from? I didn't see him closing up on him. I wonder if he's had a. He did have a brief yellow flag because I pointed it out for the 21. There's James Holder ahead.
Oh, that Ferrari's almost going to hit the back of Limoges.
Oh.
That Ferrari missed its braking point. That Ferrari in purple, I'm just trying. It's not Benetton, is it? It's the second Ferrari that's running further back.
Yeah,
missed their braking
currently
point
driven. It's the 444 who's in last place.
Yeah, they have missed their braking point many times, and they've had many scares where they need to veer out the way at the last minute to avoid contact. But when that's happened at the Rettifilio, they've not been able to turn away. They've had to turn into the corner and sort of turn into cars.
Yeah. Well, I can see that Velez is moving, so he's a little bit further back. But the 444 is a lot further back, so hopefully managed to avoid the contact.
We're naming, not to name and shame. No, it's Mark Condron in the 444.
Yes.
Ferrari running in 25th place, and then you've got Christian Duploy in 26th. Although they have, I think they have retired now, haven't they? It does say
they have, yes.
Down,
yes.
So I'm going to count that as a retirement.
Yes, I think they have. They have
Is that
left.
only retirement though?
I think so.
Ooh, got a replay here.
Holder
James
unlapping himself. That's the 21 we were talking about a moment ago. Maybe this is what caused the yellow flag. We'll see. Oh no, that's what happened. He got.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I see. So he's being unlapped, and that slowed him right down, and allowed Matt to kind of take advantage of that. Interesting.
Yeah, because you see how much distance he is behind James Holder. Like many car lengths back. He lost so much momentum through the Rettifilio as we're just jumping to the fight for, I think this is 11th and 12th between Louis Velez and Acciol.
Yeah, nicely made. To be fair, I think Acciol was about a second lap faster, so I think we'll see this gap just sort of open up now. You know, I'm happy to be proven wrong, but showing some real turn of speed at the moment. Yeah. Herf says in chat, cracked menaces again. Yeah, well. He also is picked up on the Indeed as well. So thank you, Herf. Thanks, Herf. You're lucky I'm not going to the Sim Expo this year. Yeah.
I used to commentate with someone who'd say absolutely, and I love them for it. But
yeah, you pick up on little things that people do and say, don't you? And also yourself. If you ever listen back to your own commentary, that's how you pick the things up that you do.
Yeah, they're little verbal ticks.
Yeah, they're filler words, aren't they, to try and give you a moment to think about what you're going to say next.
Yeah, politicians are taught not to say so they'll always say something dynamic like "look" or "my point is," rather than
Okay.
So they're taught to never say.
Yeah, that's a really good technique. Yeah.
I think one politician said once, and that Charlie Brooker news wipe show, they absolutely ripped him apart and made fun of it.
What a great show! What a great show!
I missed it. Yeah.
Yeah, anyway. Me too. Anyway, we've digressed. So Louis Velez then has fallen back into P12. So that means Acciol is now. Yeah, look, he's already 1.5 seconds up the road. John Benetton in the BPR car. He's in the pits. Alberto Mascalino currently running in 7th position. Trying to get back onto the back of Smith Adams then, because he lost the position to him a few laps ago. Ipek is 11.5 seconds up the road in the BMW from Wenzel, who's in P5 in the 3 McLaren. I think Wenzel's got the pace on him at the moment, so we might see that gap come down ever so slightly, but Wenzel's not far up the road from Smith Adams, but I don't think Smith Adams has got the pace to catch him as things stand. But as always, I do like to have a quick look and see the winners and losers from the race. So as things stand, the 85 car is currently the worst loser, meaning they've lost 13 positions since the beginning of the race. The biggest winner at the moment is Hunt in the Lexus. They've gained 7 positions since the start of the race. And obviously that will change throughout the race today. The current fastest lap is a 1:47.067, and that is done by the race leader, car number 33, which is currently being piloted by Tariq Adam. And the car with the fastest speed today in the speed trap currently is the BMW of IPEC, car number 224, with 284 kilometers an hour.
I'm very sad because Guidarelli is not catching Zubenko. That gap is widening, and Guidarelli is doing mid 148. Zubenko's lap before was 147, but he's just done a 148.6, so it gives me a little bit of hope. But I want to see Zubenko and Guidarelli fight again, because they had a great battle whilst it lasted.
They did, yes, they did. But unfortunately for Guidarelli, had made a mistake, didn't he? Coming out of the chicane, unsettled the car as we look here, as Alberto Muscoloni is trying to make a move and move up into P6 on Smith Adams, taking that position back from him that he lost earlier on. But Smith Adams now will be into the slipstream of the fellow McLaren driver, and is ever so close. Now is going to pull out and to the right, so going to try and go the long way round, but I don't think he's quite got the momentum needed, unfortunately, and that is a position gained and one position lost for Smith Adams. But again, good bit of driving from both of them.
Yeah, they're both having solid races, and once, you know, they're this far in, they're so far up the field, you know, they're in the top 10, they don't want to throw that away now, so they are going to drive more carefully, just to, you know, I'd rather lose one place than mess things up and lose 10, 20 places. As Erdem Akiol was following Ilimogia through the Rettifilio chicane, round the Curva Grande. Are we going to see these two break out into a little fight? Come up towards the Variante della Roggia. He has a look, he's just letting Ilimogia know that he's there, but I don't think you can miss a bright orange. McLaren in your mirrors, he's got the run on him, up to Lesmo 1. Is it enough of a run? I think he could have been a little bit braver, but he's playing it safe. He tucks back in behind. Is he going to try and get the run out of Lesmo 2? He's very close behind. Brake lights come on, they just dab the brakes a little bit. Throw it into, you've got a nice bit of banking in the Lesmo 2 where you can really throw it in. He's going to be on the outside, he's on the right hand side down towards Ascari. That'll be the outside line. We've seen this go wrong so many times when they go side by side through Ascari. The move. Beautiful bit of driving there from Akiol.
Yeah, he's 2 seconds a lap quicker. So I did think when you said, "Oh, is he going to make a move?" I was kind of like, "Yeah, he's got a lot more pace at the moment." So you know, 2 seconds is a big gap, a difference in pace. You know, we're not talking 3 to 4 temps, which tends to mean that the move is going to be made. But brilliant driving from Erdem there. Fantastic stuff.
Still have trust in the other car to not make a mistake, to not miss their braking point, because if they did, that would have been a big incident into the gravel. So the trust between them both to get through there cleanly, and that worked out really well.
Yeah.
Oh,
so
Dave Zalecki in the pits for Onid Racing.
Indeed, they are. We're still waiting for the race leader and co to come in for their third pit stop, but I can see that the 178 McLaren has been in for their third as well. Also, the Ferrari, the 987, I think is now being driven by Justin de Jong. They've been in to the pits as well. So Zalecki making their way out now, I believe. Here we got Kevin Dehan there. Currently the car 28 is in 21st position, chasing down Grant. Sam Grant in P20 in the number 17 car. Having a nice little battle. The P20. It doesn't matter where the battles are. What matters is, are you enjoying yourself, and that's the main thing. Oh yeah, it's lovely if you get a top 10 or a win. I don't get those very often, but when you have a nice battle, you come away from it. I used to have a bit of a rivalry with the one and only Steve Worrell. and it was great until he got faster than me, and it wasn't so great. But Steve would still have a mistake in him. Have you ever had a rivalry, like somebody you look forward to? You know, not like a hateful rivalry, but what I mean is like someone that of like similar pace you have you look forward to racing with.
Oh yeah. I mean, not so much these days because I don't race nearly as often. The design work is like my 24-hour job now, really.
Yeah.
But in a prior series during lockdown, Ben Brown, who is with Onid Racing today, he and I had a great rivalry in a championship that was run during lockdown on a different sim, R Factor 2, and it came down to the final round, and he won the championship. I came second, but yeah, it was a really great friendly rivalry, and even Dan Hyde and I had a little bit of a rivalry. I mean, my main memory is lapping him, but he really got quick. He got good. He got quick very quickly, and I wasn't able to ever lap him again. And now, if I'm racing with Dan, he's up alongside me. He's come on leaps and bounds. But that was like the early days of his
those who can't hear Dan because he's doing the broadcast. He just called out Cammy for being rude. So just put that out there, because otherwise it's not fair that Dan's opinion can't be heard for the rest of the spectators. There we go, halfway through the race, 2 hours 59 minutes to go and 55 seconds remain, and won't be long until we have our podcast for today with Diego and Cami and Alex talking all good things Formula Student. But this is the Moza Racing Endurance Championship, round 5 at 6 hours of Moza. We'll be expecting a lot of the leader cars to come in shortly for their third pit stop. 65 minutes stint timer as this battle continues. Oh no, hold on, no, he's got past Goodyear Scott now, sorry. There we go, that's how quick this guy is at the moment. Akiol showing some real pace in that 83 McLaren. I think Goodyear Scott's also just entered the pits as well, so that'll be potentially a driver swap, or he may double stint. We shall find out. But really showing some pace in that 83 McLaren at the moment, low 148. So mixing it with the cars ahead, but he's got 17.5 seconds now to Dulipov, who's in P8. So we'll see if the Sensible Racing team, look at that name, great, will able to make that time up. But it's going to be tough because the cars ahead are now kind of around their similar pace. But we shall see once they get fresh tyres on what is possible. Yeah.
To put Akiol's pace into perspective, he's on the same sort of pace as the leading trio. 148.2 would, that's quicker than Guidarelli in third place. So that gives an idea of the sort of pace Akiol's got, and it's a shame when you see a driver or a team with the pace but sort of so far down. It's great seeing them climb up through the field, but it's kind of what could have been if we just
lost a car. I don't know who, but somebody's just dropped.
Oh, I thought you were going to say you lost me again.
No. We've lost a car this time. I got a feet. I don't know who it. I'm not sure who it is, but I can see Shabenko is in the pits.
We have to play detective now and figure out which cars are.
Yeah, I'm hoping Herf might be able to help out, or somebody might be able to tell us in chat which car. I think a car just dropped. I'm not. Both my timing and everything all just moved, so something's definitely happened. So we'll wait to see if somebody can help me confirm that. But the car from P2 was in the pits. They're coming out P7. So they've done their third pit stop.
That caught me out. I was about to say Subenko was the car that got disconnected, but
no,
pitted.
No. So that was a 66.4 second stop, and Uyamet, I can see, has also done their pit stop. There was a 69 second. Matt Goodyear Scott was in the pits for 81.9 seconds. So that was a long stop, and I imagine that's probably to repair some damage. because most of them are around about 65-ish seconds, something around that total kind of pit stop time, stationary for around about 34 to 38 seconds from what I'm seeing. So, yeah, Tariq Adam continues to lead the way as we look at Erdem Akyol, who's now chasing down Parrot, who's now in the 777, but Mercedes, but they've just come out of the pits from P2, so they're a little bit out of place at the moment until everybody completes their third pit stop. And as we see Vladimir Dulipov now into the pits as well in a very, very striking livery. I do like that. I'm a fan. I also like the Genesis Esports one as well. Very Alpine, isn't it? But I do like the colour combinations. And then, yeah, I can see anybody else coming into the pits. None of the top 6 at the moment have come in, well, except for, of course, from those the car that was in P2, the 777, which is currently now being driven by Perrick. As we look at Tariq Adam, who's leading the way. This team have been in P1 and remain in P1. They've not really had any challenges today. They've been on a pace of their own, just out there. Very commendable amount of pace they've had around the Monza today. And here we go. We've got a replay. So this is your man that we were talking about bigging up Akyol. He's not going to clip the back of the Mercedes, is he? Oh, he nearly did though. He took evasive action. Oh, could you imagine you taking out P2? Oh, imagine the swear words that would be aiming at him.
And he did well to sort of jump out of a potential incident there, didn't he? There's plenty of runoff there at the chicane. There are sausage curbs, but it is a safe place for you to sort of jump out if in case, to avoid an incident. And he did exactly the right thing, rather than just driving into the car in front and rather than turning left, which really doesn't help you because the car's ahead of you turning left. And there's Tariq Adam. He's just behind, I think that's Weiser, who is running in 11th place in the Sol Porsche. And Weiser moves right over, eases off the gas and just lets the leader go past, which Tariq Adam will be delighted to see. It makes his job so much more easy.
Yeah, indeed. So, great. So we're just right. So, Smith Adams in the pits then from P6. So they're going to slowly fall down the order just a little bit, but not too bad, I don't think. Let's see their overall time of their pit stop. So that was a 63.3 second visit. That's quicker than the stop for the 777, which was 66.4. That's about a second slower. So time can be gained here. Oh, there's a yellow flag for 18. Bain out on track, already lost a couple of positions. Let's might have to go back and see what's happened there. Here we go. Oh no, we cut away back to Tariq Adam. Here we go.
We're back to the replay.
We are back. Oh, is he going to hit the curve? Is he going to hit the sausage? Yes, he is. Oh, that's a whack into the wall there as well, isn't it?
Oh,
yeah, those barriers are not going to move for you, mate, unfortunately.
And then he has to watch his teammates in the sister teams drive on past. That makes it a little extra painful.
Yeah. So, it's that deadly curb again, isn't it, though, what we've talked about a few times, right?
Yeah, we better petition against those curbs.
Yeah, so Akyol then still putting Parrick under pressure. Akyol has got to be due a pit stop. They pitted 34 laps ago. So you'd hope that they will sort of leave Parrick alone shortly. You know, if you just want to concentrate on winning, on getting on the podium, not having to defend, trying to be unlapped, a car trying to unlap itself. You know,
Oh,
although
leave
it's
him
not
alone.
unlapping, it is currently a race position. Sorry, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I'll leave him alone. Let him drive. Don't pester him for his place. Let him be.
If I
No,
was
Akio,
Parrick, I'd be
yeah.
like, come on, you'd be like a fly. You know what I mean? Like trying to swat it away. Like, leave me alone.
Almost. Yeah, but I wonder if they're aware that Akio is due a pit stop any lap now.
Yeah, maybe they should. Maybe if they've got teammates watching things, maybe they say, look, just let him pass. He's being a nuisance. Just let him pass. Let him past you, and then you haven't got to worry because we've already seen him nearly go into the back of him once.
Yeah, and Akio could Parrick, if he just lets Akio go ahead, Parrick could fuel save a little bit.
Yes.
Could just cruise around behind him, use the slipstream to his advantage, and as long as he keeps pace with Akio, he'll know he's staying on pace and just, fuel save a little bit, and that could help towards the end.
Yeah, indeed.
Oh, we're cutting away. There's blue flag out. We've got a few cars.
The number 7
together
McLaren
at the Parabolica.
being driven by Muscolino.
This is the McLaren that I think looks like an Alpine racing car.
Oh, what, the 21?
Yeah, the one that's being passed, I think that's a real Alpine esports.
Uyamets, yeah. What are we going to see? Too much curbage? No.
No,
Okay, just
anything.
no. There wasn't a move for position either that I can recall.
Yeah, they did pass down the straight. I thought there was all I thought.
Yeah,
was
but Muscolino showing P3 and Uyamets showing P21, P11 even. So I'm not sure. Yeah, that was the 21 being overtaken, wasn't it?
Alberto had a little slide out of Lesmo 2. Going for style points, but 8.3 seconds back from the BMW piloted by IPEC, who's running in second place. So is Muscolino, say eyeing a podium, but I think they are due a pit stop soon as well. They're all out of position now, and we've got Gerard leading in the McLaren, the number 33.
You're pleased though there are no more incidents being reviewed at the moment, so I'm not expecting any more incoming penalties for the moment.
So Sherat has taken over from Tariq Adam. 104 laps completed here at Monza, and the in-game time, I mean, this race started really early in the morning because it's only 9:48 a.m. with the in-game
track temperature of now 26 degrees.
Yeah, so as the sun's been rising, it's been getting warmer and warmer. And I know a few people in the chat have been begging for rain, which would really spice things up.
Yeah, well, I don't think we're going to see rain today. We saw rain in the last round, pretty sure, unless I'm imagining it. But yeah, I don't think we're going to see much of the wet stuff today.
No, it's looking pretty bone dry out there. Here is the leader, Cody Sherat, who's taken over from his teammate Tariq Adam, who's put in two flawless stints for Genesis Esports, as they lead the way well ahead of Muscolino in second place, but I think they are due a pit stop. It says 1 lap, but that is just I don't think they're a full lap ahead quite yet. That is just a timing issue with the game, with ACC, and they're closing up on Gasson, who is in their second stint of the race now. And are they going to make it easy for Sherat to go past? Because a lot of drivers have just been leaping out of the way when they've seen that sort of tricolor McLaren coming up behind them, haven't they?
Yeah, I think they have, and I think that's because you don't want to be the reason for them to end their race, right? I think that's really, really important. Right, Muscolino's into the pits for P2. That'll promote Parrick back up into that position. I did see that Akio and Smith Adams also completed their pit stop. The 486 still to do their third pit. They still haven't come in yet. They're now moved up into P9 because of that. as they continue round. They last pitted 35 laps ago. So maybe they're pushing it to the edge. Who knows? I can't see their stint timer. But yeah, you can see the winners and losers in the pit stop. Charlie's team, the 576, was in the pits for a total of 80 seconds. So that's one of the highest. So they've lost a considerable amount of time to Akar, who's in the 224 there, because their pit stop was a total of 68.2 seconds. So I'd expect things to develop a little bit there. As you can see now, Akar in the 224 goes down there as we got the car, I think, of Law leaving the pit.
Muscolino's car. Whether
Muscolino, sorry.
is still piloting it, not sure. That's the number 7. I'm just seeing in the chat that they're being very critical of Luke Addison and Tariq Adams. Yeah, they're being very critical. I don't think Luke Addison did much wrong, did he?
I don't know. However, say tell Luke he's cute.
I've missed that. Is it? I'll take their word for that. I haven't seen it. Like.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what Herf's on about. Right. Probably too much sugar today. He's been up all night. I think he was up all night as well, working. So he's probably a little bit. He's also been left to run today. So yeah. Okay. So a car then 7 seconds back at the moment from Charlie. So we'll keep an eye on that, because I think we could see a battle develop. But also you've got the 7, who's not far back from a car, have you? So Francesco here, we're watching the moment. Again, actually, to be fair, P4, 5, 6 and 7 are not really that far away from each other.
No, they can all see each other down the back straight before the Parabolica. When one's coming up to the Parabolica, the last one's coming out of Ascari, they'll be able to see each other. And for Smith Adams on the tail end of that, now he's got that rabbit to chase, and when you can see the people you're chasing, it really gives you that impetus to really go for it. And Smith Adams had a great stint today, running in 7th. We'll see. They're 5 seconds back from Laupa. Are they going to be able to catch them? We'll wait and find out, and we're very much looking forward to that, because there will be some great battles for some high points paying positions.
Yeah, so Frante there as Francesco for the VRT team, and then we're looking back at Matt.
Channel your inner Italian.
Yeah, what? Francesco. There you go.
There you go.
Yeah, I don't want to upset my friend Davide. But
Alex is here. You have to impress him with the pronunciations.
Right.
He's on shy now.
Yeah. I'm always trying to impress Alex. But yeah, you're making me blush. Okay, so Matt Goodyear Scott then currently P11. So double stinting. I think when he got in the car, I think we were up around about P7. So not doing terribly. Had a bit of a moment. Has also showed some good defensive moves. And then when he lost the position, he also made a good move back into the first chicane. Fantastic stuff. But yeah, I'm just looking at the live timing. I think Catrali might have the pace of a car at the moment. And then, yeah, I don't think a car is going to be threatened from behind either as things stand. But as we know, each car has different characteristics. So, one car might be a little bit faster than the other at the beginning of a stint. And then as you head midway, that could swap round, etc., etc. But yeah, I think for the moment, things have kind of settled down a little bit.
They have. They're deep into the race now. People are getting in their groove. It looks like battles have generally calmed down a little bit. We'll definitely see things hot up as we get into the final hour, final hour and a half of this race. No doubt. We've got viewers asking what the gap is. between P1 and 2, and the gap is so big that often it just appears as
It's
one lap.
1 minute and 26 seconds.
There you go, 1 minute 26 seconds, or as Tariq Adam has said, 85 seconds. That's
Or 84.2 seconds, yeah.
that either way works. There's Jus Parak in second place for Mitz Racing, and they had a 15-second penalty earlier. They came under pressure for that second place from Guido Milli, wasn't it? And now just making his way past lapped traffic of James Holder in the 169 Dayglow Fuchsia and Lime Green McLaren. I don't think that Paddock is going to be able to catch Sherratt at all. I think it seems premature to just give Genesis Esports the medal now, but anything can happen in sim racing, and it usually does.
Yeah, Cody Sherratt then, currently in the Genesis Esports car. Another man with an amazing bit of pace, currently in the 147s. No one else is doing... Oh, actually, Akyol's in the 147s at the moment as well. So, showing some decent pace in the 83 at the moment. So the 33 and the 83 are the two fastest cars out there right now.
One person in the chat asking for a blue shell. And yeah, Genesis are that far ahead. It's not surprised that people wouldn't. Yeah, should we introduce blue shells to ACC? Probably wouldn't go down well with the hardcore racing community, but yeah,
no, but
please.
We're the SGP are doing a 24-hour Spa race in November, and because it's for charity, what you can do is you can pay for penalties to be applied for other cars.
Oh, Oh, look who's joined. Oh, Elon Musk has entered a team. Just throw out penalties to everybody and win.
Yeah, there are limits. There are limits to how many can be used at a certain amount of time. Like, it's not like, oh, everybody pile on this car.
Yeah, I'm loaded. I'm just gonna buy victory.
Yeah. It's not. So there are those kind of things in the community. I know other communities do something very, very similar.
That's a brilliant idea.
Right, so it's time for me to depart. Alex Goldsmith is waiting in the wings. So is Diego from Formula Student. Cami will be remaining here. We've seen some great racing. Thank you very much for those who've been watching with me so far. I'll leave you in the capable hands of Cami and Alex, and I'll introduce Diego shortly. We'll take a quick break, and then it'll be podcast time. It's been a pleasure. Cheerio.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome along to the next part of the show. A big thank you to Paul Glover for standing in. My name's Alex Goldschmidt. I've been a regular haunt here on the Moza Racing Endurance Championship, but it's time for episode number 5 of the Sim Racing GP podcast, powered by Moza Racing, and joining me very soon will be Cami Sturch, but I'd like to welcome along Diego from Formula Student, who's going to be our guest for the next hour. Diego, very, very good to see you. How are things?
Hello, it's great to see you. Everything is great, so Thank you for the invitation, for being in the podcast, and yeah, looking forward to it.
Diego, just give us a bit of background of, obviously, you know, being with Formula Students and getting into sim racing. How did the journey begin with you?
Well, I guess for me, the journey of sim racing begins with the journey of real racing. So when I was a kid, like when I was 4 or 5 years old, I got hooked in racing and started following Formula One. I remember when I was 9 or 10, waking up like at 5 a.m. just to watch Formula One. And so when I grew up, I kind of knew two things. I wanted to do this in a professional capacity, and I also wanted to get involved in races and in the capacity that I could. So obviously, I started in sim racing with Gran Turismo, and then moved on to PC once I was able to afford that. And in terms of professionally, I started studying mechanical engineering, and so both journeys combined later on with Formula Student as I started developing the cars we make in real life, developing them for the sim. So yeah, and pretty much that's how it gets us. It gets us to today. And yeah, it's been a really cool journey, and it's just the beginning.
Well, we're going to get a bit more in depth into that, Diego, but of course, we had Sim Racing GP rivals with Intel, and we had the Mad Formula Student car on the GPK circuit in Suzuka. Myself and Paul Glover, I think we're going to be falling off the back of our chairs because they are a complete handful. But as you said, mechanical engineering, you know, there are a lot of people that try and get into motorsport and don't have the budget, let's say, to go into IRL racing. You know, I see a lot of karters who will... because that's what I've been doing, for those wondering why I haven't been around for the first half of the podcast. I'm currently in Belgium at the moment, just having done the B&L karting series for their final round of the season. But mechanical engineering is a great tool to have because there's always a requirement for engineers and technicians in the pit lane in IRL. But as you said, that correlation translates to the sim racing world. You know, when we see with like Assetto Corsa Competizione, iRacing, R-Factor 2, even AC, and we'll get onto the modding a little bit later on in terms of mods, you know, different cars that can be made in different tracks. But there is really a direct correlation to both, isn't there? You know, the line, just like real life racing, has been completely blurred, irrecoverably, I think.
Yeah, it's definitely a very useful tool for real life racers. Like when you see real racers training in ACC or Assetto Corsa, like I remember yesterday it was Fernando Alonso, I believe, who posted a photo of him training in Assetto Corsa, and that just shows how much everything has evolved. Like even compared to 10 years ago, like these days, anybody can get Assetto Corsa or ACC, and when you see professionals using it as a proper tool to train and to develop their skills, you know, it shows that the people who are good even in the sim can be really good in real life. And we've seen some people go from the sim and get the opportunities and get the budgets to go racing. I guess Jimmy Broadbent is obviously the prime example of that, but there's been many more, and with many projects like the McLaren Challenge and other tournaments that there have been. So, you know, as an engineer, I see it, and I see it as a very useful tool that can help you explore new areas of setup, find new ways of getting better, and yeah, it's a really exciting place to be.
Yeah, you mentioned about Jimmy, of course. For those that didn't really catch his antics on YouTube, both he, Steve Alvarez Baran, and Nisha Sharadin with the Bilstein Team Black Falcon BMW 330 got their first ever podium at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Despite trials and tribulations with damage, Misha having a big old off, and I think one of the good things about, you know, when you see like Steve, Jimmy, and Misha, you know, being given an opportunity. And that's all it takes. It takes one moment where you can be in the right place at the right time. And I would imagine that that's been the case for you, Diego. Especially like going onto the Formula Student program, which every year has a major competition. You've got universities from all across the globe. And it's a sign of community, very much the case of what we have in sim racing. What has been your best highlights of being involved with Formula Student so far?
Wow, there's been a lot. I mean, this is my 5th year. I'm beginning in university, and it's my 5th year in the team, in Math Formula team, which is the one where I'm working. And I have so many good memories and so many highlights of, with friends, sharing moments with other teams. It's very much a competition where everyone is friends with each other. You're competing with each other, but there's a really good feeling. But I guess the highlight is when I got to drive the car in Austria in 2021. That was very special. It was a big honor, a big task not to crash the car, because it's the work of all your team, everyone you know. It's even work you've done yourself, and at the end of the day, we're students. We are doing this for passion, for to learn, to progress, and to other things. But we do it because we love what we're doing. So I guess the highlight was driving the car, but there are so many more with good friends, and yeah, you form a family at the end of the day, which is really, really beautiful.
Yeah, very good evening, Cammy. Good to have you with us for the SPP podcast episode number 5, powered by Moza Racing. How are you doing, by the way?
Good to see you again, Alex, and great to meet you too, Diego. Yeah, very well. I had to just take a quick break because I've been commentating from the green flag, well, from qualifying of the Moza 6-hour endurance race here at Monza. So just had to have a moment off the computer, but yeah, doing very well. Great to see you again.
Yeah, Cammy, have you got any questions for Diego? Because we talked about his journey into sim racing, and obviously with Formula Student. We need to get onto mods, don't we? We need to get on cool stuff in sim racing. But I mean, Cammy, have you got any questions first of all for Diego?
I mean, obviously I missed the first bit of the interview of the podcast, but I'd love to hear more about the Formula Student, because I know Formula Student, it's a worldwide event, isn't it, where universities compete against each other, and I'm very much on the outside of that. I went to university back in the days where, did you know, when I went to university, the iPhone hadn't come out? That's how long it came out whilst I was at university. So just to put that, I'm not that old. But
you just had to put it out there, didn't you?
Yeah.
I literally, in my
Not
first
that long
year,
ago.
I had a PDA rather than an iPhone. But yeah, if I was doing university now, I'd certainly look at a motorsport one where I could do engineering, and I'd just love to hear a bit more about that competition that's between universities and the different positions that maybe if we can open up a bit where people watching, they could possibly be inspired as to the various positions and things that they can learn. Because from the outside, I just think, okay, I want to change wheels on a race car? But I'm sure there's much more to Formula Student than becoming a mechanic, for example.
Absolutely. The key about Formula Student is that it's a competition for engineers, and that's kind of the goal. And when you look at how the events are formatted, it's all about how the people who design the car, how they do it, what sort of ideas they have, how they make them happen. And so at the end of the day, the easiest way to explain it, I guess, there are hundreds of competition. Well, hundreds, maybe that's a bit too much. There are hundreds of teams all around the world who are competing in a dozen competition all across Europe. There are also in North America, in Australia, Japan. And so each team goes to the ones which are closest to them. You don't go to all of them. It's not like Formula One or another series where you go to all races. You go to the ones that fit your calendar. And in each competition, each university builds its own car from scratch. So that means designing all the parts, designing all and simulating everything to make sure the parts will hold up, finding sponsors to make sure you can get the material and the resources to make it happen, and then you have to build it, and then you have to race it. So it's very much a competition for engineers. And even in the events themselves, you have dynamic events in which the car is racing, but also you have static events in which you have to show your designs and the way you organize your team, and you have to show all of this to professional engineers who are working in the biggest in the biggest automotive brands there are. So like Dallara, VW, Porsche, Formula One teams. They are your judges, and so it's a very good way for us to learn and to grow as engineers, because at the end of the day, the goal of the competition is for you to become a better engineer. So when you sit uni, you have this background, you have this experience, and yeah, it's a beautiful competition. From the outside, you will see some incredible cars. Some of them are beating world records, like Zurich's car. It just beat a few days ago the not to 100 kilometers an hour world record. It did it in less than a second. And so you have these little monsters, which are developed by engineers, and the ingenuity and the concepts behind them are just really, really incredible.
Because one of the static events and the dynamic events, you have there's like a slalom event, isn't there? And then there's an acceleration event. And I think is that also a test of accelerating and how quickly you can bring the car to a stop as well? Because some of these Formula Student cars, if people viewing haven't seen them, they're like tiny little go-karts with a monocoque and huge wings that you would see on like hill climb rally cars, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. So there are 4 events in a competition, dynamic events. You have a skid pad, which is a figure of 8, shall we say, in which you test the cornering capabilities of your car. You have acceleration, in which you see how fast it goes. Autocross, which I guess it would be a time trial. It's the closest thing you can compare it to, in which you have to do a lap as quickly as possible. And then endurance, which is a bit longer, around half an hour, which for these handmade cars, it can be quite tricky to make. And so you have these 4 competitions in which you test the car in different areas, and the best team, the team that manages to score the most points, is the one bringing the trophies home. But yeah, every team brings a new concept, brings new ideas to the mix, which is at the end of the day what everything is about.
So for people watching, if you want to get involved in Formula Student, if you're in the UK, because not every university does it, so if you're in the UK, Imperial College London, University of Bath, University of Birmingham, University of Glasgow, University of Sheffield, they have Formula Student teams. If you're in Germany, you'd want to look at the University of Stuttgart. I think they are the most successful Formula Student team in the world, with 4 Class 1 wins. Or you can go to TU Munich. If you're in USA, there's Georgia Tech, CSU Pomona, Rochester IT, and University Tech Arlington. Italy has Unimore, and I think that's Australia with Monash University. There's so many. Oh, and Sweden has Chalmers UT. So just to give people viewing an idea of, well, is there a university near me? But like, how long do you spend? Is it a yearly event, or can you spend more than a year working on a Formula Student car?
So, well, I actually wanted to add that most universities with an engineering degree have a Formula Student team in some capacity. In Spain, I know there are at least 20 or 30 universities with a program. Some of them are very strong. Some others have just begun building their cars. And I know in the UK there are also 30 plus teams with a car. So most likely, if you have a university with an engineering degree, it's most likely there's a Formula Student project in some capacity, which is really cool. And the more teams, the better. And to follow up your question, it does take a lot of time. So you have to build a car every year. That's one of the rules the competition puts. So you're forced to design a brand new concept every season. And so you spend the entire year building that car. Right now we are in Mad Formula team. We are building next year's car already. So we have started with the design phase already. And so it's very much a year-long project. And there's new members coming in, old members leaving the team. So that transition is also very important, how you are able to teach new members your knowledge, everything you've learned over the past 3, 4, 5 years, whatever you've been in the team. So at the end of the day, it's a year-long project, even though the competitions are in summer. all the work done to get the car ready has been done prior to that.
I know patron of Formula Student is, of course, Ross Brown, but there are some really notable judges as well, aren't they? There are a lot of people from high up in motorsport, especially from Formula One. So checking my notes, Andrew Deakin from Renault and William Tuitt from Sauber F1. And sometimes you get drivers like Jenson Button who drop in to check out what's happening, because they, like Fernando Alonso, they have a great interest in the next generation of motorsport, which ties in nicely to sim racing, because Fernando Alonso and Jenson Button were two of the most active drivers during lockdown, weren't they?
Yeah, they were racing a lot during the lockdown. They were in these. What was the tournament called? That one from the race.
The race All Stars
Yeah.
with Jack Nicholls and Jolyon Palmer on commentary. I
The-
still
the-
remember they still got Sebastian Vettel, Emerson Fittipaldi. I think even Mario Andretti got involved as well, which was crazy, because it was like the only form of entertainment that we all had. A really interesting question I've just thought of, actually, Diego. With regards to when you say that there is a 12-month period where you're constantly building a new car, is there a carryover of parts that you are able to use? Or, you know, is there a lot of, I wouldn't say the word cannibalization, I would say that, you know, a transfer of parts that will be specific to the backbone, the foundation of the car, like, say, the chassis, any electronic control units, or any system software that might be usable as per the regulations of Formula Student?
So the main one you have to change is the chassis. So everything else you can kind of carry it over. So like you will have the engine, you can carry over aerodynamic parts, even suspension components, but the chassis you have to build a new one every year, and not only build a new one but build it differently. So whether that is new geometry, new materials being used, you have to show to the judges that you are not just taking what someone else did last year and bringing it over to this year, because at the end of the day, what the judges want you to do is to build something and to learn from it. Having said that, there's a lot of carryover, especially when you have a good basis. So all the top teams, what they are doing is optimizing previous concepts, improving the ways they are building things, exploring new areas to get performance. So once you get to one point, you will definitely be optimizing everything, but even then you still have to bring something new every year and come up with new concepts and ideas. So that's part of the fun of this, of being involved in Formula Student.
Is there sometimes a fight between you, between who gets to be the driver? Because I can imagine several of you want to be the driver.
Yeah, and as part of the competition, the drivers have to be members of the team. So they have to be uni students who are part of the team. You cannot go and hire the professional driver from out there. It has to be someone from the team. In fact, there are 4 drivers per team, because they want to see that the car can be driven by multiple drivers, that it's easy to drive. And I mean, at the end of the day, you end up taking the 4 fastest people there is on your team, because that's what's gonna bring you the most points. So even though there's a fight and there's obviously that competitiveness, you want the best 4 people in your team to be in the car and bringing you the best results.
I think that's quite... Yeah, sorry, Cammy.
Sorry, I was going to say it's held at Silverstone a lot, but I wonder if you'd be excited to see it held elsewhere.
So that's FS UK. It's held in Silverstone. For example, FS Austria is held at the Red Bull Ring. FS Germany is held at Hockenheim. FS Spain is held in Montmeló. So you are really going to these amazing Grade 1 circuits, and you sometimes get to work on the paddocks and on the garages where a month ago F1 was racing or MotoGP was racing, and that's a really, really surreal feeling, just to be in the paddock, working in your car, and thinking that you are in a professional environment already and racing in these tracks you've been watching on TV all the time. So that's also the thing about Formula Student. There are 10, 15 competitions every year, and your team has to classify to as many as possible, and then you will get to go to as many as you can. Usually a team will go to 4 competitions. That's usually the norm. Some teams go to less. Very few teams go to more. So yeah, it's usually you go to 3-4 places per year, and yeah, you get to go to some really, really nice places.
Yeah, I think, well, you know what, that's been a really, really cool insight on Formula Student. I mean, some of the people that I know within the industry, Alexandra Legui and Andrew Mather, have been part of presenting teams at Silverstone for FS UK. But let's get on to some proper sim racing bits and pieces, shall we, Diego? Let's get on to modding. The modding side of sim racing, you know, especially with the Assetto Corsa, is quite prevalent. You know, as I was mentioning with SGP rivals with Intel, we had the Formula Student cars at the GPK version of Suzuka. What do you enjoy about modding? It sort of gives you, as you said earlier on when we started this about 20 odd minutes ago, that you can bring your mechanical engineering know-how and apply it in a virtual sense to create all these different cars. You know, what attracts it to you? Is it like the intricacies of attention to detail and making it as real to life as possible?
For me, the way I started with sim racing, with modding, was back in the pandemic. So at that point, I had been in the team for a year now. And when everyone went into lockdown, it was clear that we wouldn't be able to race. And so I was quite disappointed that I couldn't get to see the first car I was working on in real life, driving and seeing it in person. And so, being in lockdown, not being able to do anything else, I started wondering, what if I can bring that car into a simulator? Obviously, Assetto Corsa was the one I was most familiar with, and it is the most popular one when it comes to adding content. And so I started researching, working on it, and it was very much a process of learning by myself how to do it, making a lot of mistakes in the way, asking a lot of questions to a lot of people in forums and in chats, to people who really know what they're talking about, like the people from RSS, from IER, from the forums at Kunos and Race Department. So it was very much learning how to do things and how to get a car onto Assetto Corsa. And so it was really exciting just to be able to mix that also with the information I know from the real project and having access to all the real life data to make it very accurate. And so that's how the 2020 car came about and how it was entered into the sim and shared with the community. And so the next 2-3 cars, I really enjoyed the process of making a car into Assetto Corsa. And I saw a lot of potential on it, on gathering data and helping the team with training drivers, recreating tracks so drivers can get to learn them before getting to the real life circuits. And so I saw a lot of potential there, and I started working on the next car. And by now I have already built 4 cars in the last 4 years. And so each year I've been learning new things, how to make them better. I've been able to learn how to extract data from the real life project better. And yeah, it's just that ability to be able to have it on the sim, to test new things, and also to share with everybody. Like, I know a lot of people who didn't know what Formula Student was until they drove the car on Assetto Corsa, which is really exciting. And I even know some team members who entered a few years ago who knew the team thanks to Assetto Corsa. Like, the first time they had any contact with Formula Student and Matt Formula team was the car in race department, and then they started searching. They saw there was a team in real life, and then they joined. So it's really beautiful to see also that side of modding. Not sure if you can hear me. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I
Okay,
can.
perfect.
I can
Yeah,
hear
I
you.
thought that was my internet dropping out.
Okay. Yeah. Everything went a bit quiet for a moment, so I didn't know if it was my end or your end.
Great. Oh, it's been me during the race having internet drop out, but that might have been all of us. I know. I know the feed that we get through Discord for the race that runs in the background of our podcast is very pixely and very delayed compared to the Twitch feed. So
Yeah.
it might even be something on Caden Broadcasting side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's really, really cool to understand from the modding perspective there, Diego, that I mean, we've had a couple of mentions in the chat saying, well, I think it was actually Stefan, who's one of our team behind the scenes here, says that, yeah, my friend does a lot of tracks and he says it's tedious because it takes quite a long time, but devil's in the detail, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Like it's all about how much you want to spend on it and make it as accurate as you know. So, I mean, you could make a very simple car or a very simple track in a matter of days or a matter of weeks. But if you want something realistic and fun to drive and enjoyable, it takes a lot more. And also because you will, even when you release it, someone will point out something that you've overlooked. That has happened a lot on my end. I've seen a lot of people mentioning things that I had overlooked completely and helping me to improve. So, and I'm sure it happens with everybody who's making content for EC. So, yeah, it's all about how much you want to spend on it, and if you have the desire and and you want to get something really exciting and something that you can be really proud of, and yeah, it's gonna take a long time.
Yeah, Kemi, I don't know if you've got any questions about modding for Diego at all.
Oh well, I suppose given you do modding and you do Formula Student, I mean, which path do you see most realistically, or would you want a professional career in? Because it could even open up into a situation where video game developers who produce sim racing simulators would say you could come on board as a programmer to develop our cars in our game. And then that would mean a career in video games, which is ironic because I left a career in video games to come into motorsport. So, if you were offered a position in a sim racing video game studio, or let's say like a European GT team, but which would you take?
Well, the itch to go racing in real life, it's too strong for me. So I would have to take at first the racing in real life, where there is Formula One, Le Mans, GT racing. I'm already looking for jobs on that section, on that industry. But I really enjoy working on content for racing video games. So even though I am thinking on other paths right now for like my short-term future, in the long term, I'm very much open to maybe go into a racing video game or whatever comes up. So yeah, but at the moment, I really want to make it into real life racing. It's been a dream, so it's kind of that sort of box I want to take before going elsewhere.
Maybe you could, yeah, the video game stuff can always be on the side as a hobby and make a little extra money on the side with special mods for people. And sometimes, yeah, people may want bespoke mods made for them for their particular car. If somebody designs a car and wants it in a simulator, then they could be turning to you to make that a reality. And I don't know if you. Does the modding include 3D modeling as well? Do you have to 3D model the cars to put the air?
Yeah, so
Like previous Max and
yeah, so at the moment I've been like when the process to make one of the Formula Student cars, for example, you first start 3D modeling the car. So in my case, it's basing the CAD model of the real life car. So the model that we use to design all the parts. So based on that, simplified a lot, optimized a lot to be able to use it on a simulator, a lot of 3D modeling to redesign a lot of parts because they are not well optimized from CAD. So that takes a long time. Also, the work involved to be able to make skins, to have proper textures on the car. So there's a lot of 3D modeling as well. And then there's a lot of studying vehicle dynamics and studying how your car works and how AC models real things, how AC models engines, how it models tires, and from the data you have, trying to find the information that you have to fit the simulator to have something accurate and realistic. Because, for example, right now in the team, my work this year is developing the AC version of the car, and then doing testing with the car, comparing the telemetry with real life telemetry, and try to have it as a validated tool for driver training and even setup optimization. So it's very, very precise, the work that is going on, a lot of studying of many things. So yeah, it's a lot of work. Also on the 3D modeling aspect, using 3ds Max, although you could use Blender if you have that one, and also on the physics side.
Yeah, I will say for people out there, Blender is like it's the free option. So if you're new to 3D modeling and you want to get into it, Blender is free to download, whereas 3ds Max, Maya, some of the others, they are quite expensive and probably have subscription models. And Diego, if a team manager is watching at the moment, how could they contact you? Like, what's your email? How could they get in touch with you?
Well, I guess they can contact me through a lot of ways. If you're a team manager, I think you can find me on LinkedIn or Instagram. I can give my email if anyone is listening. Just leave a message and I'll provide it. No, but you can find me in a few ways. And you could also find me through the SGP, through the Formula Student community, because I'm managing that. I guess a bit of an ad there about our community. But yeah, I guess if you want to contact me, I can, yeah. Just
Always got to take advantage of these times to get your website name out there or something like that.
Exactly. So
you never know when the right person's watching.
Exactly. So if you need to contact me, I think my name will pop up on LinkedIn quite quickly. If not, I'll provide on the chat maybe the link for that, so you can have it there.
That's it. And if you need any help, just ask Alex, because
Yeah.
he's a big player. He is a big player in motorsport. I met him at W Series.
Apparently.
Hey, you've commentated on Formula E. You're a big fish.
Yeah.
And a small fish in a big pond, which is getting bigger and bigger by the month. Diego, let's go on to the Formula Student community. How many members are there at the moment? And it is pretty much like a full-time job running a community. So like getting everyone involved and saying, right, we're going to be doing this. Who's up for it? There's a lot of organisation when it comes to running a community, isn't there?
Yeah. So the SGP community came back when SGP was still in beta. The Steve, when he was working in SGP, he contacted me and he was like, and he wanted us to incorporate the car into the platform, the former student car into the platform, and so that was added in. He created a community where we could start getting people involved from the team, from other teams, and it grew pretty quickly. And so that's when they each came in to start hosting races and creating content. That's when I met Hoop, who is the person who's making the GPK tracks. And so that combination of the former student car and the GPK circuits, which for those who don't know, every single Formula 1 track in the 2023 calendar has been downscaled to karting size, and we race on it every single weekend when there is Formula 1. So in the Formula Student community, which there are 1,500 members, I believe, last time I checked, So every single weekend when there's Formula One, we host races in AC with the Mad Formula cars and the track in question. So yeah, it's very much a full-time job, but at the same time, hosting this community is very much something I do as a hobby, as to have fun, to be able to race on the weekends, to relax a little bit. So we definitely have a an easygoing mentality in the community. We try to have fun above everything else. So if you want, some casual racing, I mean, casual but fair. We do. We are very strict with penalties when we see dirty driving. So if you want casual fair racing with Formula Student cars, yeah, definitely join us, join the community, because we have some really cool races going on, and there's some really cool events taking place.
Draconian penalties, I like it. You've got, even though yes, it's fun, there still has to be a level whereby you've got to say, look, guys, we know we're here to have fun, but don't play dirty. Just have fun, race hard, race fair, and then do you always get the odd occasional person that sort of like goes, oh, why me? Why am I always the one getting punished? Well, you're always breaking the rules. Is there someone like that in the community as an example, or is it just everyone just...
No, I mean, the people who race with us regularly, they are very fair, and when they have an incident, they always admit their fault. They sometimes, something really cool about our community is that we encourage people to let other drivers by if they've, for example, punted them off. So like if there's an incident and someone spins another person off, we encourage a swap of positions and that sort of attitude, and it's really cool to see. Obviously, from time to time, someone joins and does things a little bit naughty, but it's very odd, very rare, and for the most part, everybody understands that the best way to have fun in races is when you respect who you are racing with, and you leave a space, you have a fun battle, and that's when you have the most fun, when you're respecting your rivals and you're having a fair race.
What's the most chaotic race that's transpired in the Formula Student SGP so far? I bet there's been a few.
Yeah, there are a lot, because the cars and the tracks just lead up to chaotic races. Well, the craziest ones are usually in Monaco, because it's a downscaled version of real life Monaco. Ooh, there's a crash in the race.
Oh dear, breaking point racing, we got it all wrong.
So
at that point.
yeah, so I remember, I think it was last year in Monaco, the top two made it through turn one, everybody else was stuck in a pileup. So you get those odd races from time to time, but even then, when that happens, you look at the replay and it's just a small collision which leads to a massive crash. But yeah, there are always chaotic races. They are 25-30 minutes long, so not that long, but there's a lot of action going on, because you are constantly overtaking, just having people to battle, and yeah, it's always really fun races what you get.
That sounds pretty interesting. Yeah. So where can So you said there's 1,500 members and growing. Do you find that there's a bit of an uptake with the new people that join and Formula Student in terms of doing a mechanical engineering degree, looking to get into motorsport? I think you probably agree with me on this, Cammy, that mechanical engineering is a skill that is very much overlooked within motorsport. The driver is the person that is the person that's stuck in front of the camera, behind the wheel, but it's the people behind the scenes that really put in the hard graft. Like say if there's been a Fanatec GT World Challenge race and someone's had a big off and the car's a mess, and it's the day before qualifying, you've got to get that together. It is one of those qualifications that is very, very paramount, I think, not just to current day motorsport, but for the future of motorsport in general, especially with alternative technologies being used as propulsion. We've got the hydrogen Le Mans prototype prototype car that's being used as a course car. We've got Formula E, which is now in its third generation with 480 brake horsepower from the back end, with regenerative braking at the front, no brake system on the back axle. It's all fly-by-wire. It is really, I think, an area that a lot of people now, as you said, you know, you got the allure of real racing, but the mechanical engineering is really a good point to get yourself in with these top teams and people who have gone on to bigger things. You know, you look at what Adrian Newey's achieved in his career as the man that can find his way around any loophole in Formula One. That's definitive, considering the fact that Red Bull picked up their 6th Constructors' World title last weekend at Suzuka. It is really understated, but you know, from your perspective, what's the challenge like being someone that is learning about mechanical engineering? No 2 days are the same, I bet.
No, it's the career itself. Any engineering degree, I think it's very tough, and anybody who's studying engineering in the chat will relate to this. But definitely, there are a lot of subjects which will teach you new things that you had no idea about, which take you weeks to learn and to understand. And so any engineering is like that. It's all about very difficult problems that they put to you, and at the end of the day, what you're developing is a skill just to solve problems. You know, an engineer is hired to solve problems and to find ways to fix things and to create things that will help in a company, or in the case of a team, to help them win. So yeah, you know, not just mechanical engineering, because for example in our team, you know, I'm studying mechanical engineering, but we have industrial engineers, we have people who's studying aerodynamics, people who's studying electrical engineering, physics, mathematics. There's a lot of people who are studying different careers. And the one thing I've learned over these years is that you need people from different backgrounds and skills to be able to make anything happen. Like if you hired only mechanical engineers, you wouldn't have a car working. I'm sure of that. And it's something that you learn when you see a project as complete as a Formula Student team, and something that you know, that requires people from different backgrounds. Like in our team, we have people even doing journalism, and those are in charge of our social media, and without them we wouldn't get any sponsors, so we wouldn't be able to build a car. So it's fundamental to understand that you need people from different skills, backgrounds, and yeah, you know, once you understand that, you will be able to work on many different projects and with many different people.
I just wanted to quickly ask, how's the balance between men and women? Do you find that there are more women coming into the mechanical engineering scene now?
Thankfully, yes. You know, when I started the degree, I think the ratio was like 75-25 in university, and also on the team, we've seen a big increase in women joining the team and being involved. And you know, it's great to see that there is more girls involved in STEM programs, and yeah, I'm sure there's more coming. And you know, it's really good to see that every year that you enter university, you see the newcomers, the freshmen and freshwomen. There are more girls coming in, and yeah, we will definitely see a lot more female engineers coming up in a few years' time.
You said about people from different backgrounds, so it's great that there are more women coming in, but do you also find that people from maybe like ethnic minority backgrounds or religions where you just might traditionally they would not have seemed welcome in the motorsport sphere, so it seems like now you have a real mix of different people who can bring different mindsets, different sort of attitudes, different ways of looking at problems?
Yeah, so I yeah, from my personal point of view, I do see some, some more minorities being represented. I do think there's more work to be done in that area, and again, there's still work to be done to bring more girls onto STEM degrees, but also minorities. So, yeah, I guess it's just like with many other areas in life. Like you need to open up your 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 industry to this new, uh, you know, open this industry to these minorities, because you will find some incredibly talented people, and you will find some incredible talents that can make projects just improve dramatically, and you wouldn't have noticed them if you didn't have some sort of program to find this talent. And so I think it's very important to also open up in this area.
Yeah, I think motorsport will always be a bit of a boys' club, but as long as it is welcoming and open to all sorts, rather than a closed-off club, no girls allowed sort of thing, then
Yeah.
I think that's pretty wonderful. And I see more girls and women in sim racing as well. I know Alex has had the pleasure of commentating on some very fast women in the sim racing sphere as well.
Mhm.
And I think it's also important to when there's attitudes or things that are not okay and that are not welcoming to these minorities, to notice it and to be able to highlight it, and not just overlook it. I think that's something that helps a lot to integrate people coming in, so they feel comfortable and they enjoy working on what they're doing. Like, the best way to get the maximum out of a person is for them to feel motivated about their job and what they're doing. So the only way you are going to do that is if you have an environment that welcomes them and integrates them.
It's funny you should say that. I was at Aston Martin's F1 headquarters for a Pride event, and you've echoed what a representative from one of the sponsors, and he said it makes sense for us to be welcoming and accepting of all LGBTQ people and anyone of different backgrounds, because not only is it the moral thing to do, the bit that made me laugh was he said it just makes more money. It makes sense from a commercial point of view, because that if that person can just work and focus on the job without a worry about, oh no, what if people discover I'm gay or trans or anything, then they are going to work at their best and they're going to bring more to the team. So it made me laugh. He said, yeah, it just makes sense from a moral view and a business view. So it's quite funny. You were literally saying word for word what the chap at Aston Martin F1 had said.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it just makes sense, as he said, or she said. I don't know.
It was a guy, but
Yeah, but it just makes sense. Absolutely.
it does. And Alex, I first met him at W Series, the racing series
Yes.
for women, which has kind of been superseded now by the Formula Academy. But again, I came into motorsport as a bit of a newbie, coming straight out of the video game scene, and people like Alex were incredibly welcoming to me, because I'm not the typical person you'd see in a motorsport paddock, but Alex, among others, have been incredibly welcoming to me. Thank you, Alex. You're one of the first people I really got talking to at Brands Hatch, weren't you?
Well, we have to thank a very, very prominent person within the LGBTQ community, Charlie Martin, currently running in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo Europe this season with the chief hooligan of Ossom Security, Jason Keats, who I managed to meet up actually in person at Spa this year. But like you say, Cami, inclusivity is being a lot more widely accepted. That people are there to perform at the best of their abilities, irrespective of who they are. And I think it is at that, saying about the fact that Aston Martin Cognizant F1 were saying yes, it's the moral thing, but it makes us more money. Because there are so many people that are so skilled out there, irrespective of who they are. There should be no sort of discriminatory right for a company to say, no, we're not going to give you that opportunity because of this or because of that. They can't, you know, there's so many employment laws now whereby things have changed quite significantly. I mean, it just goes to show that the world we live in is constantly evolving. Diego, we haven't got long until we let you go, so we really would like to say big thank you for joining myself and Cami here on episode 5 of the Sim Racing GP podcast powered by Moza Racing. I have to ask you a question. I'm going to get back to the modding side of things. What is your favourite mod combination on Assetto Corsa?
Ooh, obviously, I can be a bit biased when I say, for example, Formula Student cars in a UBK track. But no, actually, my favorite combination, and I've been driving this a lot, is the RSS 70 car, like the one from the 1970s.
Yeah.
Driving it in Road America. That combination for me, I just love that because I drive a lot of 70s car, like the 60s and 70s cars where you're H pattern sliding all over the place. I love driving those and having to play with the throttle. And when it comes to tracks, there are a few mods which are just absolutely incredible. Like you have Road America, Road Atlanta. You have some circuits which are so well created, so well detailed that you are just driving there and you're just loving it. So I'm gonna say that combo, but there are so many cars and tracks so good in AC. I sometimes find myself just clicking the random button, and whatever car and track pops up, I'm racing that for a test.
Well, they do say that variety is the spice of life. Would you agree, Cammy? Especially when it comes to mods on sim racing.
They do, but that doesn't stop me picking like the 1991 Formula One season. Every time I jump on something like Automobilista 2 or Assetto Corsa with the mods, it's where are the early 90s F1 cars? There they are, and that's what I go for. Sometimes I'll go for like a late 80s F1 car, but I've got a bit of a penchant for.
There's something out classic cars.
When they had V12s and when I think F1 cars looked their best, like the Ferrari 640 or 641, I think that was the pinnacle. But again, that could just be a generational thing.
I'd have to agree with you there, actually, to be honest with you. The 640 and the 641, I mean, they were the first sort of F1 cars that actually had paddles for gear shifts as opposed to H pattern.
They just looked gorgeous, though, didn't they?
They did as well. They did as well. But yeah, I mean that's a pretty cool combo, though. RSS 70, Road America. That's cool. You know what? I mean, the thing is, when you ask people those kinds of questions, and then you get an answer like that, it just goes to show how varied sim racing is with the mods that you can pick and choose on Assetto Corsa, Automobilista 2. Diego, where can people find you on social media? Now's your time to shout as loud as you can here on the Sim Racing podcast.
So my name in social media, it's quite an odd one. It's Ofitus21, so OFU. OFITUS. I know how to spell 21. It's a nickname I have from my grandparent, and I love it. So you can find me in Instagram, in Twitter, I guess as well. But the way I want, exactly, someone wrote it on chat. That's perfect. But the way I want you to find me is through SGP. Join the Formula Student community, and then you will find me there as well. So definitely join that community. And yeah, I mean, we are a very welcoming community as well. So and I love to chat with people there about any topic. So yeah, you can find me there as well.
Yep, so you know what, I mean, Diego, it's really been great having you along for tonight's episode. It really has been a pleasure. Final thoughts of your take on communities within sim racing, obviously running your own. Are there times when you sort of go, oh, well, you join another community on Sim Racing GP? and you find something out that you've never found out before, is there sometimes where not the urge, but the sort of like saying, well, hang on a second, the community have been asking me to make some changes. That's not a bad idea. Do you find that sometimes if you join another community that there are some ideas that you could, I would not say cut, copy and paste, but in terms of sort of like modify it to make it bespoke for the Formula Student community here on SGP?
Yeah, I remember that was a big thing when I was trying to find ways to encourage people to join on events and like maybe do some sort of ranking, so people with more experience and faster people were able to go in one split and then another split for rookie drivers. So back then and even and now, I did join communities. I did speak with a lot of people. I remember Dan Terry. He was very helpful with with ideas. And yeah, I mean, you sometimes see an event or a way or the way some communities do things or promote their events, or the way they do things. Yeah, you always take some ideas, you bring them on board. I wouldn't say copy, obviously, because you're not copy pasting that event, but yeah, maybe the track they've used or the format of the race, the weather even. So yeah, you would definitely take some ideas, and even from communities outside SGP, which are even not related to sim racing. You see the way they are managing some things, and yeah, you gotta keep an open mind when it comes to improving and to find ways to make things better.
Diego, thank you so much for your time and joining myself and Cami for episode 5 of the Sim Racing GP podcast. Powered by Moza Racing. Have a great year developing the new Formula GP car. Keep up the good work with the community here on SGP.
Yeah, thank you to you for hosting me. It's been a pleasure, and yeah, I'll definitely keep watching the race because it looks really fun. So yeah, a pleasure to be here, and yeah, wish you the best, guys.
Okay, thank you very much, Diego. Well, folks, we're going to go to a quick commercial break, but then when we come back, myself and Cami will be with you all the way through to the checkered flag of the 5th round of the Moza Racing Endurance Championship, powered by Sim Racing GP at the Autodromo Nazionale Monza. Back in a few moments. Well, the action continues here at the Autodromo Nazionale Monza for the 5th and penultimate round of the Moza Racing Endurance Championship, powered by Sim Racing GP. You join myself, Alex Goldschmidt, and Cami Sturch, taking you all the way to the checkered. Have to say, first of all, a big thank you to Dan Hyde for continuing to broadcast all the way through once we went green just under 4.5 hours ago. We've got an hour and 37 minutes until the checkered. Paul Glover, mammoth stint, mate. Well done. Congrats and good job. But Cami, there has been a little bit of a development. The 224 has just picked up a 15-second time penalty. I've just been having a look. This was for avoidable contact on lap 129. We're on lap 143, where the 224 But yeah, I'm just looking at 224 got a rear-ended the number 7 with Ferraro behind the wheel going into the second chicane at De La Roggia. So Levin Ipek, it's not gone well for Kimikli, has it, in the BMW today?
It's been up and down for everybody. I think when we think we've seen the general order of things, it goes and changes again. So we've still got Genesis Esports leading, we've still got Mitz Racing in second, Guidarelli is still in third place, but we had IPEC up in fourth, they've dropped to sixth and now have a 15-second penalty. We had the two Lamborghinis who were together for 9th and 10th, then they very much separated after around the pit stops at the 2.5 hour mark. Now they're back together again in 9th and 10th place. We've got Ilmoja, who's up to 11th now. It's all been changing. I've seen, as we were having our podcast, I saw John Betton in the purple Ferrari. He's had a few moments where he's outbraked himself during this race, and sort of Brown Jazzer moment where he's tensed up as his wheels have locked up and he's almost gone into the car in front at the Rettifilio chicane. And I just want to see the Onid racing cars make it to the end, because some of them have really been in the wars today, especially if they're Onid cars that have been painted purple. It's only the gold one, currently piloted by Ben Brown, that seems to have avoided much of the drama, and they're managing to hang on to the top 10, just running in 10th at the moment, chasing Velez in the leading Lamborghini. But this race has very much been an all-McLaren affair.
Yeah, quite interesting to see Genesis Esports. Tarek Adam actually corrected me on a previous stream. You don't mention the second I for some reason. Well, Genesis Esports, that's how they call it. I got it all wrong for the first 3 rounds, then got told otherwise. Yeah, Fusion Racing in the 502 with Velez, the leading Lamborghini. Quite interesting to see the switch from McLaren to McLaren from Lamborghini by Genesis Esports. Mitz Racing, the only other team apart from Genesis Esports that have actually won a round in this championship. Funnily enough, that was back at round 2 earlier on this year at Spa-Francorchamps, where we had that massive battle. Biagio Cultrale was actually involved in that. He was in the number 7, I think he was in the number 7 Ferrari VRT car at that point. I can't remember who he was battling with. He'll probably come to me for the final round, which, folks, at the moment still scheduled for the 5th of November 2023. It's going to be the 6 hours of to be confirmed. As in, I don't know the track. I don't know which track it's going to be. I don't think anyone. I've talked with Dan Terry behind the scenes. I've talked with Adam Ely. They're like saying, yeah, well, we're considering this, we're considering that. Guys, we've got a month to decide, or we've got a month to stick a poll in and see what the fans want, because we've had 5 great circuits so far. We had Watkins Glen, we had Spa, we had Mount Panorama, we had Valencia, and now we've got Monza. I mean, you can't have a GT3 calendar on ACC Cami without the Cathedral of Speed, Temple of Speed. Cathedral of Speed is Assen. I keep on getting that mixed up, but I've had a long day, I've had a long weekend. But you know what? I still won't miss a GT3 race at Monza.
No, of course not. It's a classic circuit that every sim racer knows and loves. I think the only thing that puts any driver off Monza is lap 1, turn 1, going into the Rettifilio. Most drivers survive, but there was plenty of drama, plenty of contact in the opening laps, and it kind of came down to Rettifilio and Ascari, where people were getting it all wrong and going for attempts that were maybe a little bit over-ambitious. Also, the sausage curbs really been catching some drivers out, like here at the Ascari chicane and at the Variante della Roggia. Again, just riding the sausage curbs has really been catching drivers out. And the McLarens that out there at the moment, that is the new McLaren, the Evo, which is supposed to ride curbs a lot better than its predecessor, and I dare say it does. But these sausage curbs are huge. As we watch, that was Gebel just getting a little bit twitchy. I thought we had a little slide there through the middle of the Parabolica. But yeah, as we're 4.5 hours in, a lot of drivers have settled down. You have to have a calm, mature head on your shoulders, and I think in the first couple of hours of the race, there were some short-sighted fights where they were only thinking about the position directly ahead of them rather than the long game. So we did see some overambitious defensive driving, where you think, if you can defend this position, but you are going to hold up, you're slowing yourself down as well as the person behind and allowing those further back to catch you, rather than letting the person go past and trying to follow them and trying to learn from them. It's drivers that Tariq Adam do so well, where they drive their own race, and I suppose that's easy when you're in the lead. They're supremely confident. But drivers like Paddock and Guidarelli, they are not trying to outdrive themselves, and they are well aware that they can pick up big points rather than throwing it away for a little bit more points.
That's very, very true. I mean, Genesis Esports are on course to pick up their 4th out of 5 victories so far in the Moza Racing Endurance Championship, powered by Sim Racing GP. The only stumble was at Spa-Francorchamps, where we had it was Luke Addison behind the wheel, and the track started drying again. And Jonathan Earl and Paul Glover will know about this, because we had a titanic battle with about 5 minutes to go where I went full Hindi on that. I don't think John got a word in edgeways that particular evening, but the track was just changing all the time. We have got some cloud cover happening for the next 30 minutes. Server time at 11:06 in the morning, but we are literally seconds away heading into the final 90 minutes. And at the moment, Tariq Adam behind the wheel of the number 33 McLaren for Genesis Esports. Mitts Racing, well, they have been the closest competitor to Genesis Esports. Then you've got the 576 McLaren with Guidarelli behind the wheel. Ferraro in the number 7 car. Pirisar in the number 3 McLaren. And then we got the Chemically number 224 with Ipek behind the wheel, that is going to get a 15-second stop and hold on its next pit stop. And also the fact, Cammy, that the drivers are going to be on this circuit for quite a bit of time. We've got the 65-minute stint time. They can opt to double stint or triple stint, but as long as everyone gets a stint in the car, that's within the regulations. But they are at full throttle for pretty much 70+% of this 3.6 mile circuit that was opened back in September of 1922. Even at this stage, we're 4.5 hours into this race. There are going to be some drivers that will be getting towards the end of their single or double stint. And Monza's not an easy track to circumnavigate in a GT3 car, is it?
Well, I think it's deceptive. It looks simple. There's not many corners to it. There's not many complicated sections of curves. It's just straights and chicanes. But in that deception, between the difference between a great lap and a good lap, the margins are very, very fine. And drivers, when you're coming down the straight at full speed, your braking point, the difference between getting it right and getting it wrong is a matter of a couple of yards. And one thing I do want to pick on one driver in particular, because we picked on him a little bit earlier, because it looked like they weren't defending their positions at all, and they lost position after position after position after position, and we thought, they're just opening the door for everybody. But it is Pirazar who is now in 5th place, which it's obviously happened whilst we were on the podcast, because they were down in 12th or 13th place as they slowly dropped down the order. But it goes to show what I know, because they're having a clean, mature, comfortable drive, letting other people drive beyond their abilities and make their mistakes. And Pedesar in the car number 3 is on for some big points if they can hold on to this 5th place. There is one more set of scheduled pit stops remaining, which we should expect to see in about half an hour's time, as long as they're all kept to schedule and they're not out of sync with everybody else. I know a few teams out there are out of sync with penalties that have been served, premature pit stops to repair the car from incidents they've had. I know several cars are quite a few laps down as well, and they're really out of sync and having to slow down and let leaders go by. But really impressed with, and Predator really proving me wrong, actually.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing that I'm a bit sad to see at the bottom of the live timing is the Genesis Esports Academy car, the 213, out on the spot on lap 56. The last driver, Christian Deploy, was behind the wheel of that car. Dulipov in the 296 was out on lap 102. But the biggest development, folks, is, get this, Mitz Racing is very soon going to be at the behest of Tarek Adam, with Jos Parek behind the wheel of the 777 Mercedes-AMG GT3. Tarek Adam is 1 minute and 45 seconds ahead of Jos Parek, which is basically, when you look at the lap times Tarek Adam is setting in the number 33 McLaren, 1:47.467 was his last lap. And there he is. Let's see. There is Parek. They're heading down into the Variante Retafilio, and Tarek Adam sees an opportunity to lap the team that beat them at Spa-Francorchamps. Now, going back to Spa, I was talking about the differing conditions. As we all know at Spa, when you have dynamic weather employed, Spa is a microclimate area. Pretty much, I'm about 120 kilometres north, about an hour and 15 minutes drive away. That microclimate surrounds Zolder, Spa and Genk and Marienburg. All Tarek Adams just had a bit of a moment going through De La Roggia. That was not what he wanted to do. That's going to be an off-track. So one of the 4 strikes against the number 33 Genesis Esports car. But the problem was, because the weather was so variable at Spa, that the Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo 2 that they were running suffered not 1, but 2 punctures, both on the back axle, and then that gave Mitz Racing, with the likes of Dmitry Zubenko, Rino Kutz, the win after what was an iconic 6-hour race. That was another one I actually did the second half of in Belgium, but a little bit further away from where I currently am. But this just goes to show how dominant Genesis Esports have been, not just over the past 4 rounds, but here, this has been an absolute... they've demolished the opposition, including Mitz Racing, Cammy.
Yeah, circuits like Monza and Brands Hatch, they're very small compared to Spa-Francorchamps, aren't they? Spa covers such a grand region of space in that it has its own microclimate, in that one half of the circuit can be bone dry and the other side of the circuit could be getting wet. Now, whether Assetto Corsa Competizione replicates that in real life, I'm not 100% sure, but it can be so tricky as to guess what the dynamic weather system is going to throw at you and when to come in, because if you get it wrong and you stay out for another lap, around here it's 1 minute 47. Around Spa, it's over 2 minutes, and you're not just heading down some straights that are separated by chicanes. At Spa, there are some really demanding, like the double left, really demanding on the tyres, using all the downforce that these GT3 cars has to offer. It's by no means Formula 1 levels, but it really works the tyres. And if you've made that tyre choice, you've called it wrong, and you're out on a dry track on wet tyres, you would absolutely cook them in that time.
Be like putting them in an air fryer and hoping that they crisp up, so at least they don't destroy themselves. But yeah, like you say, with regards to that tyre reference, the same can be true here at Monza. You have one problem. I mean, let's take, for instance, Breaking Point Racing. Code Brown was the 2 words that you uttered a few minutes ago. Because, yeah, not only was it at De La Roggia, but they also went off and spanked the barriers on the left-hand side of Ascari. Because the sausage curves, I think the Ferraris... Okay, it's the newest car that has been brought in terms of a new car, 100% new car. Not these evolutions that we've seen with the Lamborghinis, the Mercedes, and now obviously the 720 GT3 Evo. But the 296 has a different powertrain. It's a V6 turbo as opposed to what we've got with Tarek Adam, 4 litre twin turbo V8. pushing out over 700 foot-pounds of torque. Affectionately on ACC has been, from what I've been told, known as the torque monster, because you really get, if you get good traction, you get good drive out of the corner. It's mid-engine, so you get a nice bit of handling with that stability and that traction and that performance. So I think Genesis Esports have done the right thing of switching into the McLaren for this round. But what they will lose as direct correlation on this, folks, is that the Moza Racing Endurance Championship, powered by Sim Racing GP, promotes teams staying in the same car, which means you can multiply your scores by a percent, well, not a percentile, but effectively 1.2 times or something like that, depending on where you finish. So now, at the moment, looking at Genesis Esports, Tarek Adam, Luke Addison, and Cody Sherritt are, before this race got underway, they were 156 points ahead of MITS Racing. That just goes to show that Genesis Esports are a known quantity, and especially with the pedigree with Cody Sherritt, his older brother, is a Lamborghini professional sim racer.
Well, Tarek Adam now, you can see the back of that position 2 car, the Mercedes of Tarek, just ahead of him. You can imagine how they must be feeling, utterly dominant. I'm trying to think other examples in motorsport when a leader has lapped everybody in a race. It certainly doesn't happen often in Formula 1, I know that. But it must be a bittersweet moment for MITS Racing, because they're on track for second place and a heap full of points, and the extra points for using the same car as well. But they are going to have the blue flag any moment now to let the car in front of them overtake them.
Yeah, and that is probably not a sight that Jos Parek from MITS Racing will want to see. Into the 2 Lesmos they go. There's Lesmo number 1. We're currently now on lap 154, as we have got a yellow flag out on circuit. Not sure who that is for. Oh, MITS Racing. That is one of the Ferraris. That's in 24th position at the moment. And it's the 444. This is coming under the bridge at just after Seraglio. This is going to be into Ascari. Touches the grass with the right rear. Bumps over the curbs. And smack. Front end goes straight into the barriers on the left-hand side.
Yeah, the other drivers did well. He held the brake, so doing the right thing there. The other drivers did well to avoid that Ferrari that's taking up a good 2/3 of the width of the circuit. I think that's Mark Pocock in the Ferrari. Yeah, really getting it wrong. Just too far on the right-hand side, clipped the grass, and then he's compromised his entry, got it wrong over the sausage curbs, and once your car's a little bit airborne, it's very difficult to control. And it just goes to show the concentration and consistent driving that the leaders are able to put in. They're making it look very easy, and they make it look deceptively easy to the point where the audience watching can think, I can do that. When you get those people at home and they go, it's just driving, it's not that hard. Well,
Yes.
Yeah, it's not an athletic sport. You don't need to work out. It's just driving. I do that every day on my way to work. But to do it lap after lap after lap for hours and not make mistakes, as we were almost watching it really go wrong, weren't we? As Cherrington in the Dayglow McLaren, by the skin of their teeth, avoiding trouble. They all did touch each other, but they managed to all face the right way still. And there is Mark Pocock's Ferrari. Carrington flashing the lights. I'm not sure if that's I need to lap you or hey, you almost just caused an incident there, because I think that might have been Pocock slow through the chicane, which caused a bit of a concertina effect. As Stefano, going up the inside of a Porsche, that's Partes. And we haven't seen many moves at the Parabolica. We've seen drivers hold back through the Parabolica to line up and overtake into the Rettifilio, because this is what can happen. If you make a pass at the Parabolica, the prey that you've just overtaken can become the predator and come right back at you.
He does it. He straight lined it. He's nearly done a Marcus Ericsson there, has Ivan Partes. on that particular moment. Ayrton Stefano from Gomez Sim Racing retains 14th. That was a bit of a... I'm not too sure if Paredes might have been able to put full pressure on the brakes at that moment in time, because he thought, yeah, I've got you. No, I haven't. I've gone straight on. It just goes to show that when you're pushing... I mean, I'm looking at the indicated speeds on the live timing at the moment. 26 is coming out of the final corner at the Parabolica Alboreto and is now hitting over 270 plus kilometers an hour. 275 before hitting the brakes into the Rettifilia, and then it's doing about 40 miles an hour coming out of it. It's just ridiculous the amount of speed that these drivers are scrubbing off the cars. Andrea Ferraro in the VRT by Sim Racing accessory number 7, still running in P7. Paul Glover needs a little bit of a shout out, because I remember the fact of when you told him to say Francesco properly with an Italian flair.
He had
Paul,
to channel his inner Alex. That's what I said. You have to channel your inner Alex Goldschmidt and really lean into that pronunciation.
Madonna. But I mean, the thing is, what was it? Adam Ely gave me a nickname on the professional trophy last year, calling me Mr. Pronunciation, or was it you, Paul? I can't remember. But then
they're not wrong.
No, but that's the thing when you're an international karting commentator, and this weekend it hasn't actually been that bad. I haven't had any, excuse me, really difficult names to contend with. But that just goes to show that when you... there's one particular event that I did where I had 25 different nationalities to get people's surnames right, and I did get a few wrong. So even Mr. Pronunciation is not infallible. I do make mistakes myself, but I am open and honest about it, saying, if I make a mistake, please tell me. You know...
I think at first, when people hear you say, Autodromo de Monza or Internazionale de Monza, there is a giggle, because people will go, I think most people wouldn't be brave enough to do it, so there is a bit of a giggle of, oh, he sounded funny saying that, but there is a great amount of respect as well, because it means you take the time to invest yourself in the culture of that person and you learn how to pronounce the various names. And whilst I am nowhere near your level, I have been inspired by you to make an effort when it comes to, Ayrton Stefano's name, and I was about to say John Betton's name, but I think that's quite an easy one to pronounce. But I suppose as well, I used to have my partner, ex-partner, was Portuguese, and so I was able to pick up from sort of the Latin languages that the way certain words would be pronounced, like we all say like a Madeira cake, but the island Madeira, it's not Madeira. They pronounce it in Portugal as Madeira. So I've been able to, with Guidarelli, not Guidarelli, for example. So I do what I can. Yeah, we're seeing it go
178. Ibanez goes off the track. Ferraro looking towards the outside. Now we're going to have a look at the replay. And this is coming out of Rettifilia through Curva Grande and on the run into the Della Roggia. So the 178, yeah, just open the door up, and he loses it under braking, does Ibanez, and then straight lines the chicane. That's an off track. That's a cut. There's one of your track order. And was there a flash of the lights from the 178 just afterwards, as if to say, "Oi, what were you doing that for?"
They did very well to not run into the McLaren ahead of them, though. I mean,
yes,
I have a feeling that it could be that some drivers, there are various brake settings. And I know brake setting 1 is for races generally less than an hour, will give you the strongest braking power possible, but you will wear out those discs. 90 minutes in, you're going to have significant brake fade. I think a few of the drivers might have picked too powerful a brake setting, and now as we approach the final hour of the 6 Hours of Monza, that some of these drivers are realising these brakes don't feel like they did at the beginning of the race, and they're hitting their braking points after, they've jumped in the car for their second or third stint, hitting the braking points that they used at the opening stages of the race and finding, that's not quite working the same. As we're watching Daniel Ibanez get squirrely through the Curva Grande there. It looked like struggling, rallying it round there a little bit.
Trying to do his best Travis Pastrana impersonation on a Joker lap. Daniel Ibanez was the one that we just saw go off from RT Endurance with the good thing is I like the fact that the team, and this is the only team that has decided to put the big numbers on the side of the car, 178, so you can't exactly miss what number race team they are. Ayrton Stefano still behind the wheel of the number 85 Gomez Sim Racing McLaren, closing in on Ivan Partes in the number 486. Yeah, like you were saying, coming back to... It's also when you look at different languages that are very similar, such as Portugal, so Portuguese, and then you got Brazilian Portuguese.
Oh, yes. There is
There's
an
a big
example.
difference.
There is an example with two words. I don't know what the... Sorry, with one word. I can't recall what the word is. But in Portugal, it means girl. And in Brazil, it is a derogatory term for a woman who sells her body for services, should we say.
A lady of the night.
A lady of the night. Yeah, that is a great way to put it. Yeah. And you do not want to be, imagine using that word, not realizing the different meaning it has across the pond.
It's the same when, you got tudo bom, or the other one is tudo bem, because it's different with the different, they have the same sort of main foundation of language. And sorry if we're rambling about this, but we feel it's a pretty, valid topic. It's like, say, with German, you have Schwabisch, which is basically a bit like, a very different type of German. It's a bit more flowing, whereas the type that I know is a bit more of the, the standardized, like, German language that you would learn at school.
Is that regional dependent? Different parts of
Yes,
Germany?
there are different regions. There's 16 different Länder, basically like counties, if you will. That's what we would call it in the UK. There's 16 different regions within Germany, and the one that I tend to visit the most is Nordrhein-Westfalen, which is basically from Genk about 45 minutes away. That's the border from Belgium to Germany. But the thing is, I can speak the German that I know anywhere, and everyone will understand me. I've got, the Bavarian accent is very, very different, and some people can't understand it. That just goes to show that you might be able to learn a language, but learning other dialects or understanding others' accents on the dialects is a different thing altogether.
Well, it was different, not different countries, but Germany only became a country during the 1800s, didn't it? Before then, it was very separate German states, and before that, the sort of Holy Roman Empire remnants. So, yeah, don't you have regions like Saxonia and Bavaria and the Rhineland that'll all be very different?
Yeah, Baden-Württemberg, which is surrounding Hockenheim. Sachsenring is in Saxony.
Which is where we get Anglo-Saxon from, isn't it?
Exactly, yes.
Look at... sorry, you wanted to watch a race, but we're having a German history lesson.
Well, I could go about... well, you know me, Cammy. We've had multiple talks when we caught up in person about my history, haven't we? My own bloodline and lineage. And yes, people will say, hang on a second, what did you say now? I'll say it in the proper German pronunciation, Goldschmidt. When I say Goldschmidt, it sounds a bit different when I say it with my normal voice, but when I say it with the German accent, it sounds a bit more, yes. And then when people realise that I can switch from German to English very, very quickly, I actually scared somebody in Latvia. I would have sort of fight back from Riga. And she went, what, you speak German? I said, yeah. She said, that sounds so fluent. I said, yeah, well, I speak it quite regularly. I work with a lot of people in motorsport that do speak English as a second language. Some of them are quite fluent. Some of them are still learning, but the good thing is that if they need to speak to me in German, if they can't say anything in English, it's all right because I understand it. Anyway, folks, 7 minutes and 15 seconds until we hit the golden hour, as in the last hour of the 5th round, the penultimate round of the Moza Racing Endurance Championship powered by Sim Racing GP. And Andrea Ferraro from VRT by Sim Racing Accessories, Sim Accessories Racing is closing in. So the number 3 with Pidisar behind the wheel is going to have a little bit of possible argy-bargy on the cards, I think, Cammy, because they have been closing in on them. Ferraro last time was nearly a 1/10.5 quicker. And as I say that, Mitz Racing folks are now a lap and 4.6 seconds down off of Tarek Adam, who has passed them.
Now, I criticised Pidisar earlier for how easy they were letting their rivals go by, but now we're approaching the final hour of this race. I hope that Pidisar is going to put up a much fiercer defence, because I would love to see them try and hold on to that 4th position, and it is doable. You can hold someone back for 66 minutes, I think. It would be a challenge, but it's not 6 hours, it's 66 minutes, and I think that's absolutely doable. Whether Pidisar can hold back Ferraro for 66 minutes, I'm not sure they can. They're very close to each other. Look, it's less than a 1/10. So I've got a feeling we might have missed an overtake, actually. Oh, yeah, and IPEC with a 15-second penalty there.
Yeah, IPEC mentioned that when we came back after...
it's the same one, sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. We have also on... there was a warning on lap 129 for the 987, and that was for avoidable contact with the number 28. Now that car has got Morris behind the wheel. That is one of the many McLarens. There's John Betton behind the wheel of the Breaking Point racing car. IPEC now in the pits, as the Chemically BMW M4 GT3 NASA now has to serve its pit stop. And also as well, they're in the window now where someone can take this car to the checker, because they've got a 15-second stop and hold following on from that incident earlier on. And that was with the number 7 of the VRT crew. So there is Levin Ipek. 15-second penalty has now been served. That car can now get a full service. Are they going to effect a driver change is the next question. And you know what? I do like the fact that, okay, some liveries, and we've talked about livery creation before as part... Iridius Partes trying to close in on Stefano for that 14th place. They're going through, that is Curva Grande, I believe, heading into Della Roggia. That Porsche is, Partes was showing his nose to the inside, and Stefano stays ahead.
No, that's not Stefano ahead of them, I think, because there's a 1.8 second gap between them. So I think Stefano's a little bit further up the road. That was an Onid racing car.
Volkan Isacek has got behind the wheel of the Kamikli car and will bring the number 224 BMW. And, I thought it was, so Mario Pilorisar is with the New Kids Turbo crew. They've had their trials and tribulations over this championship, but running in a genuine P5. Ilmoja, they just got through in 11th, who are now 3 laps down off of the leaders. So Pirisar across the line. But Tarek Adam, the thing is, you mentioned earlier on, Cammy, and rightly so, that due to a multitude of dramas for certain teams, or different teams over the course of the opening 20-30 minutes here at Monza, that strategies were pretty much swept under the carpet, and the good old Plan B came into fruition, didn't it?
I think for some drivers, they'd worked all their way, like in the SpongeBob movie. He'd worked his way to Plan Z, or Plan Z as we call it. But yeah, Mario Pirisar for New Kids Turbo, they lost that 4th position to Ferraro. That happened whilst we were looking elsewhere, unfortunately. They're a second and a half back now, but they're having a fantastic race out there. And they've got the number 83 of Aiden closing in on them, but they're still 5 seconds back. I think Pirisar might be just about ready to hand over to one of their teammates to take over for the final hour of this race, and we should start to see those pit stops coming in thick and fast. It just depends if they've got a teammate. Oh, Mario Pedrosa got a bit squirrely through there, and this is where it can happen, can't it? In the last stages of an endurance race, the levels of concentration can just start to lapse a little bit, and those errors can start to creep in. And how easy can a small error snowball into a big error? And those barriers get very close very quickly, don't they?
Yeah, they do indeed, Cammy, and that just goes to show that the exhaustion, mental and physical fatigue is coming into play here at the Autodromo Nazionale Monza here. The Moza Racing Endurance Championship by SGP Round 5. Velez in the pits for the Fusion Racing crew in the 502 Lamborghini. Imoja also in the pit lane from 12th as Pedrosa makes his way through the Variante Retafilio. This particular circuit has hosted the Fanatec GT World Challenge Europe, powered by AWS, over quite a few years. First in 2019, right the way through to 2013 to 2019, 2021, and also 2023. So the interesting thing is going to be when New Kids Turbo pit, but also the fact, Cammy, that now that Genesis Esports have pretty much lapped everybody, including MITS Racing, have now, can just call the shots. And it's like a Sunday afternoon drive here at Monza, and then you go to, you want to scratch your shopping itch. You go to Milan, the fashion capital of the world, to get some designer brands afterwards, in the virtual sense.
Yeah, what is the distance to the centre of Milan from Monza? It's not far, is it? Monza's just sort of a northeast of Milan, but sort of it's like one of the outer city suburbs of Milan, rather, isn't it? There is no green belt really between the two. They're quite on top of each other in the north of the country. There we go. Less than an hour to go. We've hit the 5-hour mark here as Mario Pedrosa takes that as his cue to come into the pit. So hard on the brakes, hit that pit limiter button. The last thing anyone wants to do now is pick up a drive-through or a stop-and-hold penalty. That would be a disaster for anyone. As we're following, there's Ben Brown shooting through your picture in the number 900 Lamborghini Huracan. And they're just behind, I think that's Mark Pocock in what's been a bit of an accident-prone Ferrari this afternoon. And Ben Brown just trying to make their way through, but it looked like Pocock had a bit of a defensive line there, or if he was trying to get offline, hoping that Ben would go past.
Well, that Ferrari of Pocock has got some big old front-end damage, so that's going to be hurting the aerodynamics. Ben Brown underneath the bridge has got Isacek, I think, not too far behind. Well, Isacek is right with him. They both get through at Ascari. So Pocock stays out of harm's way. Isacek comes over the final set of sausage curves to really line up the BMW down the back stretch, heading into the Parabolica Alboreto, named after ex-F1 driver and ex-Audi Sport LMP1 driver Michele Alboreto, who unfortunately, whilst testing one of Audi's prototypes, lost his life in a tragic accident. But Isacek now in the slipstream of the Onid Cam Sport car, piloted by Ben Brown, with the likes of Matt Goodyear-Scott also on the crew. Isacek is looking to wait for the opportunity. Now he strikes up the inside at over 250 kilometers an hour. Hard onto the brakes into first gear. They will go at around 60 kph into the Retafilio. Isacek gets through, and Ben Brown tries to defend, and he loses a little bit of traction going through the first part of the Retafilio, and the McLaren behind him says, "Oi!" flashes the lights, and Ben Brown pulls to the left-hand side.
Yeah, I don't think Ben Brown will be too happy with the Ferrari of Mark Pocock, that he will feel that he was absolutely held up by the Ferrari, and that's cost him 8th place. So Ben now down into 9th position. He's had to watch himself be lapped by Guidarelli in the 576 McLaren that just went by, and Isacek has really just pulled away from Ben Brown. Can Ben Brown reel this back in and take that fight back to Isacek and get that 8th place back? He's been going very well in the Lamborghini, although I know that practice Ben's been putting in recently around Monza has been in the McLaren 720S GT3 Evo. So, how easy is it to practice a circuit in one particular car and then change to a completely different car? The Lamborghini is a very different beast to the McLaren, of course.
Yeah, that's what we normally see Ben competing on Assetto Corsa Competizione, the McLaren 720S. But what we've got to also understand here is that Isaacek has put a brand new set of boots on it, full tank of fuel, and Ben Brown is probably coming towards the end of his stint here in the Onid Cam Sport 900 Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo 2. Tarek Adam is just absolutely blasting away into the distance. He's now 1 lap and 8 seconds. That is nearly 2 minutes ahead of MITS Racing. Guidarelli in third. Ferraro, Aiden, Gebel, Wenzel, Isaacek, Brown and Ibanez in the 178 car. HRT Racing. They are running out the top 10. McLeod in the 190. Mercedes, team 190 there. Stefano, Barthez. They're battling, well, I'm not too sure what the distance is between Stefano and Barthez. We may get an update very shortly when the 486 crosses the timing beam. Does so 7.5 seconds behind. Jus, Hoyer, De Jong, Scott, Morris, Ferris and Pryor. With also the fact I have to give Cracked Racing a shout out because Cherrington is driving the 169 McLaren. Well, Crack Racing became the inaugural SGP Rivals with Intel champions this past Friday after 3 different rounds. So we had race room experience with the Aquila, the Danish Aquila CR1 Sports GT car. Of course, don't forget there are also Intel Gamer Days happening on SGP. Should be starting from next week, actually, funny enough. I think sign-ups might still be happening on the SGP platform. Right, Ibanez in for HRT in the 178 from 10th position. So we are now starting to see, Cammy, you were very right in what you said, that when we came back after the SGP podcast, we were going to see pit stops within 30 to 35 minutes. I think the first one... Oh, right, Cracked Racing have just picked up a drive-through penalty for more than their allocated and allowed track limits. So Cherrington is going to have to serve that in 3 laps, and that's going to dump them even further down the top 25 at the moment.
That's very unfortunate. Cracked Racing, they picked up a drive-through when the green flag was dropped. I don't know if they were out of place or they were going over the allotted speed limit, but they picked up a drive-through as soon as the race started. And noticing 1 or 2 people in the chat, I mean, if you would like to see some rain come down and change up the pace and the order of proceedings here at Monza, you too can worship the rain gods, the sky and thunder god of Jupiter, which is quite fitting as a Roman god, and we're in Italy. So if you'd like to pray or pay homage to the god Jupiter, maybe the heavens will open here at the virtual Monza, because for the next 30 minutes, it's just overcast clouds, but I know Hafalum in the chat is doing a few rain dances. And, I mean, how would you feel about seeing some rain come down in the closing moments of this race as Angela Scott really getting a slide on in the Soul Lexus through the Ascari chicane, kicking up a bit of sand in the process? But, yeah, I think like teams like MITS Racing and Genesis Esports rain would not faze them, but I think a few drivers would really struggle with rain because drivers just practice in the dry, don't they, Alex? So, would you like to see rain, or would you like to see it stay how it is?
I saw enough rain at Spa earlier on this season, Stefan, so stop it. After me, Stefan.
Look at the cute emojis as well. You can't ignore those.
Oh my goodness. Danville 37, so the engine of 502, that's Fusion Racing, was falling off. Can anyone ban Stefan out of the SGP Twitch chat for the next 52 minutes and 45 seconds, please? Oh, actually, I forgot he's got admin rights. He can actually block himself.
He might just take his ball and go home. He was the one. He's saying, I think they set the weather up. They're like, oh, I might just take my ball and go home, and none of you are race.
Actually, talking about what we discussed earlier about German dialects, he basically went, The cleanest German gets spoken in Hanover, by the way. Well, I'm making a trip to there later on this year, actually, the week before Christmas for some work. So I'll definitely find that out, Stefan, and I'll let you know on that front.
Oh, can I
but-
ask for a German phrase that's related to Top Gear, please, Alex? How do you say, of course Hans is wet, he's standing under a waterfall?
Oh my goodness me! I at this moment in time, I've had
No, okay.
Bist du schon nass jetzt, Hans?
Any
That's the
Top Gear
first half of
viewers
it.
will know that.
I still remember. I still remember Richard Hammond being the worst winner.
Oh, yes.
And as I say, that Angela Scott from Flying Hellfish in the 993 Lexus RCF goes into the pit lane. Tobias Gebel in the Team GHR number 98 McLaren. Holding on to P6 at the moment. Stefano in the pits. Cherrington has yet to serve that drive-through penalty. So there is Mariano Rodriguez for Gomez Sim Racing, who now takes the wheel of the number 85 with 51 minutes on the timer. A bit of a, well, not the lengthiest pit lane we've had all season, folks, of course, no surprise. Spa. It just seems like it takes an eternity. You go through at the bus stop chicane, you have to go around the inside of La Source, make sure you take care of not hitting the walls and pinballing the car going into the box, because then you've got damage to repair. And then you have to come out at one of the most fearsome corners in modern day motorsport, the top part of Radio. Mick McLeod for 190 jumps into pit lane. Ben Brown is in the pits, so it's going to be a flurry of activity very, very shortly, Cammy. I would probably say that the last pit stops might be with 45, 50 minutes to go, to be honest.
Yeah, something like that. Whilst I'm talking, Alex, do take a quick look at the Twitch chat. I've posted a little bit of German there for you, and I'm sure we'd all love to hear you say it. It is James May's German phrase about Hans being under a waterfall. But yeah, we're going to see the pit stops coming in thick and fast now. Paddock is in the pits, McLeod is in the pits. Cherrington is serving their drive-through penalty, which is also painful because they had one at the beginning of the race. Here is Partes in the Soul Porsche, in the new Porsche. Even though it is a new Porsche and it is quicker than its predecessor, it's not the fastest car they could have chosen for the Temple of Speed. It must be a little bit vulnerable down the many straights at Monza. They are trying to hold off. They've got Ben Brown behind them. They're separated by a BMW.
Might have just lost Cammy there for just a second, folks. Hopefully she'll be back with us very shortly. Aber ja, natürlich, Hans Nass ist, der steht unter einem Wasserfall. Hopefully, Stefan, you were impressed with my pronunciation of that. But Iridius Partes in the Alpha Simsport 486 992 Porsche. Still holding on to position as bringing the MITS Racing 777 Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo to the checkered will be Dmitry Zubenko. So a good run there by Jos Barek, who has been involved for pretty much the majority of the season for MITS Racing. Of course, there are still, we do have to say, and Cammy's just jumped in chat saying, gotta love Virgin Internet.
Yeah.
Welcome back, my dear.
Oh, I'm back. Yeah, it's hard to tell because everything is running on my end. For some reason, it must be just the upload. So I'm getting the stream perfectly fine, so I'm completely unaware of when my voice obviously cuts out for everybody.
That's fair
My
enough.
apologies.
No, it's okay. Don't need to apologise. Look, we all... I had an issue with the hotel that I'm staying at. Folks, I'm going to give you a little bit of insight here. I'm actually working off of a 5G hotspot off of my phone in the hotel room. The reason being, I can't trust the hotel Wi-Fi, and it tried to override my 5G hotspot twice. Which is why, if you saw the camera go off during the podcast with Diego from Formula Student, that was why I was frantically saying, no, I want my 5G. I want my 5G. Considering the fact that the amount of... upload and download speed I have on my phone is considerably quicker than any hotel internet. And
terrible.
that's completely honest. That's completely honest.
That's
Well,
not a glowing endorsement of their Wi-Fi service, is
no,
it?
it is. I'll put it this way: considering the upload speed on my phone was 395 megabits per second, download was 102.
Still faster than my home Virgin Internet.
And that's on a smartphone, folks. That's ridiculous. Good evening, says Mohammed 10786 on Twitch. Mohammed, good to have you join us, and a big thank you to everyone that's watched so far over the last 5 hours and 35 minutes. We've got just over 45 to go. Gebel pits from P6. So that is going to change things around. Just been keeping an eye on what has been happening with regards to any issues or any incidents. Things have really calmed down, but Iridius Partes is coming under the kibosh, because here goes Ben Brown up the inside into the Rettifilio. Is that going to be 9th for Owner Camsport? Yes, it is.
That's a really clean manoeuvre. Partes going to try and come back at him, though. He's going to try and go round the outside of the Curva Grande. Don't think the Porsche's going to have the legs to do this, but he's going to have a go and line himself up for the inside of the Variante della Roggia. Ben Brown, he doesn't look like he's going to defend it. No, he trusts in the speed of his machine. The Porsche has to surrender and pull in behind the Lamborghini as we jump ahead to Mariano Rodriguez, and that is Quinn going very wide line. Now these two side by side as they come across the line. I'm not sure who was ahead before the Parabolica, but who is going to come out on top as they head towards the Rettifilio?
Rodriguez has got the inside line. He's going to late brake, and Quinn gets past. The thing is that Quinn, I think, just overcooked it a little bit coming out of the Parabolica Alboreto. I mean, of course, during the podcast, we did see some of the foam barriers as Ferraro pits from P3. So that is going to so we're going to get the cycle coming around now, folks. We're 45 minutes left to go until the checkered. Iridius Partes from Alpha Sim Sport in the 486. Porsche 992 911 GT3R. And then we ride on board. Oh, nice little promo placement for you there, Cammy, on just underneath the rear wing.
Oh, how kind of you to notice, Alex.
And of course, Sim Racing GP on the main wing itself. 5.
Dan saying, shame it's upside down.
Yeah, well, blame Johnny Ashley for that.
I don't want to be too critical of Johnny Ashley. I still want to.
No.
I still want to attend the Christmas banquet with Onid Racing. After all, don't want to get myself uninvited.
Johnny, we're just kidding, mate. We're just kidding. Don't worry about it. It's all good. It's all good. Well, considering he was on the podcast last time out, when we had round 4, but yeah, I mean, the thing is that you look at the different drivetrain configurations. We've got a 4-litre flat 6 rear-engined car that has got more traction than what you can want to shake a stick at. But then you've got the waft from the 5.2-litre naturally aspirated mid-mounted V10 in that Lamborghini. Arda Aydin for Sensible Racing in the 83, holding strong in 4th at the moment. And Danville says, this is just so sad. We were going to be P8. Oh, dear. Well, Dan, I have to say thank you so much for actually telling us. He said that we were praying for rain earlier on. An Aston Martin getting passed by Dimitri Tsubenko in the 777 from Mitz Racing. So Guidarelli is in the pits, so we're going to cycle round again. However, these drivers are making their way through Curva Grande at the moment. The gap between 3rd and 4th now spans at about 1.7 seconds. And as I say that, the leaders, Genesis Esports with Tariq Adam, pits in for what will be their final time. We're on lap 175 very shortly, which is quite a considerable amount of mileage, folks. I'll just get the old trusty calculator out. Thank goodness it's 3.6 miles times 175. That is 630 miles. In kilometres, that's just over 1,016 kilometres of Monza completed. But the thing is, Tarek Adam and Genesis Esports Cami literally have had everyone else's number. They have been able to facilitate a straightforward pit stop. It hasn't cost them any time. There's still going to be a lap ahead of Mits Racing, and then it's the Aston Martin on the outside of Arda Aiden from Sensible Racing. Definitely lost a bit of traction coming out of the final pass of Ascari there, didn't it?
No, that was just their Joker lap.
Channeling the inner Ken block.
That's it. Well, I'm only down the road from the Lid Rallycross circuit, so I know a Joker lap when I see one.
Yeah, indeed. Good old Liddon Hill. Also showcases the old Five Nations British Rallycross Championship at times, run by the Dolan family. Dorn family, my apologies there. But yeah, I think Mits Racing, if Arda Aiden, I'm looking at the lap times from the McLaren. The McLaren is not catching the Merc, but it isn't that far off away in terms of lap times at the moment. Mid 1:48.5 for Supenko. Aiden a low 1 minute 48.7. But I'm not too sure with regards to Sensible Racing if they need to pit again, because we are getting towards the final 40 minutes of this last hour out of 6. And Subenko's only just recently come out of the pit lane, so we'll have fresher tyres, we'll have more fuel on board. Okay, it's going to weigh the car down a little bit more and might not be quite conducive to traction out of corners, like we saw Subenko touching the grass and kicking up the dust from it coming out of the second Lesmo.
I think Aiden could. I'm not sure. Yeah, it really depends which of these teams still needs to make a pit stop, whether they've got enough fuel on board still to make it to the end. But Aiden could start picking up. That's just the edges. It's the ends of a slipstream. They're just getting close enough where they could start picking up a slipstream, and Jupenko only needs to come across a little bit of stubborn traffic, and Aiden will be all over the back of that Mercedes. And then we will see a battle on for second place, won't we?
Yeah, that like a rash. Blue flags being waved to the car in front of Martin Hoyer in the 502 Fusion Racing Team Lamborghini. They have stuck with the same car all the way through the season. So keep your eyes peeled on our social media, on Twitter, and also on our website for Sim Racing GP for further information as to how the final round is going to be decided. I'm going to basically pester and pressure Dan Terry next week when I'm back, as of Tuesday when I'm back home in the UK. And Aiden has pitted. Aiden has pitted from P3, so they were trying to close on in to Mits Racing, but I think they've just decided, you know what, we will try and see if we can stay in the top 5. They've done a great effort there, has the number 83 crew. I love the livery on that McLaren. I really like that.
It's a very smart livery, and it's not the only orange and black McLaren out there. There is another orange and black McLaren out there with Moza Racing sponsorship on the side. And whenever I see SR, it always makes me think of like the Simply Race. They've got pretty similar logos, but I suppose there's only so many ways you can connect an S and an R in a motorsport logo form. As we're following Martin Hoyer in 15th place, who's recently overtaken by Quinn in that Mercedes, and they both made their way past the Onid Racing McLaren back there. I'm not sure who is piloting that. Didn't get a look. I'm just trying to look through the names. It's the McLaren further back. These two recently overtook it.
Is that the number 28 by any chance? Possibly, because that's got orange on it.
Could be. Anyway. 37 minutes left to go. So you can see endurance racing. I'm losing my concentration. I'm starting to make slip ups, and I'm not even the driver. But Aiden, come back out the pits. They're in 6th place, and they've got a couple of cars ahead of them now. Just want to check who that is. That is Wenzel in the number 3. So this could be a move on for 5th place, and they're both stuck behind one of the Onid Racing cars. No, that's a Ferrari. That's a Ferrari. Is that John Benton? John
That
Benton.
is the Breaking Point racing Ferrari that has been in the walls several times in this race. They managed to get the front end repaired on that thing. The other car that I was looking at was it was the Final Drive sim racing car. I think it might be car 28, which will have Graham Morris behind the wheel. So that has a plethora of orange, but not as close as what we just saw with that particular car. To have the shade of more of a direct papaya orange that we see with the Sensible Racing car. It's a bit of a deeper tone of orange on that car, which looks pretty cool. And it complements it nicely. There's a good space. I mean, Cammy, we've talked about designs before, because obviously with your work in graphic design, it's pretty cool to see that the sky's the limit with sim racing liveries, isn't it?
Oh, I do a little bit of design here and there, yeah, but it's a great opportunity for designers to showcase what they can do, because there's every potential for paid commission work to come from it. Ben Brown infamously does livery design throughout Only Racing, and he was commissioned to do the McLaren Logitech challenge. He did their official liveries that they used for that championship, and they're available in ACC to use still. So yeah, like Formula Student, where there are different disciplines, all of which go towards making a successful team, graphics and branding is a very integral part, because teams need to pick up sponsorship, they want to stand out in the stream, and teams that look professional, they just add to the professionality of our esports events, our streams, and can attract even new drivers. If your car looks the part, people want to be part of a team that looks the part, as well as usually if it looks fast standing still, it will look fast when it's on track as well. And it's no surprise that one of the best looking liveries out there, whether it's to your personal taste or not, it's very well designed, the Genesis Esport car, as we watch Arda Aydin for Sensible Racing looking to make a move around the outside of Wenzel, but sensibly doesn't try to go side by side through the second part of the Rettifilio, and just tucks in behind and going to get the slipstream through the Curva Grande up towards the Variante della Roggia. Is he going to make another attempt, or are we going to see, where could it happen? Because it's tricky. We've seen so many overtakes go wrong at the chicanes, but Aydin, you've got 34 minutes left, so time is ticking away if you want that 5th place and then to set off after Ferraro in 4th.
Yeah, Wenzel with the number 3 New Kids Turbo McLaren is keeping a little bit of daylight behind him in terms of being around about 0.6 of a second. But if he keeps on making mistakes like that coming out of the second Lesmo, then Aydin will get the run. They're coming down through into Seraglio. They're going to break the timing beam that will end Sector 2 and start Sector 3 of this 3.6 mile long circuit. Gap has now expanded to nearly 0.8 on the run into Ascari. So Wenzel managed to keep it pinned coming out of that second Lesmo, despite touching the grass on the left-hand side, coming out of it and kicking up the dust like we've seen quite a few drivers doing in the latter stage of this race. Track temperature now has increased since we came back just over an hour ago. It was 30 degrees Celsius. It is now 32. So the atmospherics, warmer temperatures on circuit means optimum track conditions, and also the fact that the track temperature is a direct correlation. When that increases, means that you can put the heat in the tyres a little bit easier. But coming into the Rettifilio chicane, Wenzel has got Aydin right on his case, right in the wheel tracks out of the Variante Rettifilio. Now the run to the Curva Grande they go on lap 180 in this race. And hopefully Aydin will try and close in on the number 3. They go into Della Roggia. Not quite close enough to lick the stamp and send it in the Sensible Racing McLaren, but this is going to be very much a battle that we may see carry on right up until the check-in in about 32.5 minutes time. But Luke Addison took over from Tarek Adam on the recent pit stop. As he is set to complete their 180th lap of racing. And you did say, there was a bit of a little bit of an exalted gasp there, Cammy Sturch. What on earth did you see?
I saw Luke Addison cutting the chicane.
Oh.
Well, he seems to have gotten away with it. They were describing Luke Addison, the team, Janissa Seasports, were describing Luke with a 4-letter word that rhymes with Bob. But Luke Addison's weaving and flashing his lights. It's not the parade lap yet, Luke. You could still lose this race if you do something silly. He's weaving and flashing his lights. He's obviously knows he's on camera. But we're watching this battle still. Wenzel still holding off Arda Aydin for sensible racing. They're going to go side by side. Blue versus orange. Heading down towards the first corner. Turn 1, the Rettifilio. And Aydin still not able to quite get past. Try and cut back the old switcheroo. But Wenzel gets a great drive out of the chicane out of turn 2. And is able to hold him back. And through the curve of Grande, you've just got to keep your car over to the right-hand side, keep the inside line. As we're jumping back to Dmitry Tubenko. No, we're jumping back to the battle for 5th and 6th place. Aydin pulls out, trying to just unsettle Wenzel, get Wenzel looking in his mirrors, but Wenzel is not being distracted and is holding on to that 5th. It's a solid drive from Wenzel at the moment. And you were touching on the temperatures of the air and track earlier, Alex. When the race began, the track was 10 degrees Celsius. So if their tyres were set up for that cool tarmac, some of these tyres could be a little bit overpressured at the moment and could be making it just a little bit more difficult to keep their cars on the grey stuff.
Yep, coming through Ascari. Come the two of Wenzel and Aydin. A little bit wide. Oh, Wenzel has made a bit of an error coming out of Ascari. Aydin, excuse me, right behind him. Going in, Danke. Into the Parabolica Alboreto. Now, Aydin's got to get the cutback here. Has got to switch to the inside. Pulls in behind Wenzel again. Now, Aydin has got to try and do something. I don't think it's going to happen on this lap. He's a car length behind at the moment, Arda Aydin, with Wenzel just in front. But into the Rettifilio they go once again. Aydin still trying that outside line, but straight on goes Wenzel. Straight on at the Rettifilio goes Wenzel. And he takes out some of the foam bollards as well. That's a track cut, and Wenzel, if I were you, I would probably say you might want to slow down a little bit and do the sporting thing. Went
Aydin,
straight on.
And it's flashing his lights.
Yep, straight away, responding saying, you know exactly what you did wrong there. You should not keep that place. If that was IRL, that would be a slam dunk penalty, and Wenzel's team would be on the radio saying, right, you need to give that position back to the team behind us.
I wonder if Wenzel's going to try and do it in a strategic manner, in that he can let Aydin go past in such a way that he can immediately come back at him and say, well, technically, I did let him past, I just got back past him again. You know, the way Verstappen and Hamilton were trying to play it.
Yeah.
So he's not gonna do it until he's told. He's gonna hold on to that 5th place, and he's gonna plead ignorance and plead innocence until a steward or an official or somebody tells the team, no, you have to let Aydin pass. Aydin might have to fight his way by. I don't think Wenzel's going to allow it. No, he could have run wide at the Parabolica to allow it to happen, but he's going to maintain and hold that 5th position. And it kind of reminds me, I think, didn't Leclerc do something similar when he was fighting to keep Hamilton behind him?
Yeah, now on to the start-finish straight we go once again. This time Aydin's gone to the inside, heading down into the Rettifilio chicane at over 260 kilometres an hour. Who's going to be the latest of the breakers? It is Aydin. Up the inside he goes, through into the Rettifilio. Wenzel can't defend against it, but will try and get the run coming out of the second part of it. And that is a change for 5th. Sensible Racing getting ahead of New Kids Turbo for P5 at the Varianti Rettifilio, with with around 27.5 minutes to go. Tandem Warhead saying, where are the stewards? 5-second slam dunk pen. Well, the thing is, we do have live stewarding for split 1. The thing is that you can't really enforce a penalty on that because it doesn't involve another vehicle. The live stewarding is there to propagate any accident that happens between, if it's at least 2 cars or maybe even more. So that's what they're looking at. That'll be a cut track straight away for Wenzel. That'll be a cut track straight away. One of the 4 will have been used up. One of those 4 cat lives that I like to say, rather than 9 cat lives, because if we did that, then everyone would be getting away with track limits quite quickly. But Aiden has done a really good job for sensible racing, and it was quite a good manoeuvre as well. Just had tried to the outside and tried to measure what he needed to do to get past Wenzel in the number 3, and now is gapped him by about 5.5 tenths of a second.
I mean, what Wenzel will be arguing for not allowing Aiden to go past, they will be saying, I was a couple car lengths ahead going into the corner, I made a mistake. I was a couple car lengths coming out of the corner. I did not pull away from Aiden. Therefore, I believe I did not gain an advantage. I did not extend my lead over Aiden. But, of course, on the flip side, Aiden will be saying, yes, but you would have lost that position had you not cut the chicane. And therefore, you did gain an advantage. And, well, is it a moot point now that Aiden's got the move done? Or do you think there'll be discussions about that after the race in terms of racing etiquette?
Seems like we've got wannabe stewards in the chat as well. Gizza saying, I would say plus 5 seconds, nodders. Yeah, our good friend Stefan has said, straight to prison. Is that like Monopoly, is it, Stefan? Go straight to jail, do not pass go, do not collect €200. Quite funny I'm saying that, and I've just thought of the fact that I'm in Belgium at the minute, and I mentioned euros instead of pounds, Cammy.
You did. How continental of you.
Ooh. Straight to pit, says Stefan, or Hevelum in the chat, but we're 25 minutes away from the checkered, and Luke Addison is Tandem Warhead. Shame on you for putting that in the Twitch chat. We demand public spanking. That's wrong. That's wrong for putting that Tandem Warhead. That is unacceptable.
I can only assume Phelan was trying to post an emoji and just wrote flushed cat. Like,
that's the...
This has made me so angry, I'm going to grab my cat and flush it down the toilet. Like, I imagine it's, a cat that's feeling flushed.
Like, like a white tabby cat that's got bright red rosy
rather than
around its nose.
Rather than, this has annoyed me so much, I've just gone and flushed my cat. Anyway, Luke Addison for Genesis Esports. We're coming up to 24 minutes to go, 183 laps completed here at Monza. I think they're probably taking it easy now. Let's just have a look at the lap times as they come across the line. No, they're very much still on pace. That was a 147.4. So they're not letting up at all, are they? Subenko, their last lap was a 148.2.
Yeah, well, considering the fact that Subenko's probably just had to get past the 502 with Michael Hoyer behind the wheel, currently running P13. So as I see that Luke Addison is coming through Curva Grande, Subenko is a lap and 19.6 seconds. So that effectively, folks, means that the total time between Luke Addison and Dmitry Subenko is north of 2 minutes now, and that is climbing through every single sector. Martin Wenzel from New Kids Turbo has there's a BMW behind, but it's not Isacek from Chemically in the 224, who are running in 8th place. Ben Brown in the only Cam Sport car, running in 9th. Then we have also got the 178 of Manolo Garcia in the HRT endurance racing crew. The biggest set of... You know what? It's like they've taken Valentino Rossi's inspiration with the number 46 on the side of the Skechers BMW M4 for Team WRT and they've gone, Valet, hold my beer. Here's one for you, and it's 178 in bright white, it's like sketchy type font that everyone can see. I think even if you put Google Maps onto ACC and took a snapshot of Monza right now, that would be the car that would be found first.
Availum's just on Discord showed me what the flushed cat's supposed to look like, so thank you very much, Stefan, for letting me know. It was vital information that I knew what the flushed cat looks like. But yeah, Alex, you were right. White cat, red cheeks.
And
Wide
again,
open eyes.
and Tarek is in the chat saying, pronounce Genesis, please. Oh,
sorry, that was me saying Genesis. Sorry.
No, it's all right. That is the 83 of Sensible Racing that has just gone off. At all places, the Retafilio. Oh, dearie, dearie me. It's not going well for them. But Wenzel, so Aiden might have been the reason why Wenzel is back in front in the number 3 from New Kids Turbo. Blue flags are waving as these drivers make their way through Variante Ascari. And Tarek Adam responding to Tandem Warhead saying, with such an advantage, you can race the Jag and still win. Oh, you mean the non-factory GT3 that was run by Emil Fry Racing back in the day, a few years ago. Aiden has just had a big old wobble going through into Parabolica there, Cammy. They have lost a little bit more time. The gap has now expanded between P5 and 6 to nearly 1.3 seconds.
He got dangerously close to the sausage curb that launched Alexander Peroni into the air in 2019. And they've taken more sausage curbs. More sausage curbs, even costing them even more time. And Aiden's probably thinking, hey, Wenzel still owes me an easy overtake. I'll take that now, please.
But it's just had 2 off tracks. That could mean that a drive-through could be incoming for Sensible Racing if they're not careful. Tandem Warhead says Jag is OP at Monza. Really?
On turn. See, I think any goated driver would take the Rex.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody nodding and agreeing, going, yeah, that really old Lambo. Yeah, that'll do.
Oh, yeah, the Reiter Engineering.
The Reiter Rex.
REX GT3 based on the Lamborghini Gallardo. And that's a mouthful. Oh, yes, that's why the whole... Kazur says, yes, that's why the whole grid is driving the Jag. Yes. But Aiden is basically on thin ice with these track cuts. 2 out of the Retafilio over 2 respective laps whilst trying to chase down Wenzel, who's now got a 2.2 second advantage at this moment. But we are coming up to the final 19 minutes of the penultimate round of the Moza Racing Endurance Championship, powered by Sim Racing GP. Myself, Alex Goldschmidt, and Cammy Search with you right up until the checkered. And Cammy, I'm hoping we might be on course to possibly breaking 200 laps today.
I thought you were going to say breaking 200 viewers, but I don't think we've been able to... I think we topped at about 70 viewers, but I think you're right, we will go over 200 laps as it just ticks over there, 187 laps with 18.5 minutes to go. If you've joined us for the stream from the beginning, just want to say thank you so much for staying with us for the whole endurance race. 6 hours, it's not easy, I know. Some of you might have just had it on listening whilst you were doing other things, but we appreciate you joining us. Luke Allison leads from Zubenko. It's Gutrari in 3rd, Ferrari in 4th. Wenzel has taken that 5th place back, and Ara Aidin chasing him back down, but only 18 minutes left to do so. That is the battle we are watching at the moment. Whether it will, that is the chase we're watching at the moment, isn't it, Alex? Whether it will come back to them into another battle, we would love to see it in the closing laps of this race. And then from there, it is Gebel, Asicek, Ben Brown and Garcia who round out the top 10.
Well, the thing is with the 2 off-track excursions by Aiden at the Rettifilio chicane, whether that has compromised the tyres is one thing, but as the late Murray Walker always used to say, catching someone is one thing, passing them is something else altogether. And that gap is slowly but surely coming down, but Arda Aiden from Sensible Racing needs to chop that gap down significantly within the next 10 minutes. If that doesn't happen, the gap has stabilised at 2 seconds. So if Aiden can close that gap, because there's no assistance by any back markers, Aiden is not getting any slipstream. So there's no tow down the start-finish straight heading into the Rettifilio. That's a bit of a cleaner attempt there from Arda Aiden after the 2 faux pas, let's say, just literally trying to chase down Wenzel. And sometimes when you are tired, when you're getting to the end of a race, Cammy, that mental and physical exhaustion that I mentioned earlier on can sink in, and unforced errors do happen. You think you're on cloud 9 and then you end up going rock bottom because you made a mistake.
Absolutely, you're absolutely right there. And you say they've had Arda Aiden's had a couple off-track excursions. Whether they've picked up track cut warnings, it's not a certainty. If Assetto Corsa Competizione deems they didn't gain a time advantage, it will just pop up in the corner saying off track, no advantage gained. I think it says something like that, and you don't actually pick up a warning, and it bases that off, I think it's like your best lap or your average lap. But if the game does think you went off and you gained some time or you weren't disadvantaged by it, only then does it crop up and say off track, cut track warning. And it does give you a bit of time from the moment you went off the track to it giving you the warning. So there is a good chance that Aiden didn't pick up any warnings that would get him closer to a drive-through penalty there, and can still push hard as he has on this past lap. He's closed up by a 10th, but he needs to do much more than that if he's going to close the gap back to Wenzel. It's 1.788 seconds now, so a little bit more. I think, though, if he can just close up a 10th and a 10th again, he'll find himself in the slipstream of Wenzel down the straights, and then it'll be much easier to close up that last second of the gap.
Just under 15 minutes to go until the checkered. The gap between Aiden and Wenzel now drops to just under 1.8 seconds. Tandem Warhead, love that. Go, 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 and Senna sprints away. Damn, I miss Murray, don't we all? I still remember when Prost and Senna came together, and the words from Murray Walker were, "Oh, and it's happened immediately. This is fantastic." At turn 1 at Suzuka in, I think it was the year when Prost decided to leave McLaren, go to Ferrari, and then a year later he got sacked halfway through the season for being critical of Ferrari. And yeah, somebody wasn't quite happy about that one. This Tandem Warhead. Look, I'm old as well. I am actually old. I feel ancient, but I still have youthful exuberance when it comes to any form of motorsport. So that's not a bad thing to have at the end of the day. But yeah, that gap's coming down, Cammy. You said that if it's like a 10th here, a 10th there, it's now down to 1.6 in the battle for P5.
That's it, yeah, you've still got some youthful exuberance. You're still cool, but as Simpson said, they changed what cool was. You used to be with it, and then they changed what it was, and suddenly what you were wasn't it. The world changes. Mm-hmm. We watch...
On a regular basis.
Yeah, the amount of times I hear a new word and I think, these kids coming up with new words, and then I realise, oh no, that's what, I am getting older. But the gap now, less than 1.5 seconds, so Aiden is certainly going to start picking up the toe from Wenzel. Can Wenzel hold on? Just over 13 minutes left to go, 190 laps completed, well, 189 laps completed for these two, of course. They are a lap down on Luke Addison. They could be 2 laps down, actually, couldn't they? But isn't everybody in this race? Genesis Esports have just been so in control as another Murray Walker quote in the chat, it had to happen. I mean, the Murray Walker quote I remember is Mansell's last race. I think it was his last race. No, it wasn't. It was his second to last, his penultimate race. and he was overtaking Alesi on the last lap at Suzuka in the Rothmans Williams.
Mm-hmm.
And Murray Walker didn't have a word for that, and he just went, "Ooh." It was just this exclamation that only Murray could do, where he just went, "Oh, so it's past Alesi."
Oh, Hacks Crusader 455, getting all the Murrayisms coming out. I'm going to bring one of the best out in just a second. I'm going for first, says John Cleland.
That is a great one.
Yep.
It just shows how quick he was able to think and convert a rude moment into something that everybody can listen to, no matter what age you were, rather than just dryly saying what's happening.
I still, what was it? I remember when Will Hoy and Andy Rouse came together when they were. You might remember the older the Securicore Omega Toyota Carinas.
I do.
And Andy Rouse got taken out by Will Hoy, and the look that Andy Rouse gave him. Oh, we've got a bit of a moment there. Kamikli gets hit by flying hellfish, and that impedes the leaders. Oh, so Luke Addison nearly had a drama coming through. He had the Breaking Point Racing car. It's been in the barriers several times, and the drivers had a couple of code browns along the way. Nearly got compromised there. That could have been very, very troublesome for the number 33 of Genesis Esports. Arda Aiden has got the gap down from 1.6 to 1.1 seconds. As we're under 11 minutes to go. But the biggest one of all, anyone will remember this, I've got to stop right now because I've got a lump in my throat when Damon Hill won the 1996 F1 World title at Suzuka.
Of course, because Murray had known Damon since he was a young lad, hadn't he? He'd known him all of his life, so it's very special for Murray to see someone that he'd seen grow up win the World Championship. And of course, Murray had a soft spot for the British drivers, but a lot of drivers were so close to him in the pits, weren't they? And it was great to see the send-off. Paul Stoddart's Minardi team gave him the send-off when just before Murray retired completely, from his last race from F1, and the love and respect everyone had. And I think I don't want to compare commentators at all, but David Crofty in Formula One does a great job alongside Martin Brundle. Don't they do a great job?
Brundle's grid walks are iconic, and you know what's even funnier? Martin's son Alex just so happens to do quite a bit of work with F1 TV. What was he doing at Suzuka the other week? He was doing a grid walk in the following in the footsteps of his old man. Good old Alex. But the funny thing is, it's great to see that Alex is becoming a more polished broadcaster. You've got a lot of commentators that work within the paddock. You've got the likes of Chris McCarthy, Harry Benjamin, who's doing a lot of commentary, Alex Jakes, who has been nominated for another Sports Broadcast Award this year. He's the voice of F1 TV. Harry Benjamin now does Radio 5 Live, lead comms. Chris McCarthy's been doing F3 along with the Mobil 1 Porsche Super Cup this season. I've known Chris for quite a few years. I've known Harry for quite a few years. I actually met and interviewed Crofty back in, when was it, 2013. And I said to him, what's the best advice you could give to anybody that wants to be a commentator? Never give anyone a reason to tell you no. That's pretty... Hacks Crusader 455. Mini Brundle is going to take over main Brundle and no one is going to notice. Well, when you see what Alex looks like, he does not look anything like his dad.
They do sound quite alike, don't they?
Yes.
You can absolutely tell, Alex is a Brundle. As Aiden is getting ever closer to the back of Wenzel's McLaren. This is going to come down to the wire as we come up to the 8-minute mark, 12:28 in-game virtual time. There we go, 8 minutes to go, 192 laps completed. These two need to make sure this battle is a clean one. Aiden will be desperate to get past Wenzel as he did earlier. Wenzel will be desperate to keep this orange and black McLaren firmly behind him. Orange versus blue. We come down to 7.5 minutes to go. Luke Addison still leading this race, and we did see earlier almost tripping over some of the back markers, but when you've got a lap in hand on everyone else, I think you can take your time with the back markers and really err on the side of caution. And for me, it's very special that I've been able to meet yourself, Chris McCarthy, and various commentators, and Brands Hatch and Silverstone. I look up to you all, and I do wish that I do design work, but part of me also thinks, man, I'd love to do commentary in the real world, but it is a very competitive career, I imagine. And I don't think, as much as I'd love to, I don't think I'm quite good enough, but I do love commentating with you all online when I get the chance.
It's always a pleasure to have you in the virtual commentary box with me, Cammy, because it's always great to hear your particular insights, your particular experiences, from the design work to yourself having been, sim racing with the likes of Team Fortilla. And I still remember having our conversations about that when you went for the tryouts those years ago.
So long ago.
It feels like an eternity, but the funny thing is, for those wondering about commentary, it is competitive out there. 100%. And there are so many people that are trying to aim very, very high. I'm one of these people that I am very humbled by the amount of people who say, "Oh, we really love what you do." The funny thing is, my mum's over in Italy at the moment on holiday with my dad, and she still put on YouTube the karting stream that I was commentating on today, and her friend Jane was watching along, and I got a WhatsApp 30 minutes before we closed the stream. "Oh yeah, me and Jane, we've been listening. Oh, you sound really good." And that for me is the biggest compliment when it comes from family. But at the end of the day, everyone has their favourites, but now we have to really concentrate on this battle with 5 minutes and 35 seconds on the timer to go. Luke Addison is now on what will be effectively lap number 195, so we are nip and tuck from getting towards the end of this race. And on the 5th of November, remember the 5th of November, we will be at our 6th track. Stay tuned for where that is going to be. Are we going to give it to you, the communities in Sim Racing GP land, to make the decision for us? Or could we put a poll on social media? Who knows? You'll have to find out. Could there be a decision made by top brass? Oh, that's not what you wanted to do with 5 minutes to go. Arda Aiden has just lost. I think that is it. That is job done. Wenzel for New Kids Turbo is away and clear. That gap was 2/10 coming into sector 3. That is now more likely 5 to 7 seconds that has just been lost by Arda Aiden. One mistake out of Ascari. You talked about that earlier on, Cammy, and that has bit Sensible Racing hard and will now put them 2.8 seconds behind. But that is now going to be the case that Aiden is not going to take 5th place from Wenzel. That's a real shame.
It's really comparable, isn't it, to George Russell's mistake at the Singapore Grand Prix, when you're pushing on the limit in the dying moments of a race. The slightest mistake, from pushing on the absolute edge with the mental exhaustion coming in, I'm absolutely gutted for Aiden. I mean, what a battle. We were so looking forward to seeing these two, what they could do in the last laps of this 6-hour endurance. But Wenzel, you can't take it away from them. They've driven flawlessly to hold on to that 5th position. They could so easily have succumbed to the pressure, locked up their tyres, gone off into the gravel, and numerous corners that they could have made a mistake at, but they've kept their cool, and it's been Aiden made an unforced error. With 3 minutes to go, I can't see Aiden bringing it back. They're going to be relying on Wenzel making a mistake. But Wenzel could probably even back off now a couple tenths a second, because they've got 2.5 seconds in their pocket now. As Aiden, you can see the way the cars are swirling about, they are still really pushing hard, just in case there's an outside chance that Wenzel makes a mistake and that 5th place comes back into his reach.
Yeah, indeed. So we have 2 minutes and 47 seconds remaining on the timer until the checkered flag flies for the 5th round of the Moza Racing Endurance Championship, powered by Sim Racing GP. We've been broadcasting for nearly 6 hours and 20 minutes. A big thank you for everyone that's joined us over the course of today. And in 4 weeks' time, we will be heading to our 6th as yet to be decided circuit, wherever that will be. I don't care. I'm going to be around for the whole broadcast. Really looking forward to it. But with 2 minutes and 15 seconds to go, let's see where we can find out where our leaders are right now, because I've tried to click on the live timing and I can't find out where Luke Addison is on the circuit. I'm not too sure if it's my connection to the server, the timing server, but this has been an absolute dominant display from the number 33 Genesis Esports, the sister team, the Academy car, out on lap 56. And Arda Aiden now making his way through into the first of the 2 Lesmos on what will be their 195th lap.
Yeah, I'm looking on the pit wall map as well, and I can't find the number 33, and it was sending a little panic of, I hope they haven't had an internet connection issue, but I'm sure they are still on track. There they are, Genesis Esports with 1.5 minutes to go. They're almost home and dry. 33-degree track temperature, 26-degree air temperature. I wouldn't mind some of that in the UK at the moment, but we are just, I think we're pretty much firmly in the territory of autumn here. We're not seeing those temperatures again until next year, I fear. As we round the Ascari, looks like this is going to be the penultimate lap, and there'll be one more after this. That was a unhealthy amount of curb and sausage that they took there, but Luke Addison managed to keep the McLaren pointing in the right direction. I don't think they're feeling the pressure from Zubenko at the moment. They'd have to be passed more than once by Zubenko to lose the lead. But he can just cruise round now. He could even stop right now, couldn't he? Wait the 40 seconds and then cross the line and would still win.
Yeah, Luke Addison puts Genesis Esports onto what will be the 198th lap. You can see he's weaving side to side. Luke, don't bin it now, please. Keep it on the racing line, because you'll be giving your teammates, Cody and Tarek, a bit of a heart palpitation moment right now. Out of the Rettifilio, now heading into the Curva Grande for the final time. Then it's the run up to Variante della Roggia. Another of the iconic chicanes here at the Autodromo Nazionale Monza. Around 22 kilometers northeast of Milan. Cammy, you asked that question. How far is it away? Yep, and I finally got the answer. Been busy, we've been busy trying to concentrate on everything, but the timer has hit 0 officially here in the Royal Park of Monza. This circuit opened back on the 3rd of September 1922, celebrated earlier on this, early part of last month. Its 101st birthday. But it's going to be a cruise to the checkered flag. 5 rounds down, 2 winners so far, but it's been 4. And now this time it's 3 in a row. Luke Addison brings the number 33 Genesis Esports McLaren 720S GT3 Evo in towards Parabolica Alboreto for the 198th time. That's it. It's done. It's over. Genesis Esports do it again. And Luke Addison brings them across the start-finish line to take the checkered here at Monza. What a dominant display by the number 33. And now there's reason for Luke Addison to swerve from side to side on the start-finish straight, flashing the headlights. Dimitri Zubenko will bring MITS Racing across the line to take their 4th second-place finish of this season. They picked up the win at Spa-Francorchamps at round 2 earlier on this season. A great display from them. Then it's the 576 Piaggio Cutrale in the VRT by Sim Accessories Racing. McLaren 720 out of Ascari for the final time. And, oh, well, Isacek has got a 30-second time penalty Chemically have got a 30-second time penalty, probably for a drive-through that they haven't served, so that gets converted into a post-race time penalty. Garcia for HRT takes 11th. Rodriguez in the 85 takes 12th. Michael Hoyer brings the Fusion 502 Lamborghini across the line in 13th. Cutrale takes the checkered. That is the Aston Martin of the 27 Aprilia that has just crossed the line. Just waiting for a few more cars to go. Ferraro in the number 7 crosses the line in 4th. We're waiting for Michael Wenzel. Ben Brown crosses the line. That's owned Camsport in the 900, taking 9th. Next up, that is Wenzel for New Kids Turbo. And then we're waiting for the 83, and that's just gone past Arda Aiden. And then we've got Gebel for the number 98 McLaren squad. They're coming across the line for Team GHR. And that is it. Done and dusted for round 5 of the Moza Racing Endurance Championship, powered by Sim Racing GP. Well, Cami, you know what? That was a dominant display from Genesis Esports, and they have further expanded their lead over MITS Racing going into the 6th and final round in just a month's time.
They certainly have. And just to update everybody, Aticek, who picked up that 30-second penalty, retained their position of 8th place. Ben Brown was 66 seconds back. So thankfully for Aticek, their position is unchanged with that penalty applied. It was a drive-through, as you were saying, that they were unable to serve on the final lap. But we can all breathe now. 6 hours, the 6 hours of Monza for the Moza Endurance Racing Championship is over. I've been here all day. I need to get up and stretch at some point and have some food and a drink. But what a race it's been, and what a pleasure it's been to broadcast alongside yourself and Paul.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, big thank you to Daniel Hyde from Cadan Computers for being the man behind the scenes, providing the broadcast feed as you see it. Big thank you to Paul Glover. Big thank you to Diego from Formula Student, who joined myself and Cami on the 5th edition of the Sim Racing GP podcast, powered by Moza Racing. Big thank you to Paul Glover for stepping in for the first bit, well, the first half, or pretty much most of the nearly 3.5 hours plus qualifying. That's it from us here on Sim Racing GP's official Twitch channel, SGP_racing. Don't forget to follow us on social media. We will be selecting our participation prize winners. 2 random drivers from the grid will be selected, and they will win a Moza HPB handbrake worth nearly £100 plus fee. Call it 120 quid. But on behalf of everybody here at Sim Racing GP, my name's Alex Goldschmidt. Thank you so much for joining us. See you for round 6, the season finale of the Moza Racing Endurance Championship, at a location yet to be decided on November 5th. Don't forget, keep your eyes out for Intel Gamer Days here on Sim Racing GP, and much more in the pipeline. Until next time, thanks for watching. See you again soon. Goodbye.